Tantor Audio and RB Media audio brand presents Her Deceptive Duke by Scarlett Scott, narrated by Gabrielle Baker. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Prologue. London, December 11th, 1880. London, December 15th, 1880. New York Railroad heiress Miss Georgiana Dumont married Christopher Anthony Harcourt, His Grace the Duke of Leeds, in an ornate ceremony in St. George's Cathedral, London, England. The bride was adorned in a silk and satin gown from the Parisian house of Charles Frederick Worth, on which it is said over 1,000 seed pearls ornamented the bodice and skirts. The ivory train of crushed velvet fanned out an elegant 20 feet behind the bride, creating quite a stirring sight to the wedding guests, among whom numbered some of England's finest statesmen and peers of the realm, along with Prince Hans of the House of Saxe-Leiswig. Her Grace, the Duchess of Leeds, is an heiress hailing from Pennsylvania, having only recently acquainted herself with New York society after the tragic death of her uncle, Mr. George Dumont, renowned owner of the Western Star Railroad line. 3,000 hothouse flowers bedecked the chapel, and the new Duchess wore a gleaming diamond collar about her neck, along with orient pearls woven into her lustrous chestnut locks. The wedding breakfast was attended by some 300 guests and boasted such gastronomical delights as spit-roasted ortolans, les salades de homard, and no less than 5 aspics. The sole guest who was, notably, absent from the celebration appears to be His Grace, the Duke of Leeds, who reportedly left the nuptial fête early. Reported in the New York Times. Hundreds of guests were assembled, about to enjoy the wedding breakfast Georgiana had chosen with exacting care, with the exception of the ortolans, which were only offered upon her father's insistence and expressly against her wishes, in the palatial home father had purchased on Curzon Street, with hopes of just such an occasion. At long last, he and his new wife would be rid of her, their cause for celebration. And at long last, she would be free of his tyrannical wrath and her stepmother's ill-concealed resentment, her cause for celebration. Her father loathed her. He made no secret about it. Before her namesake Uncle George had died unexpectedly, leaving the bulk of his tremendous fortune to Georgiana and her father in equal measures, father had bemoaned to anyone who would listen how abysmal she was at the feminine arts, how she did not even know how to remove the Macassar oil stains from linen. She could. How she could not even comprehend simple arithmetic. She kept all his ledgers. And how she was too plain to ever snare herself a decent husband. She thought she was not plain, but not a great beauty either. But the settlement Uncle George had made upon her, more money than she could have ever dreamt existed in her previous life as a humble Pennsylvanian farm girl, with a wealthy uncle who occasionally sent her precious china dolls and fancy pens and boxes of sweets that tasted like manna from heaven, changed father's strategy. He no longer bemoaned her faults to anyone in his vicinity in the hopes they would take her off his hands at a bargain. Instead, under her stepmother's watchful eye, a new campaign had begun. She had become a valuable commodity, their means to ensure themselves entree into all the best social circles if she married well. A nouveau riche Pennsylvania farmer and his new wife could only climb so high in New York City's social elite regardless of his wealth. But a nouveau riche, whose daughter had married into the oldest lines of England's aristocracy, possessed clout. In the last year, she had endured rigorous lessons, endless fittings, was tested and berated, moulded and transformed into the sort of princess she had only read about in the stories she was not permitted to read as a girl, but that she had secreted beneath her corncob mattress just the same. The princess she resembled now, dressed in her ivory gown from Paris, a gown that had cost a small fortune and that had required the help of 3 ladies' maids to don, a gown that made her feel simultaneously as if she had stepped into a fairy tale and as if she couldn't breathe. Her corset was cinched so very tight. But really, it was the man before her that was the problem. The tall, lean, elegant stranger she had married. The Duke of Leeds was more beautiful than some women, though not in a feminine sense, and that was one odd thing about him. His was a masculine beauty, all harsh angles and strong symmetry. He had fierce brows, a patrician nose, blades for cheekbones, a wide, rigid jaw, and the most perfectly sculpted lips she'd ever seen on a gentleman. He was also more aloof than a stray tomcat, possessed of an icy, detached temperament, and, if her eyes were to be believed, leaving her. That was the other odd thing about him, aside from the fact that he had asked for her hand and married her without ever speaking more than a few sentences. "Do you care for the polonaise? You are looking lovely today, Miss Dumont. Will you do me the honour of marrying me? I shall have my solicitor reach an agreement with Mr. Dumont's lawyers. This ring belonged to my mother. Endeavour not to lose it, Miss Dumont. I, Christopher Anthony Harcourt, take Georgiana Elizabeth Dumont." Yes, that had been about the extent of it. What manner of man intended to leave his wife on the very morning of their wedding, mere hours after their vows had been spoken? It defied her abilities for logic and reason, but nonetheless, Christopher Anthony Harcourt stood before her with a packed valise and an expression of ill-concealed irritation that she had dared to intrude upon his charmed realm. "What are you doing here, Duchess?" he asked her now. She had inserted herself into her husband's solitude in the chamber that had been set aside for his use until they departed as one for Leeds House, and from there she had previously supposed their honeymoon. The bedchamber was massive, and her stepmother had seen it decorated with an alarming amount of gilt and pictures from London galleries she'd been told were all the rage. Georgiana had looked at them with a jaundiced eye and had not been convinced. "That is perhaps the 8th sentence you have ever said to me," she blurted to her new husband. It was not what she had meant to say, and she wished she could recall the words the instant they left her mouth, for they reminded her of how gauche she was. Georgiana may have been a naive farm girl, but even she knew what was said about her. The gossip rags called her the pretend Duchess and the American dollar princess. They printed caricatures of her in a ballroom, carrying a scythe and planting seedlings on the dance floor. They showed her hauling the Duke of Leeds over her shoulder and rushing him down the altar like a marriage-crazed female Atlas. In her former life, she hadn't even been aware such publications had existed. In the time since she had settled into her new role as one of New York's glittering, wealthy elite, she had learned all manner of lessons. Comportment, elocution, dancing, piano, painting, literature, French, disappointment. Her father had spared no expense after he had decided that she would at last be of use to him, giving him the clout he could not buy with Uncle George's funds when she snared herself a coronet. "Surely I have spoken more than 8 sentences?" Her newly minted husband frowned at her now. "Although I dare say I am honoured that you have attempted to document them for posterity." How stilted he was! She had told herself that marrying him would at least remove her from her father and stepmother's tainted sphere of excess, greed and viciousness, and she had fancied that after their marriage Leeds might warm to her. "You do not intend to partake in the wedding breakfast?" she asked him, though she knew the answer. It was written all over his countenance. He looked like a man at a train station, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his ride elsewhere. "Regretfully, I must decline, Duchess." She wished he would call her Georgiana. She didn't feel like a duchess, and she wasn't certain that she ever would. Was this how husbands and wives conversed in this strange land where she had been sent? Were they always so pretentious and controlled? "You must decline," she repeated, for she could think of nothing better to say. In her old life she would have known how to speak to a man such as this had he entered her kitchen. In her new life she was a pretender, in clothes that cost more than her father's farm and everything she had ever owned combined. He inclined his head, ever so polite, ever so proper, and the epitome of English manhood. He was handsome, reserved, an enigma. "Indeed, Duchess, I am afraid that, while I am most pleased to now have you as my wife, a prior commitment must regretfully take me from your side." She did not like to believe she had become spoiled, but in that moment all she could think of was the salade des homard she had chosen with him in mind. In the course of one of his scarce sentences he had espoused a love of lobster, and the dish, when mentioned to her by father's French chef, had seemed a perfect fit, something to please her new husband. Why had she ever imagined that pleasing him would be enough? Why had she fancied that she, an inelegant aspirant, could ever satisfy Christopher Anthony Harcourt, a debonair aristocrat to the manner born, whose hands had never known a day of work? And still she could not stop herself from saying the most inane, humiliating sentiments imaginable. "You do not wish to stay for the salad with lobster medallions? I requested it with you in mind, your grace. It is dressed in a vinaigrette, and I'm told it is all the rage on the continent." As if lobster salad would matter to this man. Never mind that he was almost certainly in dire need of her funds. He wore the air of a man born to a life of privilege and ease, who viewed the extravagant as commonplace. "It sounds lovely, but I cannot linger." He flashed her a smile, but it was not at all apologetic. Her hands clenched in the angelic billows of her wedding dress, crushing the silk. "You cannot linger at your own wedding breakfast?" He stared back, his expression one of thinly suppressed irritation. "No, madam, I cannot. I am due to attend a hunting expedition in America, and to my great misfortune, the two plans overlap in a most disagreeable fashion." He had no intention of consummating their marriage. She stared at him, at his rigid posture, suggestive of his desire to remove himself from her presence at once, at his flashing blue eyes, at his firm, uncompromising mouth. How had she been so foolish as to expect a different man upon her marriage than the one she had seen thus far? "You married me for my dowry." She stated it rather than forming a question. Of course, She had suspected it all along, as Leeds's coffers were rumoured to be empty and her dowry was no secret. But he had never once spoken of money, and she had supposed he may have wished for a wife and children. "My brother wagered away everything that wasn't entailed and left me with more creditors than I can count." He flashed her another brilliant smile, but it held neither warmth nor kindness. "You, my dear, are the answer to my prayers." "It would rather seem that my dowry is," she corrected. "I am pockets to let." He didn't sound ashamed of his mercenary motivations, and she detected not for the first time that his words possessed an odd resonance, almost American in accent, and certainly not proper aristocratic elocution. "It is common knowledge, madam. I was never meant to be the Duke. These burdens were not mine, though I must now own them." She searched his countenance for a hint of tenderness, any sign that he might have some lingering softness hiding beneath his hard exterior. She found none. "I did not know you were pockets to let to such an extent that you would sell yourself." "To the highest bidder." Sneering, he offered her a mock bow. His insinuation nettled. "I did not bid upon you." "No," he cocked his head, considering her with an insolence she had not previously imagined him capable of in the few polite tete-a-tetes they had shared. "Your darling papa bought me, flat out. But though he purchased my name, you do not own me, madam. I'm leaving now, and I cannot say when I shall return." Or, if he intended to, she thought he meant to say. There was something so very grim in his mien, something as sombre as a funeral procession. It wasn't just the resentment he resonated. This man was dark and dangerous and bitter. A perilous combination. "If you leave today, Your Grace, you need never return." The statement left her in a sudden rush, and an answering flush stole over her cheeks as he studied her. He bowed again, low and mocking. "As you insist, Duchess. I bid you good day." His long, strong fingers gathered the handle of his valise. "You cannot mean to leave now?" But it was a useless protest, and she knew it. "Goodbye, Duchess," he said solemnly. Her new husband, who had never even kissed her aside from a peck on the cheek to seal their vows. "Do take care of yourself." "Please," she pleaded, though she wasn't certain why. Self-preservation, perhaps? Pride? Her gossip-rag detractors would delight in something as salacious as the Duke of Leeds leaving her on her wedding day, without even partaking of a bite of the feast prepared in his honour. "Stay, Your Grace, at least for the wedding breakfast. What will our guests think if you are absent?" His face remained bereft of expression. "I do not give a goddamn what our guests think, madam. My ship awaits." Without another word, her husband of 3 whole hours left her standing alone, watching him abandon her. He didn't deserve the lobster salad, she decided after the door had slammed closed behind him. Nor did he deserve her. Chapter 1. London, June 1881. 6 months after he'd left London, brimming with the thrill of a new mission, Kit Hargrove, the Duke of Leeds, returned in ignominy. He didn't return to legions of admirers or effusive headlines in the Times, or the gratitude of Her Majesty. He didn't return a hero. Quite the opposite, as his arrival on England's shores had been shrouded in secrecy. And he certainly didn't return to the loving arms of his abandoned wife, who likely never gave a damn if she ever saw him again. He returned alone, save for the company of the servants he'd employed for the dubious task of assisting him on his journey. He returned, uncertain if he would ever be able to regain the proper use of his left leg again. Unable to walk himself to the front door of his palatial London townhouse without assistance. He returned and knocked on the bloody door of his own home, as if he were a visitor. And a behemoth bearing an ominous glare and an ugly scar on his cheek opened the portal. "Her Grace is not at home," he announced grimly, and then slammed the door closed. Devil take it. Kit gritted his teeth. He was weak, he was weary, and he was currently at the last place he wished to be, undertaking the most demeaning task his mind could fathom. He leaned on his cane, exhaling as a fresh onslaught of pain speared him. Of all days that he could be denied entry to his own home, this was not the goddamn day he would have chosen. He rapped on the door again. The rude mountain of a man masquerading as a butler reappeared, scowling. "Told you, Her Grace isn't at home. Sod off." Kit was prepared this time. He caught the door's slam with his opened palm, even though it almost cost him his balance and what remained of his pride. He steadied himself and glared at the bastard barring him entrance. "Do you know who I am?" he demanded. "Do I care?" the insolent bastard returned. "No." "You'll care when I sack you," he growled. "I'm the Duke of Leeds, your employer. Now grant me entrance at once." The Mountain's eyes narrowed. "We aren't expecting the Duke. He's abroad. Behold, he has returned." Kit made a sarcastic flourish. The blighter remained unconvinced. "How do I know you're who you say you are? Shall I summon the bloody Queen?" "Ludlow," came a lilting alto voice, with an accent that wasn't quite proper. "I need your assistance with Lady Philomena Whiskers. I think she's about to give birth to a litter of kittens." Surely that sweet voice didn't belong to her. And she was talking to the varmint who blocked the doorway to his home as if he were a lord. From behind the Mountain, Kit caught the swirl of navy silk, a glimpse of chestnut braid, a smooth brow, one wide green eye. Oh, bloody hell. It was her all right. He may not recognize her voice, but he would never forget those eyes. Green and gold with flecks of cinnamon and fringed with decadent lashes. "Your Grace?" came her hesitant voice. It would seem that she, on the other hand, didn't quite recognize him. How luring. "Madam," he bit out, "I've travelled an ocean. I'm injured and tired and severely lacking in the sort of patience and understanding one would require in a circumstance such as this." "Do step aside, Ludlow," she ordered the Mountain. The servant complied with great reluctance and another scowl. And there she stood in his place. She was lovelier than he remembered, imbued with an air of sophistication she had not possessed when last he'd seen her. Her hair was plaited in a basket weave and worn high atop her head. Her gown was navy silk with bottle-green underskirts, lace and ribbon adorning a bodice that couldn't help but draw attention to her narrow waist and generous bosom. Even in his weakened state, he felt an unexpected, odd flare of awareness as he took her in. "Your Grace," she said at last, her two wide pink lips pressed into a severe frown. "You look ill." Well, hell. he'd been standing about thinking how remarkably fine she looked, while she'd been taking in his gaunt frame, pale skin, and cane. He was a wreck, and he knew it. He leaned heavily on the walking stick. "I've been injured. Will you grant me entrance, or am I to stand in the street like a bloody tradesman?" She blinked, colour blooming in her cheeks. "Did you suffer a hunting injury, Your Grace?" Clever minx. He gave her his haughtiest stare. "Yes." His wife took a step back, allowing the door to fully open. "Come in, then. I suppose I cannot deny you entrance." With the aid of his servants, he stepped over the threshold. But the effort of walking to the door, combined with the length of time he'd been forced to wait, and the crippling pain searing him, had made him even weaker. He swayed, losing his balance, humiliation stinging him. How had he ended up here, in this moment, standing before the wife he'd never wanted, like a bloody invalid, a strange butler presiding over his disgrace? Her gaze raked the length of him, going wider still. "Oh, dear heavens! His Grace is bleeding! Ludlow, have my chambers prepared for him, if you please." He glanced down to see that his wound had indeed begun to weep once more, soaking through his trousers. Damn it. "Prepare my chambers," he commanded the insolent mountain, gainsaying her. "I'm afraid that won't be possible," his Duchess said without a hint of remorse. "What the bloody hell?" "There's no longer a bed in your chamber," she explained. "It's the main dog chamber now. Even if there were still a bed, I doubt you'd wish to convalesce there." "The dog chamber," he repeated, wondering if he'd lost his mind along with the blood that had seeped from his body. "Yes, it will have to be my chamber, unfortunately, or nothing at all." She turned to give the butler a look that was far too intimate for his liking. "There's no helping it. You'll have to move Lady Philomena Whiskers somewhere else to await the birthing." Dogs and cats and a mountain of a butler who was too familiar with his wife. And he no longer had a bed. Of course, this was precisely the homecoming he should have expected. Ludlow looked as if she'd just asked him to clean up after her mouse brood, lip curled in undisguised disgust. Then again, she supposed she could not blame him, either for his dislike of the Lilliputians — they did make a frightful mess, the little miscreants — or his loathing of the Duke. Georgiana wondered if her expression matched her menacing butler's as she took in the sight of her missing husband, gaunt, pale, bleeding. Still handsome as ever, the louse. She suspected no one was less impressed by the sudden unexpected arrival of the Duke of Leeds than she. Their marriage thus far had been marked by his absence and his deceptions, which she suspected had everything to do with the bloody wound on his thigh. "I am due to attend a hunting expedition in America," he had told her on their wedding day, before he had disappeared into a carriage with a packed valise. Her last sight of him had been his broad back disappearing into the conveyance as she watched from a window. A hunting expedition, my big toe. She would wager her entire collection of stray creatures that her husband was on an expedition of a different sort entirely. One that involved Fenian dynamite plots, spying, and, from the looks of things, guns. The coded letters she'd come across in his library had not only been easily deciphered, but quite informative as well. While she was somewhat mollified to learn he was not as useless as she had once supposed, time and distance had done nothing to improve the depth of rancour she felt for him. "Where would you have me move Lady Philomena Whiskers, Your Grace?" Ludlow asked, interrupting her whirling thoughts. Which was for the best, lest she become too tempted to kick his Grace's cane out from under him for the sheer joy of watching him fall to his rump on the polished parquet. She focused on her butler, a gentle surge of appreciation coursing through her. He looked like such a beast, with his towering form and his intimidating scar. But a gentle nature hid beneath his gruff exterior. She cannot abide Kitty Quixote, so it won't do to put them together. Perhaps in the morning room? Ludlow helpfully supplied. She does enjoy sunning herself, and the eastward-facing windows lend it rather an air of cheer. Georgiana turned that over in her mind. Though all the chambers, save hers, had been converted into makeshift homes for the stray animals she'd been taking in, she had been reluctant to commandeer the main living and entertaining chambers as well. It could work temporarily. Forgive me for interrupting your scintillating discussion of where you're going to put some stupid creature, drawled her forgotten husband in a voice composed of icebergs. But I should like to take some rest before I expire on the fucking floor. Good God. Georgiana's gaze swung back to the Duke in shock at his vulgar language. He had gone paler, she noted, his skin a shade lighter than the ivory stripes on the wallpaper behind him. Still, she was not inclined to feel sympathy for this man. She did not like him. "Perhaps you lost your manners along with all that blood, Your Grace," she smiled, the stretch of her lips feeling pained. Above all, she would not allow him to see how much he affected her, how much his complete disregard for her person, well-being and feelings had hurt her. How much effort it now required not to box his ears. "I never claimed to have them," he gritted, his expression remarkably impassive for a man who appeared on the verge of keeling over in a dead swoon. "Kindly have your behemoth see to my belongings and servants, madam, since it seems he has no notion of what a proper butler does." She winced. Ludlow, for all that he was a darling, also possessed a short temper, not to mention a protective urge as long as the River Thames. He scowled at the Duke. "Who are you to be ordering her Grace about?" "Her bloody husband," Leeds seethed. "Your bloody employer until I find your replacement, which will occur with great bloody haste." "That's an awful lot of bloodies," Georgiana muttered beneath her breath. Her husband's gaze swung to her, and even in his weakened, wounded state, he possessed a commanding air that could not be denied. "I beg your pardon?" Well, what could she do? Although it would serve him right to pass out on the floor, her inner resolve weakened. "Ludlow, please do see to his Grace's servants and trunks. I shall escort him upstairs myself." Ludlow's brows raised, but he did as she asked, for he was loyal. "Come," she addressed her husband, moving toward him to take his arm as she would an invalid. That was how she must think of him if she was to maintain her composure. Above all, she would not think about how well-muscled his arm was beneath his coat, how he radiated heat. Far too much heat. She frowned and laid a hand upon his forehead. "Leeds, you are feverish." "I am not feverish." He shrugged free of her touch and tottered, almost losing his balance in the process. "Nor do I require assistance from you." Georgiana flinched at the vehemence in his tone, the singular resonance of distaste, as if she were beneath him and her touch would somehow adulterate his impeccable ducal aura. She should have kicked out his cane from under him when the inclination had first struck her. Instead, she gripped his arm again. Though he was far taller than she, his form honed with lean, muscled grace. She had the advantage of not being grievously wounded and with fever. He could not escape her. "Listen here, you pig-headed oaf. It is plain that you do require assistance. Furthermore, you are burning up. Your skin is clammy, your eyes are bright, and I would be willing to hazard a guess that your wound is infected. You will accept my help, or I will leave you here to rot in the entryway as you deserve." He stared at her, swaying on his feet, silent. For a moment she thought she had gone too far in her vehemence. But then he sneered. "Having been a farm-dwelling American dowd until your papa came into his railroad inheritance, I fail to see what qualifies you to make the assessments of a physician. Call for my doctor, if you please. I wish him to attend the stitches that did not hold during the course of my journey here." A farm-dwelling American dowd. Oh, how her foot itched. She stared down at the cane for a brief moment, considering. He was such a supercilious churl. How had she ever been awed by his masculine beauty? A pragmatist such as she ought to know better than anyone that a lovely exterior could cloak an untold depth of ugliness awaiting beneath. But then she realized that during the course of their dialogue, the bloodstain marring his trousers had tripled in size. "Dear heavens, Leeds, you are bleeding to beat a butchered hog." Suddenly he pitched forward into her arms. She caught him, staggering back under the force of his weight, but managing to stand firm. Because she was a farm girl, as he had so dismissively accused her of being, and because she knew how to withstand anything. She always had, and she always would. The Duke of Leeds could abandon, insult, and disdain her all he pleased, but he could not take that away from her. Chapter 2. Kit was on fire. Something was grumbling. Something infernally heavy lay atop his chest, pricking his skin with 6 needles or more all at once. Digging in, then retracting, digging in, then retracting in the same torture upon his flesh. Perhaps he had at last found himself in the bowels of hell where he belonged. Murmurings pierced his delirium. The soft tones of a woman, the contrasting deep rumble of a man. He attempted to thrash his head from side to side, to clear the cotton from his brain, to listen in on the conversation. But moving seemed impossible. His head was too bloody heavy. He was too bloody weak. Had he a head? Mayhap that was the obstacle. Yes, he was dead. The wound which he had begun to fear was festering during his passage back to England had claimed him. The bastard who had betrayed him and the bullet from the unseen Fenian menace had done him in with exacting, prolonged punishment, precisely how they would have wanted it. And now he burned with the external flames of his damnation while attempting to eavesdrop on a dialogue betwixt 2 unknown forces. Who was it? The devil versus an angel? The 2 warring factions within him duelling over his immortal soul? Had he a soul? He had ceased to believe it a long time ago. But it would seem he did, for how would the fire engulfing him and the growling, hissing creature inflicting its rigorous torment upon his chest exist if he hadn't one? If he was not now, in fact, in Hades, precisely where he belonged. "We must move her." The semblance of words settled into his awareness. "Hold him still." Soft, feminine, so pretty. We must restrain him. He found the strength to move his face toward that sound, seeking it as he would the sun. but he could not open his eyes. Mellifluous, peaceful, it reminded him of someone. Of her, his green-eyed wife. Her face swept through his mind, pale and lovely, her dark hair emphasizing her beauty. She had not been pleased to see him, just as he had not been happy to see her. Seeing her meant he had lost. He was a failure. He was broken and weak and wounded. Pathetic, really. It was just as well he had stuck his spoon in the wall. He wondered for a mad moment whether or not she would even mourn him in his death. Likely not. Georgiana. He attempted to mutter her name, a name he did not prefer to think or say, for it filled his senses with the unwanted rot of guilt. I am here. That beautiful voice, near his ear, speaking into his mind. Hush, I am here. He fell into that voice, soaked it in, and thought that perhaps he wasn't dead after all. Or, if he was, he had miraculously been spared and lifted to heaven, where an angel was surrounding him in the peaceful glow of her calm. Her voice was so sweet, it made him ache. But then the shivers came, racking his body, and he knew for certain he had descended into hell. Where he had thought he was too weak to move, he was not too weak to convulse in uncontrolled spasms. His teeth chattered. The hisses resumed, so too the growls, along with the pain of what now seemed to have multiplied into 100 tiny knives biting into his sensitized flesh. The low rumble returned. The male voice. You must leave this chamber. Allow someone else to tend. No! Kit tried to form the word, to lift his worthless arms, to grasp for this figment of his imagination. Light swirled before his eyes. He tried prying them open, to see her. His angel? His wife? How were they the same? More hushed conversation. I shall move her, your grace. No, I must be the one. He is a beast, but I do not wish him to die. The light faded. In its place came a deep and abiding darkness. He was so bloody tired, too tired to move or fight, too tired to make the pain stop. He succumbed, letting its cold blankness envelop his mind. One last strain of conversation reached him before he fell into the abyss. Death is an ugly thing, your grace. Georgiana glowered at Ludlow, a man who was her butler, yes, but who had also become her friend in the last few months of London loneliness. She didn't care that it wasn't done, did not care that he was her servant. Ludlow was one of the finest men she had ever met, and she was unabashedly American in her sensibilities, remaining unafraid of befriending anyone worthy of the title, regardless of his or her social class. But on this subject, the subject of her bedridden, feverish husband's presumed demise, she differed with him quite vehemently. He will not die. I have seen death before, and he is taking on the look of it. As usual, Ludlow did not mince words. He will beat this, she insisted in a sibilant vow. I have more experience than you, Duchess. Trust me in this matter, I beg you. Ludlow paused, his expression grave, sympathetic. You will not wish to be present for the end. It is ugly, putrid, grotesque. Go now and have the doctor sent for. I shall attend him in your stead. Georgiana swallowed against a wave of nausea. On the matter of death, she knew instinctively that her butler spoke from deep experience. They had never discussed his life before he had come to work for her, highly recommended, in what she had then and still suspected to this day were forged letters of reference. His scowl had been more pronounced then, his overall effect dark as Beelzebub. Georgiana had taken one look at him and had instantly seen yet another stray worthy of her care. Even if he didn't seem to know much about a butler's duties, and he was far too familiar and outspoken, even if he glared and offered his obstinate opinion at every turn. She had learned over the course of the last few years that friends were a precious commodity wherever and however they could be found, in a world where most people were willing to smile to someone's face with a dagger hidden behind their backs, waiting for the moment to attack. Still, she refused to think that any creature in her care, be it mouse or rotter of a husband, would not survive. Saving things was what made her feel alive, and she would save the fever-racked miscreant in the bed before her if it was the last thing she did. "I am staying, Ludlow, and that is that." She cast an eye back at her husband, whose shuddering chest was adorned with an ungainly white cat who was about to birth her kittens any day, and who did not wish to move from her perch. Efforts by both Georgiana and Ludlow to remove the feline from Leeds's chest had only resulted in growls and hissing and the digging in of claws. "I will remove Lady Philomena Whiskers, and I shall need you to take her wherever you initially suggested." "The morning room," he supplied. "Yes," she frowned. "And see that the doctor is called, but not Dr. Schilling this time, if you please. Send for a Dr. Gage instead." "But, Your Grace, Dr. Gage is an animal doctor." "A veterinarian, yes." She raised a brow, daring Ludlow to gainsay her. She was aware that her request was unusual, but over the last few days since his arrival, Leeds had not been lucid. She had called for his personal doctor as he requested, and none of the physician's actions or orders had provided results. Morphine and a milk diet had not cured her husband, and Leeds seemed to slip further and further away from life each passing moment. "He is also very skilled, as you have seen yourself when he saved Havisham from the injury she sustained after being trampled by a hackney. I trust his judgment." And she did. Havisham was a sweet, gentle spaniel crossbreed that had come to them with horrible injuries that had been left to fester for a week, about to perish. Dr. Gage had cured the infection by draining the wound and cleaning it with an antiseptic solution. Havisham now thrived and had even regained the use of her once crippled hind legs through the veterinarian's repeated treatments and ministrations. Yes, Dr. Gage could heal, and that was one of her motivations. But there was also the troubling realization settling inside her with the weight of a boulder that reminded her she had nothing left to lose. Dr. Schilling's orders had not ridden Leeds of the infection that was slowly claiming his body. Ludlow's warnings were all too real. If they did not do something to improve Leeds's condition, and soon, he would die. The notion left her bereft. She was not meant to feel tender emotion for a man who had thought nothing of abandoning her on the very day of their wedding, but it was not in her to wish him ill. Surely there was a good side to him. Surely someone worthy hid beneath his harsh exterior. Or perhaps that was just fanciful thinking on her part. "I will remove Lady Philomena," Ludlow clipped, opposing her after all. "I will. You have tried unsuccessfully." His lips firmed into a forbidding frown. "I will see to it, Your Grace." She regretted her decision not to remove the recalcitrant, heavily pregnant cat from her chamber, upon first settling her husband there. After he'd lost consciousness, the household had scurried into a flurry of activity, and the cat's extraction had fled from her mind. Having established a comfortable corner of the chamber where Lady P could observe her lying in, Georgiana had been loath to disturb her. But today the feline had, inexplicably, decided to make a nest for herself on the Duke's chest. Subsequent attempts to remove her had proved not only fruitless, but laden with throaty growls and full-bodied hisses. Meanwhile, the Duke slumbered on, at times restless, and at other times deathly still, his breathing shallow, his pallor grey, and his skin covered with a fine sheen of sweat. He was out of his head with fever, and that was the only reason he had called her name earlier. The rasp from his dry throat almost unrecognisable. Certainly he had never called her by her given name before. But he had murmured it with such raw need. Georgiana. She could hear it still. It had pierced her heart. More fool she, for no one knew better the sort of man the Duke of Leeds was. Heartless, ruthless, and bitterly cold. Not necessarily in that order. Had she forgotten arrogant? Yes, there was that too. "Very well," she said on a sigh. "You may remove Lady Philomena. But please make haste in sending for Dr. Gage. I wish him to come as soon as possible to aid the Duke." Ludlow bowed. "Of course, Your Grace. It would be my honour." Odd time for him to find his deference, she noted. "Thank you, Ludlow." Her husband thrashed on the bed then, and Lady Philomena Whiskers gave a plaintive yowl of protest, sinking in her claws deeper. "Bleeding hell," she muttered. But Ludlow was ever a man of action. He descended upon the fluffy, fat white cat with two massive hands. One caught her by the scruff, and the other scooped her up in one deft swipe. He cradled the disgruntled cat against his chest, as if she were formed of delicate crystal. "You see, Your Grace?" Ludlow raised a challenging brow in a most un-butler-like fashion. "Had you allowed me to gather this beast from the beginning, you could have spared yourself a great deal of effort." It never ceased to amaze her how proficient he was with stubborn animals. "Thank you. Dr. Gage, if you please." "As you command, Duchess." He turned on his heel and stalked toward the door, presenting a picture she would have smiled at on any other occasion. Strong, broad, huge, scarred man, carrying a plump white cat against his heart. When Ludlow and his ungainly cargo had gone, Georgiana went to her husband's side. He was still once more, his face unfairly handsome despite the obvious ravages of his illness, in such repose that she held her hand over his lips for a full minute to convince herself he still breathed. He did, thank the Lord. Perhaps the removal of Lady Philomena had given him peace. She hoped so. With another sigh, she plunged a cloth into a bowl of iced water, wringing it of excess before applying it to his fevered brow. She hesitated for a moment and then lowered the bedclothes to inspect the extent of the damage the cat had done upon his person. One of the servants he'd brought from America had helped him into a nightshirt, and she made a note to order the man to change it daily, for it appeared as if it had not been recently refreshed. A careful peeling back of the loose neckline of his garment revealed a scattering of red dots marring his otherwise well-honed chest. She tried not to stare, tried to still the tremble in her hand as she traced over the puncture wounds the cat had left upon him. And then he said it again. Her name. Georgiana. more moan than question or statement, perhaps a groan, as if she tortured him or haunted him, or as if he needed her. Perhaps even all three. Her bare hand splayed over his pectoral muscle. A light dusting of dark chest hair stippled skin that was impossibly firm, burning with fever, marked by an angry cat about to give birth. "Georgiana!" He said it again, louder this time, though his eyes remained closed and he was trapped in the throes of whatever feverish delusions had been claiming him these last few days. In that moment, she vowed that she would see him well again. She would nurse him back to health, chase away his infection however she must. She would once again see him vibrant and handsome and filled with life. Yes, she would fight for him. She took the cloth from his forehead, dipped it back into its bath of ice water, used it to cleanse the tiny wounds on his chest, pressed it back to his brow. She would fight for him so that when he was fully healed, she could look him in the eye, tell him what a rotten, lying scoundrel he was, and demand that he divorce her. Chapter 3. Blackness shrouded him. He was boiling, mouth dry, body trembling. Where was he? Who was he? For a beat, he could not even recall his name. His training emerged in odd ways. He'd been taught to withstand torture, to reveal nothing, to die with a closed mouth and save the lives of his brothers at arms. Facts returned to him, along with a slow burst of consciousness. He was Christopher Anthony Harcourt, Duke of Leeds, agent for the Crown. Double-crossed agent for the Crown. Memories sifted through him, blurring with pain, meshing with nightmares. He felt again the report of the pistol, bullets slamming into his flesh, the agony of it, the rage that had been set up. Sent to an abandoned building in a seedy New York rookery. And now he would never get his answers or his retribution. He was dying, or dead. Nothing about the state he found himself in was right. The weakness, the inability to move his limbs, the confusion numbing his mind. He had forgotten his own damn name. He didn't know where he was, or why, or how. More memories returned. The sweet voice of an angel, the low rumble of the devil, a creature tearing at his chest, the certainty he had descended to hell. Yes, perhaps he was dead after all. Yet somehow the bed embracing his body was soft, its linens fine against his skin. There were beds in hell? Was this heaven after all? Or a brief respite to heighten his torment before he fell once more back into eternal suffering? The cold, when it came, was sudden, jarring him to the bone. His teeth chattered, spasms racking his body as a chill swept over him, chasing away the heat. And then pain seared through his thigh, bringing him from the depths of darkness into a chamber filled with light. He was alive. Christ on the cross. He was alive. And his eyes were open, and someone, some bloody stranger, was cutting into his flesh with a scalpel. An animalistic roar emerged from his lungs, a primal scream. Desperation, agony, and anger mingled into one violent burst. But he was impotent. He could not free himself or escape. Here was the reason he could not move his arms and legs, why he felt weighed down. He had been tied to the fucking bed. "Who the hell are you?" he rasped at the stranger, intent on carving him up like a roast pheasant. The bastard looked up at him, his eyes dark, his expression imperturbable. "I am Dr. Gage." Dr. Gage? He knew no Dr. Goddamn Gage. "Do not touch me!" He tugged at his wrists, but it only served to make the knots holding him tighter. "He will need the chloroform, I'm afraid," the Sawbones announced to someone Kit could not see. "Are you able to assist, Your Grace?" "Of course." There was the soft voice, resonating in his memory. That beautiful alto, that American accent. The silken rustle of skirts alerted him to her presence before she moved into sight. A goddess in a serviceable grey gown. Her startling green gaze burned into his. Her expression was stricken. She was so beautiful. Such a duplicitous bitch. "Madam!" he roared, out of his head, nay, out of his bloody mind with desperation. "Remove these bonds! Where the hell is Dr. Schilling? Do not allow that leech to cut me!" He did not trust anyone, not the stranger he'd been forced to marry to save the duchy from impending financial ruin, not a single bloody soul from the League, and certainly not the man hell-bent upon cutting him apart. What the hell was happening to him? Why could he not stop shaking? Why was he so cold? "Shock," the supposed doctor said. "Make haste." She was at his side then, the angel from his feverish dreams, the wife he had not wanted, and she smelled of the breeze on a summer's day, redolent with rose blossoms and lavender. And the fucking quack had brandished his scalpel once more, and Kit could see the blood, could smell it. His blood, his life source. When he'd been shot, his hands had been covered, soaked and warm and slippery. He had been convinced he would bleed to death that day. But he had been wrong, for he was going to die here, in England, beneath the auspices of his own bloody disobedient wife. "I am so sorry, Leeds." Her face hovered over his, a pensive line of worry bisecting the faultless beauty of her creamy forehead. A cloth came over his nose and mouth. He attempted to hold his breath, to abstain from breathing in the poison that would render him unconscious and incapable of defending himself. But there she was, lovelier than any female had a right to be, possessing the temerity to look concerned. "Breathe, Leeds. You must get through this. Please." He choked out a breath, inhaled. Damn her. Exhaled. Could not resist. The dimming of his senses alerted him to the inescapable fact that he was about to... Damn her, he thought again. He inhaled, returned to the darkness once more. Georgiana's hands shook. Her former life, the one before she had become an heiress with a king's ransom as a dowry, before she had lived on the most exclusive street in New York City, in a house large enough to encompass an entire county, before she had become a duchess, that former life her husband so disparaged had equipped her to withstand the stress and horror of this day. The sight of blood did not make her feel faint, nor did the smell of it. Neither did a sharpened blade cutting through flesh. She had helped to birth calves, had milked cows, had gathered chicken eggs, butchered more than her fair share of roosters. She had walked through pig manure, worked until her hands were roughened and red. But no part of the life she had once led had prepared her for assisting in surgery upon her husband. The crazed gleam in his eyes, the misery and desolation, haunted her. She did not like him, it was true. He had not given her cause to feel even a modicum of tenderness toward him. And yet he had been so very human in that brief moment of lucidity, so desperate, exuding wildness and determination to escape, rather like a caged beast. The swift onset of her emotion had surprised her. Not just pity, but something else, something stronger. Something she didn't want to feel, not for him. She laced her fingers together before her as if in prayer, forcing herself to heed the words of Dr. Gage as he cleansed and repacked his instruments. Her husband was still on the bed before them, his skin ashen. Ludlow's warning returned to her. "You will not wish to be present for the end." Damn Leeds for being deceptive, for getting himself shot, for turning back up in London bleeding and ill, for abandoning her in the first place. "I've applied a bichloride solution as antiseptic to the wound and allowed for drainage," Dr. Gage was informing her, reminding her that despite her roiling emotions, despite the trembling of her hands, despite her resentment toward her husband, that man depended upon her now. The doctor's instruction was paramount. "I will return daily to change the dressing and apply more antiseptic until I can be assured that the infection has been diminished. Fortunately, there is no evidence that septicemia has set in, but the next few days will be the true test. If the Duke's condition deteriorates any further before I return tomorrow, send for me at once. At present, I fear he is too weak to be moved, but should he suffer another setback, it is imperative that he be treated at hospital." She nodded. "Of course, Dr. Gage. Thank you for making this call." "I came for you, Duchess." He paused, glancing up from his task to catch her gaze. "I would remind you that I am a veterinarian and not a physician by trade, and that His Grace would be better served to be seen by someone whose field of study is more suited to the two-legged rather than the four-legged variety of beast." She thought of the white-haired Dr. Schilling, who had likely overseen the well-being of the last two Dukes of Leeds, judging from his age. He had not been incompetent, but his methods had seemed far more progressive in her estimation. And his instruments had not appeared clean, nor had he taken the time to examine and cleanse the Duke's infected wound. Georgiana shivered. "I am more than aware of your area of expertise, Dr. Gage, but, believe me, your practice is a great deal more modern than His Grace's personal physician's in regards to infection. I did not care for his treatment, and when the Duke's condition worsened, I would turn to no one other than you." Dr. Gage finished packing up his instruments, his mouth a grim line that bespoke his prognosis for Leeds better than anything else. "I would expect to hear a report from you in the morning. Whether or not there is a change in the patient, I shall return in the afternoon for the wound redressing." "Of course, thank you." She inhaled, exhaled, attempted to calm herself. "Will he live, Dr. Gage?" The doctor raised a brow, his expression impassive. "There comes a time, Your Grace, when even a man of science must acknowledge he cannot be certain of everything." That was decidedly not the reassurance she had sought. "I see." The doctor's impassive expression softened, sympathy sparkling in the dark depths of his eyes. "Send for me if you need me, Your Grace. For the moment, we have done the very best for your husband that we can do. The next 24 hours ought to be a good indicator." Somehow that did nothing to assuage her worries either. "Thank you, Dr. Gage. Would you be so kind as to examine Lady Philomena before you leave? Ludlow reports she's lost her appetite." "Of course." Dr. Gage took up his satchel and made to leave the chamber. "But fret not on that account at least, Your Grace. A marked decrease in hunger is common in female cats in the days prior to birthing their litters." She watched him leave, the door closing with a funereal quietness at his back, leaving her alone with the Duke. Dread tightened into a lead ball in her stomach. She did not like Dr. Gage's careful selection of words, which made it clear that Leeds could die. The sneering, swearing, arrogant, beautiful man who had arrived at her door, every bit of him a mystery, who had seemed so vital and alive despite his injury, may not live. Ludlow's judgment, coupled with the doctor's cautious air, made her mouth go drier than a New York sidewalk on a sweltering July day. Her eyes sank to her husband's immobile, pale form. The sedative had rendered him calm. He was no longer bound to the bed, but his large, brawny body seemed so strong even in his stillness, his chest hard and broad, his shoulders delineated by a clavicle and hewn ropes of muscle. Frowning, she moved the bedclothes over him, covering his body from her curious gaze. She did not like him, she reminded herself yet again. Would never like him. Of course, she pitied the man, just as she would any stray, injured creature. But unlike a lost dog or a wounded cat, he was no innocent. It was through his own falsehoods that he had earned the wound on his thigh, through his own foolishness in crossing the Atlantic with a festering wound that he now lay at death's door. All of it was his fault. Ruthlessly, she tamped down the unwanted surge of sympathy. She would not feel a modicum of compassion for him, nor concern. All such tender emotions would be better delivered to her ever-growing menagerie of cats, dogs, mice, and the occasional bird. Oh, not to forget the baby squirrel. Little Sir Nutkin had rather been a surprise when she had discovered him in the gardens several days ago, trembling and still, having fallen from his mamma's nest. Of course, she had gathered him up and brought him inside, combing the fleas from him herself. Georgiana took up a cloth soaking in cool lavender water and wrung the excess back into its bowl. She would do her duty to make certain Leeds didn't die. She would extend to him the same caring she offered any broken creature who arrived at her door. But beyond that, she owed him nothing. Gently, Georgiana laid the cloth on his feverish brow. Nothing at all. Chapter 4. Kit woke to sunlight streaming between parted window dressings and the scent of lavender, to find himself lying in a pool of his own sweat, sheets stuck to his skin, a fiery throbbing in his thigh, and a most unexpected sight. His Duchess, slumped in a chair at his bedside, with her head tilted forward so that her chin rested upon her chest, her eyes were closed. The softest rumble of a snore purred from her throat, as if she were a tiny, adorable kitten. He wondered then how long she had been at his bedside, how long he had been unconscious and lost to the world. Something warm slid through his chest at the thought of his wife dutifully at his side, attending him. A part of her must care for him, he thought, if she had spent the night at his sickbed. Then lucidity once more reclaimed his senses, and he recalled that she had given his chamber over to a pack of bloody dogs, and that she had likely spent the night at his side because there were no other available alternatives, save the servants' quarters. As if on cue, the muffled sound of barking reached his ears. Coming from the Duke's apartments. His territory. The barks were distinctive, different, and he counted no less than 4. Good Christ, how many bloody dogs were there? What was it the mad American wench had said upon his arrival? That his chamber had been turned into the main dog chamber. Main chamber, which suggested there was more than one. With a groan caused as much by the recollection as by pain, he shifted on the bed, attempting to find a more comfortable position. Unfortunately for him, there was no comfortable position to be had when one was weak as a babe, with an arse that had been confined in a bed for far too long, and a leg that felt as if it had been filleted by a butcher. Memories returned to him, hazy and indistinct. A dark-eyed, dark-haired man. His wife holding a cloth over his face. The realization he'd been tied to a bed. Damn the woman to perdition. He had requested Dr. Schilling, who had attended his father and grandfather before him, and she had brought him instead a sawbones who had been intent on carving him apart. Carving. Good God! He jerked his head up, hand reaching for his leg, praying he would find it intact. Relief washed over him in palpable waves when his gaze lit upon the unmistakable shape of his entire limb beneath the bedclothes, at the same time as his palm connected with his knee. Not amputated. Thank fuck. A light knock sounded at the door, and he slammed his eyes closed as his wife stirred in her chair. Cowardly of him, perhaps, but he was drained, his body humming with pain, and his mind in no condition to battle wits with the woman. There was also the matter of his training, so ingrained in him that it had become a part of his body, not unlike his flesh and bone. The best time for any spy to glean information, even a failed, wounded, double-crossed spy such as himself, was when his subjects believed they were not being overheard. He kept his breathing steady, mimicking the deep inhalations of slumber, and listened as the door to his chamber opened and heavy masculine footfalls made their way across the carpet to his bedside. "Your Grace, you need rest," came the low rumble of a voice he recognized. The insolent mountain pretending to be his butler. Far too familiar for Kit's liking. When the hell did a domestic trouble himself with the intimate details of his mistress's life? Sleep was a private thing, damn it, and though he had never wished to marry his wife, she was still his. He ought to be the one concerned for her well-being, not some impertinent, scarred cutthroat masquerading as a servant. His wife issued a quiet sigh. "Do not fret over me, Ludlow. I can sleep very well in this chair, but I thank you for your concern. It really is sweet of you, and do not think for a moment that I haven't noticed all you've been doing for Lady Philomena Whiskers. You are a dear heart." Lady Philomena Whiskers. What a bloody ridiculous appellation for a cat. You are a dear heart. An even more bloody ridiculous thing to say to one's butler. What in the hell? Her soft tone, familiar, warm, nettled some primitive part of Kit. He clenched his jaw, and it took every bit of his willpower to remain still and feign unconsciousness. An unwanted realization emerged, coalescing with the memory of rumours that had reached him all the way to New York concerning his Duchess's comportment. carrying on with rakes, attending scandalous parties, running with a wild set. He had not consummated their marriage, but it was possible, even likely, that others had bedded her in his stead. That the bloody butler was fucking his wife. His fingers clenched the bedclothes before he could stop himself from the motion. But he couldn't help it. He was out of his mind, so weak he was almost delirious, his body feeling as if it had been marched over by an entire regiment of infantry, and his Duchess was cooing at the butler as if they were two sweethearts courting. "Respectfully, madam," the butler intoned, "you cannot continue to rest in a chair. I will not allow it. I've instructed the footman to prepare a bed for you in the guest apartment, alongside the dog chamber." The mere mention of the dog chamber had him silently fuming. "But that is where we've been keeping the kittens," his Duchess protested. "I will not have them displaced." "All 15 have been relocated to the library." The butler remained unperturbed. 15? The library? His bloody library? Filled with growling, clawing, furred things? "But someone must attend to the Duke," his Duchess protested next. "Dr. Gage was strict with his orders. We are to watch closely for any signs that the infection has returned." "I will sit with him myself, Your Grace." She was silent for a beat. "He has remained unchanged for 2 days, Ludlow." "His Grace seems improved today, Your Grace." There was an underlying quality to the mountain's voice that gave Kit pause. Had the bastard somehow noticed his weakness-induced lack of control? "Do you think?" she asked, hesitant hope entering her tone. "I have begun to fear that he will not improve, that he will not wake." The unmistakable ruffle of fabric filled the air, and Kit wondered if they were embracing. Part of him wanted to throw open his eyes and see the evidence before him. Part of him, an odd, theretofore undiscovered part of him, could not bear it. "You require rest, Your Grace, if you please," said the interfering, far too familiar butler. "Go now, and try to sleep for a few hours at least. You have my word that I will not move from His Grace's side until you return." "Ludlow, what would I do without you?" Fucking hell. Sickness warred with the rest of his frenzied senses. She was bedding the goddamn butler. He could not be more certain. The urge to retch assaulted him. "I suspect you would carry on as you always have, Your Grace." "I am sure you are wrong, for you are undeniably irreplaceable, Ludlow." Her husky voice had once again taken on a tenderness that irked him. "You will send for me if there is a change?" "Of course, Your Grace." "Very good." More rustling ensued. He hoped like hell that it was the sound of his faithless wife rising from her chair to make her exit, and not the sound of her embracing the butler. To his eternal relief, footsteps and the undeniable swish of a lady's silken skirts filled the air next, followed by a door closing. She had gone to get some rest then, as her lover had requested, which meant he was now alone with the bastard, who had somehow infiltrated his household and made a cuckold of him all at once. He told himself it should not matter if his Duchess had found her pleasures outside the constraints of their marriage. When he'd married her, it had been an act of desperation. He had inherited a dukedom he'd never wanted, that was lousy with debt. His elder brother, Richard, had squandered nearly everything in his quest for fast friends, fast horses, and even faster women. And then one drunken horse race over a light skirt had ended it all in the form of a broken neck. Kit had been left with no family, no funds, and no choice but to marry the latest American heiress to grace the ton with her papa's endless coffers. He'd married her to save his future, but he'd also married her so that he could continue his work for the crown. The League was the only part of his life that had ever been truly his own. It was everything, which was why his abject failure in New York left him bitter, shaken, and aimless. "Her Grace is gone now." The butler's voice was pure ice. Damnation. He remained still, continuing his feigned sleep-breathing. "Do you care to open your eyes and face me, or would you prefer to lie on your back like the bloody, cowardly traitor you are? I have not yet killed an invalid, but I would be more than happy to make you the first." Kit went cold, colder than he had ever been. No one knew he'd been accused of double-crossing the League. No one knew he'd been forced to face the ignominy of being sent back to London, discharged from his duty, excommunicated from the brotherhood that had been his entire life. No one. Except for his superior, the Duke of Carlisle, and the League itself. But the League was a secret division of the Home Office, composed of men who hailed from England's most elite families, with the blood of dukes running through their veins. And the rude oaf who threatened and accused him, in his own home while in his employ, could not possibly be part of the League. He was no duke. He was not even someone Kit had ever seen before. Nothing about him was familiar. He was mistaken, he told himself. Delusional after so many days confined to a sickbed, likely drugged with morphine to keep him sedated. How many had his wife said earlier? 2? Yes, he was sure that was the reason. He had misheard, perhaps imagined it, he thought. Until he felt the cold edge of a blade at his throat. Until he heard the word that would change everything. Leprechaun. He opened his eyes to find the mountain scowling down at him as if he were offal in the streets. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, his voice hoarse from disuse and illness, not giving a damn about the knife pressed against his neck with enough pressure to nick if he shifted even an inch. "The man who's going to kill you if I don't like the answers you're about to give me." The statement was uttered with such unconcerned simplicity that Kit knew his instinct had been correct. This son of a bitch was no butler. But Kit was no ordinary duke, and this was not the first time he'd stared his certain demise in the face. He hadn't blinked then, and nor would he now. "Kill me, then. End this with your fucking knife in my throat. I assure you that my life, such as it is, could not possibly be worse. Perhaps going to my reward would be a boon." "You have a death wish, Your Grace?" The scarred blighter raised a brow, standing there in his fine black coat, looking almost like a gentleman. He didn't bother to respond. His mind spun with ways he could extricate from this untenable situation, before reminding himself that he may not even have a reason to. His lack of purpose, coupled with the wound in his thigh and the infection that had savaged him the past few days, left him somewhat apathetic. "Go to hell." "I dare say I will. One day." The bastard pressed his blade deeper into Kit's throat. "You first." "What do you know of Leprechaun?" he asked. You betrayed him, the mountain growled. On the contrary, Kit countered. He betrayed me, and that is how I wound up with a bullet in my leg. And how did you wind up disgraced and return to London in secret, your grace? His pseudo-butler, who knew far too much, demanded. He gritted his teeth. I was double-crossed. Who the hell are you? The man flashed a smile that made the fiendish scar on his cheek twitch. Ludlow, your butler. Caretaker of all her Grace's creatures. Caretaker of her Grace. The emphasis on the last statement was a deliberate taunt, designed to make him lose his calm, to make him reveal more information than he wished. As an experienced interrogator, he recognized the game. And still he could not quell the righteous sword of fury plunging through him at the words, at the notion of this beast taking care of his wife. Intimately. Never mind that he had left her on the day of their wedding, departing for his secret and highly volatile assignment in New York. She was still his. You are a liar, he countered, preoccupied with inventing a ruse so that he could distract the man before wresting the knife from his grasp. Do me this one small kindness before you end me, won't you, Ludlow? Tell me, are you fucking my wife? The rotter snarled. Tell me about the submarine. The urge to smash his face in rose to the forefront of Kit's mind, along with questions. How the hell did the bastard know so much? The militant faction of Fenians he'd infiltrated in New York City, Irish-Americans determined to gain home rule for Ireland by means of any outrage possible, had begun building a submarine to be used upon a transatlantic vessel. They intended to wear down English resistance through a campaign of bombs and violence against the innocent. Of particular interest to them had been passenger ships, which, when sunk, would lead to the greatest loss of life and suffering. But the submarine's existence was only known by a select group of men, Kit included. He couldn't be certain how the man had gained this information, and though Kit may have been excommunicated by the League, he would never divulge a bloody thing to anyone. He remained true to his oaths, even if the Duke of Carlisle didn't believe him. He sneered. I'll tell you what I owe you. Nothing. You've got quite a set of bollocks for a disgraced traitor who spent the last few days almost on his deathbed. The mountain observed, his tone as grim as his expression. Kit met his assailant's steely gaze. I could say the same for the man who has been accepting my coin, bedding my wife, and currently holds a knife to my throat. Bloody twat. The mountain's lip curled. Have you no will to live? He raised a brow, affecting his best devil-may-care attitude, when in truth he was weary to the bone, drowning in pain, and half out of his mind. If you were going to kill me, you would have done so. Instead, you hoped that threatening me with a show of force would induce me to reveal information to you. Information I will not divulge at any cost. Therefore, it would seem we are at an impasse. But if it would please you to murder the invalid husband of the woman you've been fucking, then I shan't stop you. Do not dare to insult her Grace. The mountain's expression darkened, sharpening into honed angles. His inhuman size, coupled with the blazing anger, was almost enough to make Kit flinch. Her Grace is golden, though I wouldn't expect a toff who can't even stay true to his country to understand a lady who is good and kind and loyal. I did not bed her. She would not have me if I tried." "You tried?" he pressed, moving his hand beneath the bedclothes with agonizing stillness. Here was the distraction, the weakness he had been searching for. The butler who was not a butler was besotted with his duchess. If he could throw the man from his course, he could disarm him. The Mountain's jaw hardened. "I did not try." Kit's hand was nearly within striking distance now. "You wanted to," he persisted. "Who would not want to bed a beautiful woman with the heart of an angel?" Ludlow growled. "She isn't your wife." He paused, his hand sliding into position. "She isn't even your equal. Who the hell are you, anyway?" "I'm the man who is going to end you," his opponent snarled. "I'll do it just for the joy of watching you bleed out after you insulted Her Grace in such an egregious fashion." Summoning the precious little strength he had after being ravaged by illness for the last few days, he struck with the lightning precision that was his hallmark. With his right hand he gripped the man's wrist. With his left he took a swing, gratified when his fist connected with that wide, stubborn jaw. Ludlow reeled back, the grind of bone on bone, coupled with the unholy strength of a man whose life was being threatened, proving his undoing. His eyes rolled back in his head, one swift twist of his wrist, and the bastard's fingers opened, the knife dropped to the bed. The Mountain fell backward. Surprise, force, and the angle had been on Kit's side. Ludlow fell to the floor with a crash that sounded not unlike an actual mountain being dropped upon the chamber. Kit scrambled for the dagger, clenching its cold, hard hilt in his hand before attempting to rise from the bed so that he could further subdue his opponent. A wave of dizziness assailed him, his vision growing dim for a moment before his need to survive outpaced his body's poor condition. Somehow he removed himself from the bed, sinking to the floor, mindful of his wounded leg, the dagger lifted high. His body and mind fused, became a machine of death. He had killed before in defense of himself, and he would do it again now. Kit raised the knife, intending to plunge the blade deep into his unconscious assailant's chest, lest he wake and finish what he had begun. But the chamber door clanged open before he could sink the weapon home, crashing into the wall with such violence that several of the pictures on the wall shifted. And there stood none other than his wife, eyes wide with horror. "Leeds, put down your blade at once!" Chapter 5. Nothing could have prepared Georgiana for the sight that greeted her as she stood on the threshold of her chamber to find her husband, pale and dishevelled, on his knees alongside an unconscious Ludlow with a wicked long dagger raised high. Her agog mind took in the facts in hasty telegraphic fashion. Leeds was awake, alive. Leeds was going to murder the butler. What in heaven's name? And where had he gotten such a weapon? She rushed forward, an animalistic screech emerging from her throat. "Are you mad, Leeds? Delirious? My God, put down the weapon! You cannot harm Ludlow!" He was a lunatic, out of his mind. Perhaps the fever had overcome his brain. There was no other explanation for him to have attacked Ludlow. Why, Ludlow was the gentlest, sweetest man she had ever known. He maintained a hard exterior, but his insides were all soft. He cared for her animals as much as she did. even the mice.
"Get the hell out of here!"
her husband rasped. "No!" She rushed over the space separating them, falling to her knees at Ludlow's side. "I will not leave, and you will not harm him."
"He was trying to kill me, damn it! He is not who you think he is. I doubt his true name is even Ludlow."
She stared at her husband, who looked like a wild man. Gaunt, pale, hair standing on end, his jaw shaded by dark beard. He was deluded, mind-muddled with fever. She had seen it happen before, and she recalled that long-ago moment now, back on the farm with one of the hands. He had possessed enough strength to rip a barn door from its hinges. "You are ill, Leeds," she said calmly, attempting reason as she held out her hand to receive the dagger. "Please, give me the blade." Ludlow moaned, stirring. Her husband's jaw clenched.
"Stay away, Georgiana. The man is dangerous, and there's no telling what he will do to you now that his secret has been revealed."
There was something unsettling about the Duke referring to her by her Christian name for the first time while conscious. Something that made her question whether or not a man deluded with fever could seem so lucid. Something that made her wonder how Leeds, a man freshly woken from his sickbed, a man she had intimately tended the past 2 days, could have produced the knife in his hands. Hadn't she seen Ludlow wield a blade once?
"Georgiana!"
Desperation tinged the Duke's voice.
"Get out of the chamber and call for the police."
Her frantic mind seized on the memory she sought. Yes, Ludlow had used just such a knife to cut the offal from her befouled hem when she'd returned from the particularly grim rescue of a litter of puppies on a downtrodden East End street. She stared at the dagger, and she remembered now how shocked she'd been at the long, sharp blade. The angry-looking point at the end. How odd she'd thought it that a butler would secret such a thing inside his jacket. Icy tendrils of dread blossomed in her stomach. It had been the exact knife the Duke now held in a white-knuckled grasp. Dear God! Ludlow, the one man she had come to trust in London, had attempted to kill her bedridden husband under the pretence of sending her to rest. Her large, strong, menacing-looking butler that she'd fancied was possessed of a warm, giving heart. The same man who looked as if he was about to regain consciousness at any moment. There was no way an injured Leeds, who had spent the last few days battling fever and infection, could defend himself once the angry giant awoke. Georgiana rose to her feet and raced to her wardrobe, throwing it open. She searched with nimble fingers for the prize she so desperately needed.
"What in the hell are you doing, madam?"
demanded her husband from behind her.
"Now isn't the time to gather fripperies. There is a madman afoot, and the authorities must be called."
Of course he would imagine her witless enough to be concerned with rescuing her best chemise when her husband was about to fight to the death with a man who outmatched him in size and health. Not to mention, when he finally awoke, anger. Thank heavens! She found the cold, heavy barrel of the pistol she carried with her on animal-gathering missions in areas where she needed to protect herself, and extracted it from its hiding place. As she spun back to face the alarming tableau awaiting her, Ludlow stirred. She trained the barrel on Leeds. "Get away from him!" Her husband's light blue eyes narrowed.
"You would sooner believe the innocence of the man who held a blade to my throat than your own husband?"
Georgiana didn't bother to argue that none of his actions as her husband had inspired any tender feelings of loyalty toward him. He is larger than you, and you are weak. I am looking after your best interests, Duke." He stared at her, cagey as the spy she suspected him of being, before his sense of self-preservation apparently won his inner battle. "As you wish, madam," his tone mocked. She ignored the jab, watching as he struggled to leverage himself onto the bed once more. His grunts of pain sent unwanted pricks of sympathy into her heart. But any such emotion dispersed when her butler regained consciousness with a roar not unlike a battle cry, scrambling to gather his large body into a position of attack. "Do not move, Ludlow," she ordered, pleased that her voice contained nary a hint of a tremble. Her mouth was dry, terror and confusion and weariness clawing through her in concert. The peaceful existence she'd crafted for herself in her husband's absence had been viciously upended in the last few days, and she didn't know who to trust or what to do next. Her butler's head snapped around. When he saw her, the hard angles of his expression softened. "Your Grace," he acknowledged with solemn reverence. "You were meant to get some rest." To his credit, he obeyed her directive and did not attempt to scramble to his feet, but there remained the matter of his attempting to murder Leeds. She raised a brow now, delivering him a withering look of scorn. "Just as you were meant to be looking after the well-being of his Grace? Instead, I'm given to understand that you held a blade to his neck and threatened his life." Ludlow rubbed a hand over his purpling jaw. "Ay, I wouldn't have dirtied my blade with the likes of him." "I didn't give you the chance, you arrogant prick," growled Leeds, looking as if he wanted to lunge toward the butler once more. She kept the pistol trained in the direction of both fuming men. "Stubble it, Leeds." "Do you think I'm not capable of ending some turncoat bastard who's been on his sickbed for 2 days? Ludlow shot in the Duke's direction. "You toffs are all alike. Think no one aside from yourselves is capable of anything." "Ludlow," she warned, feeling suddenly as if she were chastising a pair of recalcitrant students in the schoolroom, rather than a peer of the realm and a fully grown man. Ludlow sent a contrite glance in her direction. "Your Grace, forgive me. You should not be subjected to nonsense such as this. Your husband's actions nearly cost a very close friend of mine his life. I wished to know why." That sounded more like the Ludlow she had come to know, a man she had trusted with the tiniest creatures and her own protection both. A man she had grown to like, even admire. A man she wholeheartedly did not wish to believe a cold-hearted killer. "Explain yourself, if you please." "You need no explanations from this unscrupulous, mendacious cur," Leeds intoned then. "There can be no explanations for murder. If I'd wanted you dead, that bed would be soaked in your blood, and you'd have long since stuck your spoon in the wall." Ludlow tossed back, his voice sounding almost bored. He returned his attention to Georgiana. "Regretfully, I cannot reveal the full extent of the situation to you, Your Grace, as I have sworn an oath of loyalty and silence. But suffice it to say that your husband's stupidity in New York led not only to that wound in his thigh, but also to the grievous wounding of a man who is like a brother to me." "Leprechaun was not there that day," Leeds said before she could speak. "Of course he was," snapped Ludlow. "You were told he would be there, and so he was. And what was his reward for trusting you? A bullet to the temple. Thank the Lord it only grazed him, and the abundance of blood led the brigands to believe they'd murdered him. I was specifically told he would not be present." The Duke's mouth settled into a grim, harsh line. His eyes were cold, brilliant specks that seemed to burn with intensity. Georgiana watched the odd exchange unfold with a mix of confusion and caution. It was as if the two men were speaking in another language, when they were both speaking the Queen's English, and with a pronounced fluency too. Was it her imagination, or had Ludlow's accents become even crisper in his outrage? Perhaps they were both elbows deep in the mysterious waters of espionage. She thought back upon the suspicious letters she'd found tucked into a book in her husband's library after his hasty departure, all of which had led her to believe that Leeds had been heading to a secret assignment in America instead of the hunting expedition he had claimed. Her suspicions had been confirmed by her dear friend Daisy, whose own husband, the Duke of Trent, had been involved in a secret branch of the Home Office concerned with the Fenians and national protection, though Trent no longer lived a life dedicated to his cause. "You're both spies working for the Home Office," she declared suddenly, certain she was right. "I dare either of you to lie to my face and tell me I am wrong." Good God. Kit stared at his wife, the ethereal beauty who had allowed his townhome to run rampant with dogs and cats and a murderous butler. Either she was mad, or she was clairvoyant, or she was blessed with an alarmingly keen talent for observation. For there was no way she would have known. No way she would have possessed even an inkling of the truth about him. Of course he could not tell her the truth, which, even now, as he stood there, a shell of his former self, excommunicated from the League, he would never do. But that she would mistake the hulking criminal she'd allowed into his bloody home for a League member, it rankled. It damn well rankled. He pinned her with a cool glare, even as a wave of weariness assailed him. Now was not the time to falter or allow his enemy to gain the upper hand. "Madam, perhaps it is you who is delirious, for I am no more a spy than this vermin you've allowed to masquerade as a butler is." "Vermin, is it?" the bastard growled back at him, attempting to rise. "Do not move, Ludlow." The Duchess's tone was sharp, commanding. She had courage. He would give the wench that much, in addition to her looks. But it was the foolish brand of courage, the sort that made a lady with a trembling hand train a pistol on two dangerous men with the capacity to disarm her with ease. Besides, London was rife with beauties. Loveliness was hardly original. Aside from that, she had a penchant for gazing upon him as he expected she might look at a pile of dog excrement she'd accidentally stepped in. And she was the reason he'd been nearly butchered on his sickbed. All evidence of her waterfall of failings. "Your Grace, allow me to explain." The Mountain spoke up into the silence, his voice cajoling. Far too familiar for Kit's liking. "Do not dare to speak to her," he growled, despite the fact that he grew weaker by the moment, and that the sudden, inhuman burst of strength that had enabled him to take the blighter by surprise and knock him out had dissipated like candle smoke in the wind. The Mountain looked over his shoulder at Kit, lip curling with disgust. The scar on his face seemed to twitch. "And just who are you to speak to her Grace? The cad who abandoned her? The coward who betrayed his country? I should have killed you just for being such a bloody poor husband." Kit longed to surge forward, bury his fist in the bastard's face once more, but the strength was not in him. His thigh felt as if it had been struck with a fiery blade, and his legs were shaky as a newborn foal's. Beads of perspiration budded on his brow, trickling down the back of his neck. He felt as if he could pass out or cast up his accounts at any moment. "If you could have killed me, I would be dead, you fucking animal," he countered, scorn dripping from his voice, for it was the only weapon he had remaining to wield. A roar sounded from the throat of his opponent. "Enough, or I shall shoot the both of you," threatened his wife, and damn him if she didn't sound even a bit cowed by the melee unfolding before her. The only sign that she was at all unnerved was the distinct tell of her shaking hand. "Now I will ask again, and I expect to hear some answers this time. What manner of covert operations are the two of you involved in? Do not bother with prevarication, for I know a lie when I hear it." "Your husband is a failed spy," volunteered Ludlow, if that was even indeed the scoundrel's name. "He betrayed his source and got himself wounded for his efforts. The source was ambushed and nearly killed." Perhaps it was the near-delirious state of weakness he was in. Perhaps it was stupidity. He could not be certain. But for some reason, those words struck a chord within him. Ambushed and nearly killed. He'd thought Leprechaun had been the one to betray him. He pierced Ludlow with an icy glare. "Who the hell are you? And from where does your information derive?" A knock sounded at the chamber door, hesitant at first, and then with greater force. His seemingly unflappable Duchess gave a start, but she never removed her gaze or the barrel of her pistol from Kit and Ludlow. "Yes?" "Begging your pardon, your Grace," came a sheepish male voice from the other side of the portal. "Do go on. What is amiss?" she called in an unnaturally bright voice, as if she were attempting to disguise her current unease. She was so formal, so pleasant and dulcet of tone, that unless Kit was a party to the ruckus before him, he would have sworn she was doing nothing more taxing than reading a book or plying needlepoint. "I know you do not wish to be disturbed, but His Grace, the Duke of Carlisle, is below. He is demanding an audience with the Duke, and he is not willing to leave until his request is granted." The lad sounded terribly young, attempting to perform his job properly, and yet not insult an august guest. "The Duke of Carlisle." The Duchess looked from Kit to Ludlow, then back to Kit. "I have not been introduced to him, though I am aware of his reputation. Is he known to either of you?" Kit and the Mountain responded as one. "Yes." Their glares clashed. Bloody sodding hell. What the devil was going on here? He ripped his gaze back to his Duchess, who appeared oddly composed and exquisite for a lady who had spent the evening in a chair and even now held a pistol trained upon two men who were easily twice and thrice her size. His wife raised a brow. "Send him up, if you please," she called. Chapter 6. The Duke of Carlisle swept into the chamber, dismissing the hovering footman and cracking the door shut at his back with a commanding air that Georgiana imagined was more often projected by generals on the fields of war. He was a hard, forbidding man, and somehow quite different than she had expected, given the stories about his reputation, or lack thereof. His obsidian eyes were as dark as his hair, and he was tall, broad, and arresting. Although dressed as smartly as any gentleman in a superbly tailored suit of black complemented by a grey waistcoat, he possessed an inherent aura of danger. Of calamity as his hawk-like glare took in the vignette, of distrust as his eyes dropped to the pistol she held clutched in her hand. Georgiana's eyes narrowed on him. The feeling was mutual. She had never crossed paths with the Duke of Carlisle, though she had heard of him. He was a sybarite who hosted indecent hedonistic parties that were only whispered about in polite society. What business had he with her husband, or with Ludlow for that matter? And what, if anything, had it to do with her husband's mysterious business in America?
"Good God, madam," he snapped. "Do put down the weapon before you injure yourself."
How condescending. How expected. She trained the pistol on him, stopping him in his hasty strides across the chamber. Forgive me for being an insipid female, but unless I am mistaken, the only person in danger is the one on the business end of the barrel. That would be you, Your Grace.
"Do not shoot him, for Christ's sake, Georgiana," ordered her husband, his voice taking on a thinner, reedier quality. It would seem his rush of strength had been sapped by his tumble with Ludlow. She glanced back at Leeds, instinctively, and even though he had spoken in harsh command, she could not deny that some foolish part of her enjoyed the sound of her name rolling on his proper English tongue. Before she could linger on that thought, the Duke of Carlisle's hand caught her wrist, and his other hand smoothly removed the pistol from her grasp. She turned back to the interloper who had disarmed her with such quiet, quick ease, and she knew at once that he was not at all what he wished the world to believe him to be. That commanding air she noted, the slick manner in which he had taken her weapon from her, bespoke a man who was familiar with far more than tawdry fete and excess. "Who are you?" she asked him. A slight smile flitted over his lips as he tucked her pistol into his jacket. "The man who relieved you of your weapon before you did something foolish."
"An arrogant jackanapes," she translated, unimpressed. She was tired, worn to the bone after having been bombarded by a husband who had suddenly returned only to nearly expire from infection, a butler who was not at all what he had seemed, and only the Lord knew how many secrets. Not to mention the hours she had spent without sleep, catching no more than a hasty nap in the blasted uncomfortable chair at the Duke's bedside. Carlyle's dark gaze pierced her like a sword.
"There is no need for insults, Your Grace. Now, why don't you retire downstairs and amuse yourself in some other manner, while I—"
"No," she interrupted, not bothering for him to finish the sentence he uttered in the same tone she would have expected him to use upon a child. "I will not leave. This is my home, and those two sapskulls—" she paused to wave a hand in a most undignified and unduchessly fashion in the direction of Leeds and Ludlow, "are my concern. Whatever business you have with them, you also have with me. I will not leave."
"You may go, Georgiana,"
her husband said.
"Take your exit in good conscience, Your Grace,"
Ludlow added.
"Someone must check on Lady Philomena Whiskers. The litter will drop at any moment now, and I know you would not wish her to be alone in her time of need."
Her heart clenched at the thought of poor Lady going into labour without her there. But there was no help for it. Something dastardly was afoot in her own home, and she meant to unravel the truth. "Ludlow, I assure you that all such attempts on your part to manipulate me into leaving will not succeed. I will stay."
"As your husband, I demand that you go," ordered Leeds, sounding indignant that she had ignored his previous attempt altogether in favour of responding to Ludlow.
She glared at him as well.
Are you my husband? I confess, I am rather confused on that matter, since we have spent far more time apart during our marriage than we have ever spent together. Leeds's lips tightened. He was ashen, and he looked as if he must be in a great deal of pain and discomfort. But she ruthlessly tamped down any pity she felt for him by reminding herself that he had lied to her, abandoned her, that he was cold and aloof, and that even now, when she had spent the last few days intimately tending him on his sick-bed, he would dismiss her as if she were a mere chambermaid. "Wife," he bit out, "you will remove yourself from this chamber at once." Nothing he could have said could have convinced her to plant roots and stay more. The devil! If only she was still in possession of her pistol. "While I admire your pluck, Your Grace, I am afraid that I must insist," the Duke of Carlisle intoned. Did he truly imagine that she would leave because he demanded it of her? She wasn't about to go anywhere. Not with two miscreants she could no longer trust, about to spill each other's blood. In Ludlow's case, that was, for she had never trusted Leeds one whit. And when she had just gone to such trouble to nurse the Duke back to health, too. She graced Carlisle with a slow smile, the one she reserved for wheedling herself out of untenable situations. She was aware that she was capable of charming the opposite sex, and that this particular smile did not often fail to have an effect. "Duke, I must insist equally upon remaining. You are not known to me, and my husband is ill, and my butler is indisposed. Your appearance is most inopportune, as was your refusal to leave, followed by your subsequent demand that I vacate the very chamber where I have been tending to my husband's every need these last few days." Yes, she thought to herself, that would do nicely. Let Carlisle see she was no meek miss who would cower before him or gleefully trot off to do his bidding. She was feeling quite pleased with the situation, certain the man could not argue her sound logic. So certain that it took her off guard when the Duke of Carlisle stalked toward her. She caught a glimpse of a rigid, clenched jaw for a moment before he bent and scooped her over his shoulder as if she weighed no more than a sack of feathers. Her world turned upside down. The breath fled her lungs as his hard, wide shoulder connected with her midriff. A strangled sound emerged from her. The blood rushed to her cheeks, heating them. For a beat, she could do nothing more effectual than stare as the Duke of Carlisle spun on his heel and carted her from the chamber. The nerve of the man! It only took her about 2 of his methodical steps, the carpet dancing below her, before she came to, hammering her fists into his back. "Put me down, you barbarian!" "Carlisle," Leeds called faintly. "I realize she's sorely trying, but there's no need to haul her about. There is every need." Carlisle's voice was a grim rumble. "There most assuredly is not." She hit him with greater force, but the man was as rigid as a boulder. Her blows did nothing to deter him as he stalked from the chamber. "Madam, you are doing yourself a disservice. If you continue to carry on, I cannot be held responsible for the consequences," he warned. How dare he? And wasn't this just like Leeds, to return home at last after all the months she had spent hoping he would come back to her, wounded and in need of aid, turning her lovable butler into a lunatic, and bringing rude, arrogant dukes into their midst? Of course it was. If she had ever needed a reminder that her husband was a sorry varlet, here it was, in the shape of the cold, angry stranger moving her about as if she were a chess piece.
She thumped on Carlyle's back. "You would dare to threaten me after accosting me in my own home? Truly? I should call for the police and have you hauled off to jail." He laughed, the sound dark and mirthless. "No one would dare haul me away, Your Grace. Now do be sensible and remain where you are placed." He deposited her on her feet in the hall with a gentleness she would not have expected. With a perfunctory bow, he was gone, disappearing into the chamber as she gaped after him. Belatedly she rushed forward, but the miserable cur had slammed the chamber door behind him and thrown home the lock. She was stranded, locked out of whatever was about to happen inside her own chamber. Curse the men within, one of whom she had admired up until this evening. Ludlow, the traitor, pretending to be something he was not. Had it all been an act, even the tender care he had shown the animals? Georgiana hoped not. She knocked on the door, tried the knob, though she knew her efforts were futile. She had been outmanoeuvred by the Duke of Carlisle, for the moment at least, because she was nothing if not determined, and as she stood in the hall, soundly thwarted, a new tactic emerged. A triumphant smile blossomed on her lips. Of course. Why had she not thought of Alice sooner? It was the perfect solution. Her next battle formation decided, she turned away from her chamber door in search of one intimidating, exceedingly territorial mastiff. "Remain where you are placed," she grumbled to herself. The sheer gall. No one could tell Georgiana to remain where she was placed, as though she were an inanimate object carefully arranged on a table. The Duke of Carlisle was going to face a reckoning for his treatment of her. Of that much she was certain. And who better to deliver said reckoning than Georgiana? With a little assistance from her friends, of course. Fucking hell! Kit slumped back in Georgiana's bed, drained and as tired as if he'd been on a 10-day march through the bloody desert. His leg throbbed. He was not yet certain he had fought off the infection that had laid him low. Indeed, he was not yet certain if he would ever regain the full use of his limb, if he would ever walk again unassisted by a cane or a limp. The bastard who had attempted to kill him was a scant foot away. His superior officer, former superior officer, thanks to his disgrace, had manhandled his wife, damn it. And he was helpless to do anything about the maelstrom unfolding around him. He could not defend his Duchess physically, could not even muster the strength to rise again from his bed. If that hulking giant cutthroat of a butler wished to do him in now, he would have an easy go of it, for Kit had expended any energy his body had once possessed in his initial defence. Now, things were going to the dogs. He was going to the dogs. Strike that. He already had. But he was determined to clear his name and reputation if nothing else. He would prove his innocence if he died trying. Carlyle slammed back into the chamber sans the Duchess, locking the door behind him. Here was the accounting. Kit braced himself. He had thought, after the excommunication, that he would never again speak to his superior in any capacity other than civilian. Perhaps in passing at a ball or the opera. Certainly not here, when he was weak and wounded, with the man who wished to end him as audience. A man who had claimed to know the Duke of Carlisle as well. Kit scowled. No part of what had befallen him in the last fortnight made sense. Not the setup, not the wounding,
Not his subsequent ignominious return home at the behest of the League, not Carlyle's sudden appearance, and especially not the attempt on his life made by the butler, who was not a butler, but who was undeniably in love with Kit's own bloody wife. A wife he had not wanted, a wife he did not want. Hell, Kit should not care if she had fucked the not butler, the assassin, His jumbled, illness-blurred mind halted at the notion, instincts kicking in, and he was certain he had hit upon something. Assassin? It all made sense. He challenged Carlyle with a piercing stare, more than aware that he was at the mercy of the other two men in the chamber. He would defend himself to the death, but there was only so much one injured, weakened man could do against a healthy Mountain and the blackest-hearted bastard he'd ever met. "You've sent an assassin after me now, Carlyle," he demanded. "Tell me, did you require him to fuck my wife as well, or did he commit that sin of his own volition?" The Mountain turned toward him with a growl, and Kit braced himself for the inevitable attack. He wasn't even sure if he cared any longer. Everything he had worked for, everything that mattered to him, had been robbed from him the day he'd been shot. "How dare you speak of her Grace in such a crude fashion?" the not butler demanded. "I should kill you for that offence alone." "Sheathe your sword, Ludlow." Carlyle's directive dripped with icy command. "You cannot kill the man you're sworn to protect." Protect? Kit would have laughed had he the energy. As it was, he could scarcely manage to move his mouth to form coherent words. "Are you having a lark, Carlyle? Or is this a devious new form of torture you've invented specifically for would-be traitors within your own ranks?" "Stuck birds don't sing," the butler muttered. "I was never going to kill you. I wanted information, and you aren't exactly the charitable sort, are you?" Kit summoned the strength to point a finger in the Mountain's direction, meeting Carlyle's gaze all the while. "This bastard held a knife to my throat not an hour ago. You cannot convince me he was tasked with guarding me when he has been here in London playing the swain to my bloody wife, while I have been in New York risking my life for Crown and Country." Ordinarily, Carlyle's face was as expressive as a mask, but his brows snapped together into an uncharacteristic frown. "Damn it, Ludlow, I warned you." The not butler appeared unconcerned by Carlyle's dark displeasure. He was either brave or stupid. Kit couldn't be sure which. He had witnessed the Duke of Carlisle remove a man's thumbnail with the sort of cool detachment one might have expected over a game of 21. The Mountain shrugged. "I didn't even nick him. I wouldn't have minded making him bleed a little, but an oath is an oath." "Carlyle!" Kit bit out, feeling tired, nauseated, drained, and irritable as hell. "If you aren't here to torture me, what is the meaning of this? As you can see, I am unwell." Carlyle nodded, stalking nearer. "You took a bullet to the thigh, I understand." He made the statement with the same dispassionate air he always cultivated. The Duke of Carlisle could be speaking of assassination, bombs, torture, or gunshot wounds, but his tone and manner would have remained the same as if he were speaking of the price of wheat or the weather. He was equally at home at one of his licentious house parties or torturing an anarchist. "Yes," Kit drawled on a grimace as a sharp twinge of pain radiated from his wound. "You are aware of the particulars. I was immediately dismissed from my position and ordered to return to London."
Carlyle raised a brow.
"The Home Office has a weaker disposition than I. They also have a habit of making decisions with far too much haste, not to mention overstepping their bounds. The League is mine. I dictate who stays and who goes."
The not butler made a vicious sound of outrage deep in his barbaric throat.
"You cannot mean to reinstate him?"
Though a spark of hope flared to life, Kit's patience waned.
"Before this dialogue continues, perhaps you could enlighten me, Carlyle. Who the hell is this homicidal behemoth?"
Carlyle flashed a rare smile, showing a row of even white teeth.
"He is my brother."
The barbarian in question grunted.
"Half-brother."
"Just so," Carlyle agreed, his tone smooth.
"My brother.
He is also the man who has been tasked with protecting your Duchess and, with your return, you as well." Kit's lip curled. He hadn't realized Carlyle had a brother, and given that the bastard was masquerading as a butler, the only rational assumption to make was that this brother had been born on the wrong side of the blanket. No second son of a duke would ever be able to ape a butler without detection. Even so, he remained unamused and unimpressed.
He seems to have mistaken protecting her with bedding her. And why the hell would she need protection?
Carlyle's lips compressed.
"My sources suggested the necessity."
Ambiguity was one of Carlyle's fortes. Kit had never dared gainsay his superior officer before, but he was no longer his superior, and Kit was no longer a member of the League. The Home Office had made that abundantly clear. Unless Carlyle intended to reinstate him, as he'd implied.
Christ. Kit needed a drink, or some morphine, or some uninterrupted slumber. Mayhap a pistol to the temple for a final solution. He stared at the Duke. "Your sources suggested the necessity. For the fucking or the protection?" "You lout!" the mountain snarled, lunging toward Kit. "That is bloody well enough insulting of Her Grace."
But Carlyle stopped his forward momentum with a staying hand to his shoulder. Carlyle himself was a large man, and now that Kit saw the two of them side by side, he could see the resemblance. Except for the scar. He wondered for a brief moment how the bastard had gotten his face carved up. An angry husband?
"Damn it, Clay, control your temper. Leeds, I am choosing to attribute your surly disposition and unfounded accusations to the fact that you are a man on your sickbed."
Carlyle's voice was cold as Wenham Lake ice.
"You look like shite, and if what my brother has told me is any indication, you can thank your Maker that you are somehow still here."
But Kit was tired to his bones, body ravaged by pain. He feared that he had once again torn open his stitches in his attempt to defend himself from the murderous not butler, who also happened to be Carlyle's bastard half-brother. Something hot and wet trickled down his thigh, and his mind reeled. His eyes did not want to remain open. His mouth seemed to have turned to porridge for all that it refused to cooperate and form a proper vowel without the strictest attention to detail on his part.
"Go to hell!" Kit swore when he could at last make his lips and tongue create the words. "The bloody both of you!" "Oh, Christ! Is he bleeding?"
Kit's eyes sank closed, and he couldn't seem to open them. He was not even certain who had asked the question. Carlyle? The not-butler half-brother? He wasn't sure he cared. Darkness beckoned him. The abyss called for him. Yes, he could sink into that blackness, lose himself, forget. This was what he needed. Rest. We fear your identity has been compromised. Leeds? An attempt against your Duchess. Fuck, that is a great deal of blood. Ring for the doctor at once. Jesus, what is that cacophony? The sound of a dog barking. A large dog. His Duchess's voice clear and shrill. Gentlemen, I demand entrance. More barking, more oaths, more blood. He could feel it leaving him now, some unseen force slamming into his wound, and it hurt like hell. But he was so far gone that he couldn't even defend himself. He tried to speak, tried to open his eyes. It was a losing battle, and so he surrendered to the darkness. Chapter 7. In that fleeting moment between opening her eyes and shaking off the last vestiges of slumber, the sensation of being observed pricked Georgiana's consciousness. Golden light pierced her lids. It was early morning. The familiar, quiet shuffling of servants beginning their days reached her ears, and nothing seemed amiss, except that she could feel it, like the ghost of a touch on her skin. Someone was watching her. There could only be one someone. Her back ached from another night spent in a chair at the Duke's bedside. With a groan, she opened her eyes. A bright blue stare burned into her. He had survived the blood loss and the subsequent round of stitching by Dr. Gage. Thank you, God. The rogue prayer fled from her before she could even question its origin or attempt to subdue it. She had no intention of being thankful for his survival. Ludlow's cryptic words returned to her, sending a shiver down her spine. Your husband is a failed spy. He betrayed his source and got himself wounded for his efforts. Was it possible that Leeds was capable of such treachery? He did not look like a traitor to her, she thought now. He was not as pale as he had been the day before, though he was still gaunt, his cheeks and strong jaw heavily whiskered. She stared at him, unable to speak or move, mesmerized, and not for the first time in their brief and agonizing acquaintance, by his sheer beauty. Even rumpled and ragged, bearded and weak, he took her breath. But perhaps that was a combination of his broad, bare chest, which seemed to steal her attention with an equal pull. She had bathed him last evening while he had once more been subdued by morphine, and had eschewed his dressing gown in favour of not attempting to move his large frame on her own. On previous occasions, Ludlow had assisted her, but, well, Ludlow was decidedly out of her favour given his deceptions. Even if they had been perpetrated in the name of her defence. That was supposing, of course, that Ludlow and the Duke of Carlisle were to be believed. She was not certain she ought to accept a word either man said as truth. She frowned at Leeds's chest. Who knew the male form could be so enticing, and particularly when it was accompanied by such a dreadful personality? Why are you here? The low demand, issued in a gravelly voice, sharp with accusation, startled her. Evidence of said dreadful personality, numéro 1. She sat up straighter, hand going instinctively to her lower back, kneading the knots from it. "I beg your pardon?" Neither his tone nor his countenance softened. "Why are you in my chamber?" Georgiana blinked, dragging her gaze from his admirable chest back to his wintry blue gaze. "This is my chamber, Leeds." "As I recall, you are housing mongrels in my chamber, and since I am the Duke of Leeds and Leeds House is my home, and you have attempted to all but burn it to the ground in my absence, I am commandeering the Duchess's suite for my own." He paused, his eyes raking her form. "In which case, you are trespassing where you are not wanted, madam." His words stung more than they should, and she hated herself for the weakness that allowed the Duke of Leeds to foray past her defences with such inveterate ease. This man had always had an ability to affect her, regardless of how desperately she attempted to remain aloof. Most irritating of all was the source, not his undeniable physical lure, but the fact that some part of her foolish, naive heart still wanted him to like her, to look at her with something more than flinty determination and icy condescension. For him to gaze upon her as if she were a person worthy of his presence and time, rather than a disgusting nuisance to which he'd been subjected. Her immense dowry of £300,000 had been the necessity. There had been little courting, and her father had been only too happy to relieve himself of the burden of his only child. She may have been eccentric, but she was also pragmatic. She had been sold by one man who did not want her to another man who also did not want her. An even exchange, with only her heart and her pride and her happiness being the forfeit. Only everything. But she would not be bitter. No, her animals gave her a sense of purpose. She had a roof over her head, a lovely home in which to live, fancy dresses, not that she required them, and a means of aiding as many of London's forgotten creatures as she could. "Madam?" His exacting voice cut through her introspection once more. Her eyes narrowed on him, and she wished in that moment that his outward appearance matched his insides. For inside he was dark and ugly and vile. "I have been tending to you, you ungrateful jackanapes, and you cannot commandeer my chamber. I gave it to you, freely, because you were injured and very much in need of a bed, whilst I have mopped your brow, bathed you, spooned broth down your throat, changed your linens myself." "You have acted in the capacity of a servant." His lip curled. "I did not require it of you, madam. Anyone else would have served just as well, if not better." Anyone else? Oh, no, he had not. She stood, ignoring the protest of her stiff muscles, poking an irate finger into the air and not giving a damn if it was unrefined, if she was unrefined. She was an American duchess, abandoned and unwanted, but she still had a heart, unlike the man before her. "See here, Leeds." She towered over him, relishing the moment, because it was the only time she would ever be able to do so. He was tall, drat his eyes. "I am not interchangeable with anyone else. I am your wife. When you arrived here bleeding and weak from fever, I tended to you. I called a physician I trusted because yours was a relic with dirty instruments who wanted to feed you a milk diet and go home to his brandy. I tended you because even though I do not like you, I didn't wish you to die. I have slept in this chair for 5 nights.
I have prayed for you."
"You ought not to have wasted your time or your breath."
Bitterness tainted his tone. She flinched. His indifference temporarily robbed her of her momentum, but she regained it and sailed on, leaning over him so that he could not look anywhere else, so that she and her outrage were all he saw. "How dare you feel sorry for yourself? Look at you, a duke from one of England's most venerated families. Look at the opulence around you. Look at me. You have never even uttered a single kind word in my direction, and yet I have treated you with the respect and care any injured creature in this world would deserve." He raised a brow, his expression a study in arrogance, and she wished she knew how he managed it. How could a man be so beautiful, so debonair, so awful, all while on his sickbed? It defied logic, defied reason.
"Perhaps you have confused me with one of your mongrels, Duchess."
He paused, his gaze seeking and intense.
"I am not a creature. I am the Duke of Leeds."
"I am aware of who you are," she gritted. "Or rather, who you claim to be. Between you and Ludlow and the Duke of Carlisle, I cannot fathom what is truth and what is lies spun to protect your deceptions."
"You do have an imagination, Your Grace."
His lips thinned, evidencing his displeasure.
"Seat yourself, if you please. Your discomposure is most unbecoming, and I cannot have you looming over me like some sort of bloody spectre. Half of me is wondering when you will attempt to skewer me with a blade."
"Most unbecoming. Skewer me with a blade." She stared. The Duke of Leeds was a proliferation of insults, mockery, and snide snobbery. How could she ever survive a marriage to such a man until she could procure a divorce? His injury had not rendered her any less determined to free herself of their untenable union, after all. She had managed to scrabble through the dirt and thickets on hand and knee, had sat by his side, nursed him, cared for him, had only looked after his best interests. And he woke, angry and haughty and cold. He woke with threats and demands and dismissals on his perfectly formed lips. 5 nights in a chair, days of worry, of hope, of attempting to give him the best care she could garner, of doing everything she could to ensure that he would survive. And did she receive his thanks? A kind word? A sentence of praise? Even a smile? No. Instead, he gave her his disdain. Instead, he mocked and inspected her with that insufferably blue gaze that seemed to see far too much. She did not seat herself as he had demanded. Instead, she said the first sentence that rose to her mind. "You, sir, are a miserable cur."
"Answer me this, madam."
His deep voice dropped an octave, resonating with an emotion she could not define.
"For how long has the bloody butler been warming your bed? Was it the day I left? A senate later? Do tell."
Georgiana gawped at Leeds, certain he had gone mad. Was he with fever once more? Before she could think better of it, she leaned over him and pressed her hand to his forehead. His skin was warm, but naturally so. Not hot or sweaty or clammy, which meant he was not with fever. The infection had not returned. What, then, was his excuse for such lunacy?
"I do not have a fever,"
he growled, his gaze burning with a profundity she found most distressing. He jerked his head from her touch, as though she had burned him.
"Well, have you nothing to say for yourself?"
She imagined herself upending the basin of lavender water she'd used to bathe his brow all over his maddening head, but she tamped down the instinct with extra care. "I will not dignify your accusation with a response." "You will answer me," he bit out. "I understand that our union has been uncommon, but I will not be made a cuckold by a man in my employ, and especially not by that barbarian. Lord knows, I never would have married you in the first place had it not been a necessity." How good of him to remind her. She pursed her lips, considering how to respond. A discomforting emotion stabbing her. Sadness? Disappointment? Hurt? She couldn't be certain. She had expected nothing from Leeds, had not even anticipated his re-emergence from whatever secretive labyrinth to which he had disappeared in New York. "Ludlow is the butler." Or, to be precise, she had thought he was the butler. Apparently, he was something else, something more, something that remained much enshrouded in mystery. The Duke of Carlisle had withheld most of the story from her. Of that much she had no doubt, but the snippets he had revealed suggested that Ludlow had been tasked with the protection of Leeds' house, herself included. The reason he and Leeds had been at each other's throats was a puzzle that neither Carlisle nor Ludlow had solved. Not a word had been spoken regarding her husband's occupation as a spy, though she did not need anyone to confirm her suspicions. They were as good as fact. His abrupt disappearance, his wounding, the coded letters she'd uncovered, and the aura of secrecy all told the tale better than a confession could. When she'd returned with Alice, ready to burst through the door and allow her mastiff to knock Carlisle on his bottom, the Duke had been placating. His eyes remained hard, his expression harsh, but his words had been ambiguous and mollifying. "I am afraid I must withhold further details. This is a delicate matter. Your discretion must be exercised in all things." These were the particular brand of vague responses Carlisle had ready for her while they waited for the doctor to stitch Leeds's wound once more. To Georgiana, what Carlisle hadn't said explained a great deal more than what he had, and by no means did she accept Ludlow's subterfuge without consequence. She had considered him a friend, had imagined he cared for the strays she took in every bit as much as she did. But now she wondered. She doubted. She was in a strange land, a strange home, surrounded by people she dared not trust. Only her animals could be trusted. She had not a single friend aside from the Duchess of Trent. "Yes, he has been tasked with aping a butler," Leeds agreed, his expression dark. "But he is not a true butler, and he is far too familiar with you. From this moment forward, you will cease all communication with him." Georgiana searched her husband's gaze, finding it surprisingly sharp for a man who had been through as much as he had in the last few short days following his arrival back in London. He watched her now with a cold detachment she did not like. "Ludlow is the butler. How am I to refrain from speaking to him?" The Duke's brows snapped together into a vicious frown. "He will not be the butler for long." "You cannot dismiss him," she countered, taking up the cudgels for Ludlow, even though she did not trust him either. The devil she knew, however, seemed a preferable option to the devil she didn't. Perhaps his concern for Lady Philomena Whiskers, who had still yet to have her litter of kittens, was a pretence, But there was no denying that the giant of a man was gentle and patient with her animals, and they trusted him. To Georgiana, that spoke volumes. Of course, Lady Philomena had also taken a puzzling liking to Leeds. So perhaps not every feline, mouse, canine, or squirrel possessed a discerning mind after all. Leeds raised an arrogant brow. "You will cease all relations with him. I will not tolerate it beneath my own roof with a domestic who is in my employ." He paused, frowning. "Strike that. I will not tolerate it with anyone." Was the man that determined to believe her false? The anger he exuded suggested he believed she had been unfaithful to their marriage. Ludlow was her butler and her friend. Her feelings for him were decidedly platonic, but Leeds didn't need to know that. All the worries and fears she'd attempted to suppress during the months of their marriage, months he had spent in another country, returned, heavy as a team of work-horses upon her heart. She skewered him with a searching look of her own. "And what of you, Duke? Have you been unfaithful to our vows? Is that the reason you suspect me of adultery? Tell me, Leeds, what have you been doing in America, on your hunting trip? Do not think I've forgotten for a moment what Ludlow revealed to me." "Ludlow is a lying swine, and you are to discount every word he says." He scowled. The dark beard covering his jaw rendered him rakish. "Furthermore, what I was about in America is none of your concern." "I am your wife," she insisted. "Naturally it is my concern." "No." His tone dripped with scorn. "It is not. I find myself famished. Will you ring for a tray, or shall I?" She smoothed her skirts and straightened her back, giving him the most withering glare she could summon. "You shall. I have suffered enough of your overbearing conversation." "Madam, good day," she interrupted, her voice biting, angry, resonating with rage. And then she turned on her heel and quit the chamber. Her chamber. Lord, she needed to hug a dog, to run her palm over silky fur, to feel a wet nose press into her ear, to hear that silly canine sigh of satisfaction. She fled from the forbidding man she'd married, ignoring any protest he cast after her departing form, and flew instead to the dog chamber, the former ducal apartment. She threw open the door, and the hulking mastiff Alice bounded to her first, along with 3 corgis and 1 pug. Miller, Pardoner, Reeve and Knight, respectively. Georgiana lifted her skirts and sank to her knees on the Axminster, arms open. Knight licked her ear. Alice breathed into her face. Pardoner rammed a snout into her midsection. Miller sniffed her hand, and Reeve accepted her right-armed embrace. She took a deep, calming breath, and absorbed the ready love her precious rescued dogs gave her so freely. The Duke of Leeds was a blighter. Let him ring for his own sustenance. Let him stew in his own anger. Let him be precisely as he deserved to be, alone. She buried her nose in Reeve's soft fur and inhaled lavender and dog. This was what she could depend upon. The unfettered, unadulterated, true love and devotion of the animals she found. Humans were another matter entirely. A most troubling matter indeed. Chapter 8. Kit disliked a great many things. Effusive emotion, kippers, the colour green in general, oversized non-butlers who attempted to murder him in particular, uncomfortable shoes, cold baths, and being an invalid were among them. But depending on the mercy of others was taking precedence over all else at the moment, which was why he'd hauled himself from his bed, or, to be more precise, his Duchess's bed, 3 days after he had been stitched together for the last time. For what he hoped proved the final time. He had been under strict orders to remain abed and avoid all vigorous activities for a week. However, there was no bloody way he was waiting a week. Pain ripped through his thigh, radiating down his leg. He gripped his cane, leaning heavily on it, the air rushing from his lungs in one swift exhalation. He was so focused on his forward motion, on causing himself the least amount of pain and injury possible, that he didn't hear the door to his chamber open until a sardonic voice sounded at his back. "On the 3rd day, he rose again." Kit jolted, turning to find the not butler glaring at him, unapologetic in his blaspheme. Agony slammed him in the gut, pain so white-hot he nearly cast up his accounts. Instead, he leaned forward, a growl sounding his throat, an oath forced from his lips. "What the hell are you doing here?" He was going to kill the bloody bastard with his bare hands, just as soon as he could walk with a gait that was steadier than a 90-year-old's. The not butler stared at him with undisguised insolence, seeming to savour Kit's suffering. "I've come to see what His Grace wishes for breakfast." "I gave strict orders that you are not to enter this chamber," he gritted, making himself take another agonizing step. His leg attempted to buckle and give out. His force of will was stronger. He would not allow it, damn it. The not butler's expression was bland, but the gleam in his eyes spoke to his enjoyment of the situation. "Her Grace requested that I see to you this morning, as she is otherwise occupied." That the son of a bitch was still present at Leeds House, upholding the pretence that he was a butler, was solely down to the Duke of Carlisle. He had given his word to Kit that the Mountain would stand down, that the Mountain, his bastard half-brother, if Carlisle was to be believed, was trustworthy and working in some capacity for the League and the Home Office. But the man's continued existence at Leeds House wasn't Kit's only concern. Each time the not butler uttered the phrase, "Her Grace," in relation to his wife, in that buttery tone that bespoke his undying devotion for her, Kit's fist longed to connect with the bastard's teeth and knock some of them out, at least 3. Enough to make him look like an East End costermonger who'd had an unfortunate go with Blue Ruin and the law. The thought buoyed his spirits as he took another halting step forward, grimacing when his leg tried to give out once more. He would not fall to his knees before the man who had attempted to slay him, by God. He had survived a French prison camp in his early years with the League during the Franco-Prussian War. He could and would survive whatever domestic hostilities befell him. This leg was a mere scratch, a tiny impediment on the long road of his life. He would not allow weakness. His determination was stronger than his body. Always had been. He took another step, recalling now that the not butler had not only claimed his Duchess was otherwise occupied, but that he was intimately aware of her whereabouts when Kit was not. A growl emerged from him as he moved his injured leg forward. "If you ever touch her again, I will gut you like a fucking fish," he said conversationally. But he was deadly serious. He had not wished to wed her, it was true, but he had, and she was his. At some point, he would need to get an heir on her and do his duty to the line, and he would not have his line sullied by a mountain not butler bastard. Now that he had returned, he could not deny that the notion of carrying out his obligation held appeal. All such inclinations were assisted, of course, by her undeniable beauty. And Christ, she was riveting. Enough even to distract from her unsuitability as his duchess and her disturbing penchant for filling his home with beasts. He had forgotten how magnetic her lure was, how vivid her emerald eyes, particularly when they flashed with anger at him, how glossy and sleek her chestnut mane, how tempting and full her bosom, how narrow her waist, how lush her lips. Bloody hell! His cock was not twitching to life at such an inopportune time as this, wearing poorly fitted invalid's trousers, limping his way across his wife's chamber, in pain. The man who'd been fucking her in his absence watching him with an indolent stare. No, he did not believe the louse's protestations to the contrary for an instant. "I've never touched her at all, your grace." The not-butler stalked toward him. "You do grave insult to the Duchess by suggesting such tripe." Yes, of course, he would deny an affair. Admitting to it would do him not a speck of good. Hiding their clandestine arrangement, however, meant that the two of them could continue to carry on. Fucking like March hares, beneath Kit's roof, beneath his nose. A murderous surge burst through him at the notion of the not-butler kissing his wife's berry-red lips, of his massive paw on her creamy throat, of him playing lady's maid and helping her to disrobe. Damn it, this vein of thought was not bloody helpful. He forced the resurgence of his inner spy, searching his opponent's form for a weapon, his gaze trailing down the bulky sod's black jacket to his jet trousers. No suspicious lumps. But that didn't mean he hadn't a blade secreted up a sleeve or hanging at his waist or beneath his trouser leg. "Do not come a step nearer," he warned, his tone wrought of ice and iron. "I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, and while I'm an exceedingly strong bastard, you're an exceedingly large one. I dare say I couldn't toss you any further away than you currently are, which means it is time for you to stop. You're going to fall." The non-butler muttered something beneath his breath that sounded suspiciously insulting, but nonetheless never halted his stride. "I'm not going to—" Fuck! The remainder of Kit's words died as he lost his balance when his injured leg went lame, and he could not compensate with the cane in time to save himself and face both. He pitched forward, into a murderous mountain, who caught and steadied him, who stood on eye level with Kit and stared him down with a ferocity that suggested he was not, nor had he ever previously been, a servant. "Why did you reveal Leprechaun's identity?" he demanded. "I did not," Kit gritted, hating that this behemoth had seen him at his lowest, detesting that he'd needed to accept his aid. He should have been strong enough, determined enough, to continue on his own. It was only his foolish meanderings of thought that had made him vulnerable to losing his balance. His Duchess was driving him to distraction, that much was apparent. And how odd it was that a woman he had regarded as a means to an end, a pretty face to inhabit the role of his Duchess, a vault of money to refill his depleted ducal coffers, someone he could leave behind and ignore in his pursuit of ultimate glory with the League. How damned odd it was that she should now be the one who had nursed him to health, and yet still undermined him at every literal step of the way.
I almost believe you."
The Not Butler's voice was bitter, touched by a shade of scepticism.
"Believe me," Kit met his gaze. "I am a man of my word. Leprechaun status amongst the Fenians is what allowed me to infiltrate them with such ease. Why should I want to harm my own bloody informant? What happened in New York was an aberration. I allowed a new source to guide me in the wrong direction, and I have paid the price."
He glanced down at his weak, injured leg for emphasis.
"You were double-crossed, weren't you?"
The Not Butler's eyebrows rose, his voice taking on a new timbre. Understanding? Certainty? Regardless of the emotion underlying the man's tone, Kit still didn't trust him. And yet he had to admit that the homicidal scoundrel was exhibiting a certain amount of intellect and judgment he would have liked to imagine him incapable of. Over the last few days, as he bided his time in his sickbed, Kit had become convinced that his suspicions were valid. There was no other explanation for what had occurred. Someone had double-crossed him, fed him incorrect information to make him vulnerable. Not just vulnerable, if he were brutally honest. It seemed undeniable that someone had wanted him dead.
"I told you as much."
He heaved a weary sigh of reluctance.
"There was no betrayal, no disloyalty, and I swear on my life that I had no inkling Leprechaun was in the abandoned factory that day. As far as I knew, I was alone until the first shot was fired."
Ludlow's expression turned savage.
"Leprechaun is like a brother to me. I'll hunt down whoever is responsible for this and gouge out his sodding eyes."
No matter how much Kit didn't want to believe he could have been susceptible to a ruse so simple, it was becoming apparent to him that he had, and that the ubiquitous Leprechaun had as well. That he had been an easy target. And in that moment, something else occurred to him. Something troubling indeed.
"You were assigned to this post by Carlyle, were you not?"
The Not Butler inclined his head.
"Indeed I was. Your former butler left his post after my brother offered him sufficient inducement to retire to the countryside. He left with a tale of having inherited a large sum of money from a cousin, enabling him to live his life as he chose. He parted on good terms, recommending a trusted butler as his replacement."
Damn Carlyle. Part of Kit was furious, but yet another part of him was impressed. The man's manipulations knew no bounds.
"How many days after I departed on my mission to New York?"
He had to know.
3.
The Not Butler was focused. His gaze was clear, absent of the omnipresent disdain he had cast in Kit's direction from the beginning. He paused, his expression twisting, as though he waged an inner struggle.
"Hell, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but I respect Her Grace above all else."
Respect. Kit's lip curled. Was that the euphemism now? The man wanted her, was having her. The notion made him want to retch, made his blood go cold in his veins, made his free hand tighten into a fist that tingled with the need to smash through the mountain's fucking nose.
"She is my wife,"
he snarled, feeling inexplicably possessive of her. When had he begun to think of her as his? When had he begun to see her lush mouth and itch to be the one who claimed it? To watch her move about a chamber and imagine his fingers undoing a line of buttons on her bodice, tearing open her corset, freeing her breasts to see if they filled his hands as he suspected they would. Fucking hell. Perhaps being an invalid had rotted his brain. Why else would he be assailed by such unwanted, unreasonable, unnecessary urges? His sole purpose was to restore his honour and his position in the League. He had married the woman to save the duchy so that he could continue his covert work without the burden of his brother's staggering debt. He had not married her for her distinctive beauty or her ripe female form. He stayed that mad course of thought abruptly as his bollocks tightened and his shaft chose that moment to recall he was still a man, pronounced limp and weak body or no. And it really was the devil of a thing to achieve a cockstand when the man who'd attempted to slit his throat, the same man who was fucking the wife he was once more having such ill-timed fantasies about, hovered at his bloody elbow. Disgust washed over him, quelling the raging lust. Too long, since long before he'd married the Duchess, without bedding a woman. Surely that was the cause. A man's hand could only suffice for a finite span of time. "She's my wife," he said again, stupidly, like a lad whose toy had been taken by another, as though he had not been standing there inundated by lustful thoughts about a lady he did not even like. "But you can have the troublesome wench," he ought to say. He opened his mouth, but his lips refused to form any other words save one. "Mine." Deuced confounding, that. "I am aware." The not-butler regarded him with the same searching, icy expression. "Acutely aware. Again, I reveal this to you out of a sense of duty to her Grace, who is an angel unparalleled on earth." Angel unparalleled? Bloody believable. Kit's knuckles itched. "Spare me the theatrics, Romeo, and tell me what you mean to say." "There was a threat against the Duchess, against her Grace specifically." Violence, dark and wild, raged through him. His blood ran cold, and any images he'd been conjuring of beating the man to a bloody pulp dissipated with the ease of an electric light illuminating a darkened chamber. One press of a button was all it took. His hackles were raised, goose flesh on his skin, and he was infinitely alert. "A threat?" The mountain held his gaze. "Someone wants the Duchess dead. Carlyle's sources suggested it was on account of you. My assignment here was necessary, as you were otherwise engaged at the time." The bastard made it sound as if Kit had been off ploughing his light skirt in St. John's Wood, rather than on the other side of the ocean, putting his life in jeopardy for a highly sensitive mission that involved infiltrating the ranks of the most dangerous and bloodthirsty Fenians in New York City. His hand gripped the handle of his cane so hard that he swore he'd wear its imprint upon his palm for days. "Tell me everything you know." The not-butler exhaled, mouth tightening. The only two tells that the revelation he'd made disturbed him. "I know precious little. Carlyle has his little birds who sing, and he will not reveal them to anyone, not even me. All I do know is that he received information prior to your nuptials that there was a price on her head, and that it would be carried out in the event of your marriage. Carlyle took the threat to pertain to you, and he placed me here so that your mission in New York would go uninterrupted." "There is more," Kit pressed when the man paused, though it was needless really. He had begun to suspect the ugly truth. Somehow he needed to hear it, to feel it settle in his bones. The mountain inclined his head. "There were incidents. 2 men, 1 woman.
some poisoned fruits that made a footman ill before anything tainted ever reached her grace. I have warded off each such occasion successfully. These men and women, what became of them? Were you able to glean any information?" he demanded, knowing that interrogation was a spy's greatest weapon. If Ludlow was tangentially involved in the League, surely he knew how to extract information. But the knot butler shook his head, his eyes going hard and flat, and Kit recognised the look all too well before the mountain even confirmed it. There was not enough time with any of them. They came in the night, armed, and I did what was necessary. Of course. He had protected Kit's wife, as Kit should have done, as he would have done had he been made aware of the situation. Anger toward his superior officer surged, hard and fierce and bitter. How had Carlyle neglected to tell him that the woman he'd married was in danger, that someone wanted her dead so much that he'd sent a horde of assassins after her? All while Carlyle had blithely sent Kit on a fool's errand to New York, leaving an innocent behind with only a stranger for protection. Then again, he had to admit that the knot butler had proven a successful protector if he had dispatched assassins on no less than 3 separate occasions. But who would orchestrate such a dastardly deed? Kit was sure that, at least prior to the disaster in New York, his identity had never been compromised. How could anyone have wanted to hurt him? And why would anyone who'd known him, who'd listened to him bemoan his fate of having to wed an American heiress to save his familial estates, think that killing his Duchess would impact him? There was not motivation at all, except, suddenly, an odd contingent in the marriage contract returned to him. The one that stated, if no heirs had been produced and the Duchess's demise occurred within the first year of their union, the remainder of the stupendous dowry his wife's uncle had wished set aside for her, £300,000 to be precise, along with moneys held in trust for her future heirs, would be resettled upon her father. Comprehension sliced through him, and not a heartbeat later came the accompanying weight of disgust and guilt. The threat against the Duchess doesn't have anything to do with the League or me, does it? He asked the mountain, even though he knew the answer. Unless he was mistaken, a new light shone in his nemesis's gaze. I do not believe it does, though I have not alerted my brother to the fact, or he would have removed me from my post. Leaving Georgiana to be slaughtered. Yes, Carlyle was that heartless of a bastard, and even his own brother did not bother to deny it. Kit stared at the knot butler with new eyes. He could have respected him for his loyalty had not the faithfulness been devoted to Kit's wife, a wife he had ceased to consider an unwanted liability some time ago, if truth be told. But precisely when the hell had he begun to think of the woman he'd married by her Christian name? It was somehow more intimate than lusting after her luscious body. Luscious? Damnation! With a sense of great distaste in his mouth, he forced the knot butler's name from his lips. Ludlow. Your Grace? Though he raised an indolent brow, he was the picture of poised civility. The attempts on my wife, he began, disliking that circumstances necessitated he consult with the man who wanted Georgiana for himself regarding her safety. How recent was the last one? Aside from his scar, he could have easily been mistaken for the butler he pretended to be. Until he opened his mouth, of course. A month or so before your arrival, Your Grace.
He gave Kit a half-smirk that was not at all butlery and certainly not deferential. "Why? Do you fear an assassin will find his way to the chamber where you stay and mistake you for her grace before carving up your pretty face? You will be wise to quiver in your coronet, for what comes after is far worse than the initial pain." His lip curled. "First, I fear nothing. Second, no one would ever mistake me for a bloody woman. And last, if an assassin should find his way into my chamber, I would be far more concerned for his longevity than mine. By the by, how did you manage to get your scar, old boy? You never said who carved up your ugly visage." Ludlow's gaze turned dark and flinty. "Fuck you. I should sack you for such insolence." Kit paused, trying to read his opponent. "It was a woman, wasn't it?" The not butler bared his teeth in a primitive growl. "Ask the Duke of Carlisle if you can sack me, you soulless prick. And ask about my face again, and I'll personally oversee the addition of arsenic to your dinner." "Tut-tut, sir. No need to threaten me with murder. You've attempted that once and failed dismally." He tusked, but his primary objective was not to goad and infuriate the not butler, regardless of how entertaining and enjoyable it was. He wanted to know everything there was to learn about the attacks against his wife. "From this point forward, you will deliver daily reports to me concerning safety measures being put into place to ensure Her Grace's well-being. Understood?" The not butler snarled. "I am more than capable of protecting Her Grace." "How many men do you have devoted to the task of securing the perimeter?" he asked, ignoring the man's protestations, which meant less than nothing to him. He had just learned that his wife had a price on her head, that attempts had been made upon her life. He trusted no one's instincts the way he trusted his own, and while he had not been physically present or even cognizant of the threats against her before, he was damned well here now. 3, Ludlow responded. "Quadruple it to 12, Kit insisted. "Spare no expense." The not butler looked as if he were about to argue, but he seemed to recall his place at the last moment. "I will increase it this very evening." Excellent. The matter settled, he turned his attention to the fact that troubled him almost as much as news of the attempts against his Duchess did. He didn't like the path he was on any more than he liked the path the non-butler currently trod. Because if the man had withheld information from his own brother, who also happened to be the Duke of bloody Carlisle, the most ruthless, heartless bastard who'd ever lived, that could only mean one thing. Kit's suspicions about the Mountain's feelings for his Duchess were correct. The man was in love with her. There was no other reason why he would act as he had, putting Georgiana's well-being before his own. He swallowed, feeling ill anew. "You're in love with her?" "I care about her." The bastard had the gall to correct him, as if it mattered. "She is a good woman, the rarest breed. She doesn't deserve to meet her end at an assassin's blade because her papa is a brutal degenerate who would sacrifice his daughter's life for filling his coffers even more than they've been filled." Something primitive within him could not bear to hear this man's protestations of devotion for the woman who was meant to be his. Never mind that he had never thought of her in those terms until he'd stumbled over the threshold of his London home, wounded and on the precipice of his own expiration. Never mind that she had only ever been a means to an end, a wealth of funds to sluice into his bankrupt familial vault. And by all means ignore the fact that he somehow wanted to stake his claim upon her now by any measures he could manage. If it had not been for the perspicacity of Carlyle and his brother, Georgiana would have been long gone. Her light, her beauty, the undeniable fervour and tenacity that she fairly vibrated with, all of it would have been silenced and vanquished forever. And Kit knew in that moment not just rage, but an ungodly jealousy that he had not been the man to recognise the danger to her, that he had not been the one to protect and save her. "I will kill the son of a bitch," he growled, all he could manage to force past his numb lips. That his wife's own father would have hired a bevy of assailants to kill her, all in the name of adding more coin to his disgustingly abundant wealth. Why, it was not just sinful. It was despicable, disgusting, alarming, unforgivable. Yes, that was the word he'd sought. The mountain met his gaze with a singular intensity and precision. "You will kill no one. I protect this home, and like it or not, I protect her grace. This is the safest place for her, and there is no man you can trust more for the job than myself. Doubt me on every other front as you wish, but on this I will not falter." Kit ground his teeth together as he contemplated his response. Carlyle only chose the best. He was man enough to accept that, if the not-butler before him would look after Georgiana, he needed to take the fellow up on his offer. "I will protect my wife. You may be the second guard for as long as I see fit, and you will not touch her again. I do not give a goddamn what happened before I returned from New York. From this moment forward, she is mine. Are we understood?" The mountain bowed, and the action was both respectful and mocking, unless he missed his guess. And he didn't think he had. He stepped forward, cane gripped in hand. Some niggling irritant made him pause. "Ludlow, the day I arrived, you did not know it was I. How could you have been unaware of my impending arrival, possessing the information you must from Carlyle?" He had the gall to grin. "I was expecting you, Your Grace." 4 teeth, he decided grimly. That was the perfect number for his fist to claim. All the front ones, leaving a gaping black hole. The ladies would not look upon the mountain twice then. "You, sir, are going to hell," he muttered. "Just so." The not-butler stared back, unrepentant. "I reckon I'll see you there." Gritting his teeth, Kit limped haltingly from the chamber. The bastard rather had a point. Chapter 9. Georgiana was on her knees in the morning room when the door flew open with such force it slammed into the paper-covered porcelain, shaking the paintings hanging from the wall like autumn leaves in a windstorm. Lady Philomena Whiskers howled and struggled to her feet, hissing. Her 6 kittens mewled at the loss of their mother's nourishment and comforting presence. Georgiana jolted at the impact of the door, her startled gaze finding her pale, scowling husband leaning heavily upon a cane. His exacting blue gaze settled upon her. "Madam, we need to have a dialogue." She hastened to run a hand down Lady Philomena's raised hackles, soothing the ruffled fur. "Hush now, Lady P." She kept her voice low and calming, solely for the benefit of the temperamental feline, whose nature was skittish, without lunatic dukes who burst through doors and demanded words. "Your babies are hungry."
Madam?" His tone was insistent and petulant. "Have you no response?"
Lady P hissed again for good measure before settling herself back down with her brood. Georgiana glanced up at him, disturbed by the fact that he was out of bed against Dr. Gage's strict orders, and vexed at his lack of respect for the cat and her litter of kittens. She rose to her feet, facing him, her lips compressed with her displeasure. "Your Grace, why are you here?" His stare raked over her form, stopping somewhere in the vicinity of her hips, which she knew were clearly delineated by her tailored trousers.
"What in the hell are you wearing?"
Even weak and injured, his large hand gripping the head of his walking stick so tightly that each of his knuckles shone in white relief from the hallway across the room, he had a commanding air of ducal authority. But she would not kowtow to him. Quite the opposite. She raised her chin. "If you please, Your Grace, lower your voice. You are causing unnecessary disruption." Ludlow appeared then, just over her husband's shoulder, his expression grim. There was a question on his face, as if he wondered whether she wished him to remove the Duke's unsettling presence. She shook her head slightly, meeting the butler's eyes for a moment before flicking them back to Leeds. Though she was certain Ludlow could overpower the Duke, she had no wish to witness the two of them engaged in a fight to the death. A sound of irritation emerged from the Duke's throat. His lip curled back in an almost feral snarl.
"I know you're behind me, you arrogant sod. Unless you wish to be thrashed bloody with this cane, you will leave me to speak with my wife alone." "Your Grace?" Ludlow persisted, addressing Georgiana.
She sighed. While his true intentions, and perhaps even true identity, remained unknown to her, he had never wavered from his protectiveness. Even now, her heart softened just a bit toward him. "You may go, Ludlow." She crossed the chamber, taking her husband's elbow in hand to offer him assistance as her butler bowed and dutifully disappeared. Leeds stiffened at her touch, cocking his head toward her so that their faces were perilously near. A spark of awareness flared within her belly, which he promptly dashed when he opened his mouth.
"I do not require your aid, Duchess. Now kindly do me the favour of telling me precisely what the fuck it is that you're wearing."
She flinched, as much from his coarse words as from his frigid tone. The Duke of Leeds was not a pleasant invalid. His vocabulary was better suited to a sailor on the docks than a peer of the realm. He needed help, but was too proud to accept it. And, in general, he seemed to have developed the personality of a bear about to tear the face off its prey.
"Damn it! Have you nothing to say for yourself? I can see your bloody limbs. It isn't decent to go traipsing about in such revealing attire."
His brows snapped together.
"What the devil can you be thinking?"
She found her tongue. "I am clothed, Your Grace. Would you care to enter the chamber, or do you wish to remain on the threshold, airing our private discourse before the domestics?"
"There is a feline within,"
he said with ill-concealed disgust.
"and an alarming number of baby rats. Jesus, woman, I understand that you have no ability to control your voracious appetite for housing creatures, but surely even you ought to see that a line must be drawn at bloody rats. Why is that worthless cat not doing away with them as it ought?"
A laugh escaped from her, small at first, and then it grew, louder and longer, and she could not control it. She pressed a hand to her mouth in an effort to quell it, but that only made her laugh more. The longer she laughed, the more her merriment doubled and tripled and quadrupled.
"Madam?"
His tone was strangled.
"You!"
She attempted to speak, but another chorus of irrepressible giggles washed away the remainder of her sentence.
He was so curt, so grim, so disapproving. And he thought the kittens were rats.
Dear Lord, it was too much. He was too much. She had perhaps lost her mind at last, but she needed this laughter. For far too long, there had been nothing in her life worthy of cheer.
"What is so bloody humorous?"
came his sibilant demand. Pursing her lips, she fought back further levity, forcing herself to think of something that was not at all funny. Her father's face whenever he looked at her. Seasickness during her voyage across the Atlantic. Loneliness. A kitten with a broken leg. Finally, she composed herself enough to guide him into the morning room and close the door at their backs, granting them some privacy.
"For the second goddamn time, I do not require your assistance, madam."
His voice brooked no opposition as he attempted to wrest his arm from her grasp and nearly lost his balance. Georgiana threw her arm about his waist, anchoring him to her body. She was petite, she knew, but her frame housed a quiet strength for which she was grateful now. Her legs were short but sturdy, and they were the part of her anatomy that had always grieved her the most. But she was glad to be the support her sullen husband needed in this moment.
"Of course you do not need my help,"
she reassured as she guided him to a nearby divan, careful to keep her voice neutral and calm. After all, nurturing wounded and abandoned creatures was her particular gift. From her vantage point, there didn't seem to be much difference between the Duke of Leeds and a stray dog brought in from an alleyway. Both required gentleness, both bared their teeth and threatened to bite.
"Do not placate me,"
he gritted as he lowered himself into the divan, breath hissing from him when he bent his injured leg.
"I am not one of your creatures."
It was not the first time he had accused her of seeing him as one of her animals, nor, she suspected, would it be the last. Her husband was many things, and canny observer was chief amongst them. It almost seemed to her that he could sense her thoughts.
"I never said you were one of my creatures."
But a creature, yes, he certainly was. Just not one she could ever claim as her own. She pursed her lips and gazed down at him. His pallor was unnatural, and for a virile man of such a strong, well-muscled form, he nevertheless seemed winded by his journey from the bedchamber to here.
"Dr. Gage insisted that you rest for a se'nnight at least. What can you be thinking, storming down here a mere 3 days after he stitched you up last?"
"I was thinking that I required an audience with my wife, but that I was informed she was too busy for me." He raised an imperious brow. "Do sit down, madam. My constitution cannot accept you towering over me in such preposterous fashion."
She would have seated herself, but she'd had much of the contents of the room removed for storage, given Lady Philomena's lying in. Ludlow had been correct about the cheerful disposition of the chamber. Surely other cats would adore the sunlight filtering in from the windows as much as Lady P. She knew of at least 3 more strays that required shelter. When one established a reputation, as she had, new cases appeared at regular intervals. She could not bear to turn down an animal in need. Georgiana frowned at her husband. She supposed that included him as well. But that didn't mean she was going to seat herself in such disastrous proximity to him. Why, if she sat alongside him, their thighs would be touching,
The divan was compact and stylish, not meant for two occupants. "I prefer to stand, Your Grace," she countered. "But rest assured that the rats are, in fact, mere kittens but a day old." Hands large and masculine and strong bracketed her hips. He commanded her attention, and in spite of his paleness and the dark beard that hid half his face, she found herself breathless. He spun her about then and pulled her toward him. She swore she could feel his touch through all the layers of her satin and linen garments. His grip was so possessive, so fierce it caused an ache between her thighs, the sort she had never before experienced. When had the chamber become so stifling? Why had she not noticed before now that the air was far too heated for Lady P and her kittens? Was it the morning sunlight blistering through the eastern windows? "Sit, Duchess." He did not ask or implore as he interrupted her wild musings. Rather, he ordered and tugged as though his time away from London had divested him of all proper ducal comportment. Or perhaps it was his injury? Either way, the barbarian in him had been unleashed, and some wicked, forbidden part of her rather liked it. For a man so grievously wounded and sapped by infection, he still retained an alarming amount of strength. Georgiana allowed him to haul her into the seat at his side against her better judgment, and also partly because she did not wish to fight an injured man. It seemed somehow imprudent and altogether wrong. His left arm remained snaked about her lower back, his hands still clamped on her hips. She lowered her hands to his, intending to remove his grip, but when she canted her head to the right and met his gaze, she fell into him. There was no other word for it. He was so near to her and ruggedly beautiful even in his wounded state. Her gaze lowered to his full, sensual mouth for a heartbeat before she forced it back to the safety of his fathomless blue eyes. Dear God! She had been about to fantasize about him kissing her. Him, the Duke of Leeds, the man who had wedded her, not bedded her, and disappeared. The surly, arrogant stranger who had reappeared half a year later, bleeding and about to expire, who treated her as if she belonged below stairs rather than at his side, who touched her with far too much familiarity given their awkward history, who was looking at her lips just now as if they were a sumptuous feast prepared for him alone. Oh dear, this simply would not do. Think, Georgiana, you must not become distracted by his looks. He is a liar. He took your dowry and left you. He is cold and unfeeling. He mistook the kittens for rats. She cleared her throat, her cheeks growing hot in her discomfort. What did you wish to discuss, Duke? Your attire is scandalous. He slid a thumb down the outer seam of her trousers, and an answering burst of heat blossomed low in her belly against her will. What in the bloody hell are you thinking? Going about garbed as a man? That did it. She swatted his hand from her thigh, uncomfortably aware of the wet molten pulse that had begun between her legs. Her body's reaction to him was as unwanted as it was unexpected. She dismissed it. Remember, only a true rodder could confuse adorable kittens with rats. I am not garbed as a man, Duke. I am merely wearing a garment that is more freeing and suited to my work with the animals. Functional, I believe, is the word. Ridiculous, he countered, removing the hand at her other hip and leaving her feeling somehow bereft. That is the word you sought.
which is the only word to describe a duchess wearing a man's trousers. Good God, woman, have you no sense? Harbouring a litter of rats, wearing the costume of a gentleman?
Kittens, she corrected, straightening in her seat and pinning him with a glare. They are kittens, you oaf, and I am not dressed as a man, as anyone with a pair of eyes can plainly see. There is nothing indecent or shocking about my trousers. His eyes remained as flat as his lips. Madam, only think of what you have just said, and surely you will see how mad you sound. They are practical, she insisted. I do not wear them in public. Her mind spun then, and she recalled an instant not so long ago. Oh dear, she did not wish to make a liar of herself. On further thought, there was the ball I attended with the Duchess of Trent, when we both wore trousers. But that was a special occasion, and we were attempting to lure her husband from the ethers, as it were. We had good intentions, you see. It is a very long story, and one that is not mine to tell. She halted, aware that each word she said only dug the proverbial hole deeper, and also seeing the odd intent manner in which he currently looked upon her. Why are you looking at me as if I've sprouted a second head? The Duchess of Trent. He raised a supercilious brow. That woman is one of your familiars. You do realize that her father was supporting the Fenians, do you not? Of course I do. Now he meant to insult Georgiana's only true friend. Her eyes narrowed. You will not dare to say a single unkind word about Daisy. She is a wonderful woman, and she had nothing to do with her father's awful plotting. Do not dare to paint them with the same brush. Americans, he said, as though the word left a bitter taste in his mouth. I suppose you must flock together. Birds of a feather, and all that trite nonsense. The jackanapes! She stifled the urge to punch him in his arrogant nose. Again he was wounded, and it hardly seemed fair. Daisy is a hero for the way she unravelled one of the Fenian plots right here in London. The papers call her the Daring Duchess. He sneered. The papers are often better suited to wiping one's arse than reporting the truth. I ought not to be surprised to learn that you are bosom bows with such a troublesome woman, but I cannot pretend to be pleased. My wife is cuckolding me with the bloody butler, keeping company with traitors, and attending balls dressed as a man. And, lest we forget, this very same wife has also ruined my home by filling it with disgusting creatures. Her irritation surged. He was so wrong-headed, so condescending, so insufferably rude, that she had begun to rethink the entire punching him in the nose scenario. She kept her calm with great effort. Did you hobble all this way to insult me, Your Grace? Insult you? Two dark brows winged upward this time, as though he could not believe her audacity. As if she were below insulting. Yes. Before she could think better of it, her index finger pointed at him, prodding him in the chest. The insufferably hard, hot chest. You have questioned my fashion choice, my friends, my sanity, and mistaken these innocent, beautiful kittens for vermin. Felines are vermin, he countered, his expression never shifting. It was hardly a mistake. Has no one ever informed you that pointing is despicably vulgar? No, I dare say they did not. She ignored the last question, as it was an ignoble personal attack, and undeserving of her response, and he had answered it for himself anyway. Kittens look nothing like rats' leads, She glared at him. "And felines are wonderful, affectionate, intelligent beings. They are not worthy of your scorn. Just look at them. How can you see sweet, soft innocence and not want to make them yours?" He made a strangled sound in his throat, but he wasn't looking at the contented bundles of purring fur. Instead, his gaze dipped once more to her mouth. "You will put an end to your affair with the butler." His words broke the spell of his nearness and beauty. Georgiana shook her head. "I beg your pardon?"
"The bloody butler," he rasped, his gaze bright and intent upon hers. "You have been welcoming him to your bed in my absence. I'm not a fool. You will end it. Today." Here it was yet again, the spectre of his accusations. What was it he had said moments ago? Ah, yes. "My wife is cuckolding me with the bloody butler." She had been so incensed by the aspersions he'd cast upon Daisy's character that the words had not properly settled in her mind. But they did now, like leaden weights. Her husband believed that she had been carrying on an affair with Ludlow when they had never even rendered their union. How little he knew of her, if he believed her capable of such disloyalty. She may have been abandoned and left behind, made to feel both unworthy and unwanted, but she had taken vows before God and man, and she had every intention of keeping them. Even if her husband mistook beautiful, innocent kittens for rats, of all things. Yes, she would forgive him that error, though she reserved the right to judge him for it. His continued and thoroughly incorrect belief that she had been having inappropriate relations with Ludlow, however, she could not so easily absolve. Righteous anger speared her at the notion. How dare he suggest that she had been unfaithful? To insinuate she had broken their marriage vows? She poked him again for good measure, with enough force that she hoped would sting. "I will end nothing, which is precisely what has been happening. As I told you previously, Ludlow is the butler, and that is all." True, he had also become her friend, but she needn't admit that just now, as she warmed to her task of berating the man she'd married. "How dare you suggest anything untoward has occurred in your absence?" "I see the way he looks at you," Leeds glowered. "And how is that?" she demanded. "As if I am a woman? At least someone has looked upon me in such a fashion, because my own husband most assuredly hasn't. He's been too preoccupied with hunting." Ruddiness flared to life on the Duke's high cheekbones, in stark contrast to the rest of his ashen skin. His knuckles gripped his cane, still protruding white and angry from his otherwise large, elegant hands. "He has no right to look at you with anything other than polite disinterest, damn it!" Not for the first time, it occurred to her then that it was possible that her husband's suspicions could stem from his own guilty conscience. After all, he had not answered her previous query. Their wedding day had seemed a lifetime ago, but in truth it was only half a year past. In that time he had been in another country, separated from her by a vast ocean. He was an unusually handsome, well-muscled specimen of a man. She had taken note of the way ladies' eyes followed him in ballrooms and drawing-rooms, both before and during their brief betrothal. She had heard the feminine whispers of appreciation. And so it was easy to imagine that women had thrown themselves into his bed. Why, it could have been dozens or even hundreds by the time he'd been wounded.
The Duke of Leeds was more beautifully formed than any mere mortal had a right to be, as if his entire face and body had been crafted by the hands of a Renaissance master. The mere thought of nameless, faceless women warming his bed, kissing his stern mouth, and welcoming his hands on their bodies made her ill. "Perhaps you're feeling guilty, Duke. Perhaps you know you have been untrue, and believing me faithless would help to assuage the shame." Something flashed in his eyes. A muscle in his jaw twitched. "I have not had the time to bed anyone, Duchess, even if I had been so inclined." Relief pierced the burning jealousy that had risen within her. Ridiculous jealousy, for she didn't like him. She had no wish to turn their cold-blooded marriage of convenience into something real. Of course she didn't. The man was, in a word, awful. Full stop. Why? His fidelity, or lack thereof, meant nothing at all to her. She would change the subject at once, ask after his injury. But when she opened her mouth, a torrent of words flowed from her tongue, none of them planned. "You remained faithful to your vows because you hadn't the time to bed anyone," she repeated, hearing the sharp edge in her voice. Lady P stood just then, offering a loud meow of protest. Her kittens mewled, searching for the warmth of her body and their sustenance both. The sudden movement stole Georgiana's interest for a moment. "Tut-tut, Duchess, you are disturbing the rats." The underlying humour in his starchy, aristocratic voice had her turning back to him to find a smile playing with the corners of his lips. Why, he was enjoying this, the blighter. And unless she was mistaken, something in his demeanour had shifted, softened. He had become, dare she think it, teasing. Most unlike the devil. She frowned at him, wondering if it was her fanciful imagination or if it was real. "They are not rats, you vagabond, as well you know." Lady P sauntered past Georgiana, reclaiming her attention. Georgiana bent to offer her favourite feline a reassuring back-scratch, and met with air when the long-haired white cat flounced right past her to rub against the Duke's trousers, purring with such delight that it split the silence of the chamber. So much for her earlier hisses. "The thing is rubbing itself against me," Leeds said, sounding only slightly less horrified than he likely would have if Lady P had been an actual rat. "Is it going to bite me?" "No one would deserve it more." Blue eyes swung to hers, holding her captive. "Beg pardon, madam?" Oh dear, had she said that aloud? She blinked and looked away. "Lady Philomena is clearly suffering from a lapse of discernment, but no, she will not bite you. Though I rather wish she would." "I heard that as well," he growled. Georgiana slanted a narrow-eyed glare in his direction, certain she could not have lost control of her tongue on 2 occasions in a row in his unsettling presence. Then again, perhaps that was the crux of her problems. When had the Duke of Leeds become a presence that disturbed her? Though she'd been attracted to his fine looks and form, she had not experienced the same calamitous, frenzied rush she felt within her heart and body now. But he had been cool and polite, and their interactions had been chaperoned, often within a ballroom, and he had bowed and danced and smiled with polite disinterest, scarcely engaging with her. She too had been beset by distraction, the need to escape her father's sovereignty. Leeds looked upon her now, his countenance expectant. Had he said something? Oh yes. He claimed to have overheard her private wish, that Lady P would sink her sharp little teeth into his Achilles, which the lovable, if temperamental feline would not do. She sighed. "I'm sure you heard nothing, as I did not speak, your grace." Lady P continued to work herself into a frenzy all over the Duke's trousers, oblivious to his stiffened horror. She purred her delight, scrubbing her face against his ankle-bone.
"Good God!"
He sounded truly disgusted.
"Can you not get the thing away from me? It's leaving a great deal of fur in its wake, and Christ knows what other manner of pestilence."
"Lady Philomena is not an it." Georgiana embraced the outrage coursing through her on behalf of her darlings. "She is a cat, your grace." He grimaced, refusing to look down at the feline that somehow continued to completely ignore his arrogant, curmudgeonly self.
"Does the creature have fleas? Sweet Christ, please say no."
"No, Leeds," her patient snapped. "She is not a creature. She is a cat, a feline. She does not have fleas any longer, as I have treated her, the same as all the other animals who find their way to me." There went those brows again, climbing up his high ducal forehead. How could a man's forehead be a thing of beauty? She didn't know, but it was. It was in spite of his awful beastliness and his abhorrence of animals. It was as if when the Lord had fashioned him, he had expended all his energy upon crafting the Duke's sharp masculine countenance, and there had been nothing left to offer the rest of his creation. Certainly not charm. The man possessed none.
"You've treated them?"
She nodded. "I've developed an herbal shampoo that repels fleas. Even the mice get scrubbed down with it on a weekly basis." He looked as if he'd swallowed a worm.
"Mice? Bloody hell, woman, tell me that you aren't housing mice here."
Well, of course she was. A nest had been discovered in the kitchens, and Georgiana had not been able to allow the domestics to dispose of it. The babies had been so sweet and small and innocent. "The Lilliputians?" She shrugged as if she had not a care, hoping it would irk him. "They are small in number, only 8, and they hardly eat anything at all."
"You named them?"
"Yes." Georgiana flashed him with her brightest smile. "I did. What have you to say about it, your grace? I do believe you were otherwise occupied at the time of the discovery of the small, adorable mouse family. You were in America, hunting." It wasn't as if she expected him to confirm her suspicions, but she did enjoy flaunting them to him on every possible occasion. His defection and continued deception stung. It should not have, for they had never shared tender words or promises to one another beyond their marriage vows. They had certainly never claimed to love each other. But she had not imagined she would be left with such haste. No, she had never supposed she would have traded one man who did not appreciate or love her for another.
"Mice are vermin, madam,"
Leeds said then, splitting through her musings.
"They are not adorable. One does not save them, feed them, or give them a proper home. One does not name them, for Christ's sakes."
Her cheeks went warm. Georgiana was more than aware that she was not a proper duchess. Indeed, she was not even a proper wife, let alone a woman comfortable with the expectations London society placed upon her. She'd spent most of her life on a farm, only to be swept into the glittering world of the New York nouveau riche after her uncle's death, and from there on to the old world bastion of London. But she had changed in the time since her arrival on England's shores, and in the months since her wedding day both. Once she would have been hesitant. she would have been ashamed of her love for the animals she'd taken in. Animals that would have starved or been killed or suffered the sort of abuse she would not allow her mind to entertain. But becoming the Duchess of Leeds, in words if not deed, had changed her. For the first time in her life, she possessed consequence. She possessed the power to effect change. And she liked it. She would not allow the unexpected return of her husband to ruin it, even if he was disagreeable and downright cantankerous, not to mention sitting in alarming proximity. Why was her heart thudding? Surely from irritation. "One names mice if one chooses," she corrected him coolly. "They are sweet and quite intelligent. Meet them and you shall see."
"Georgiana."
Her name, in his dark, delicious, deep voice, dismissed any other thoughts. Even her sweet animals slid into the recesses of her mind, replaced by him. Her gaze snapped to his, trapped. "Yes?" "You are the most ridiculous, nonsensical, vexing woman, and—" Of course he found her to be so. No surprise there. He was overbearing, arrogant, cool, and aloof, so she supposed that made them an opposite pair. "And?" she prompted, when he allowed his string of insults to trail off.
"And I want to kiss you, damn it."
His frank announcement shocked her. Against her will, pleased her. She stared back at him, without even so much as a blink. Longing surged inside her. A frisson of something decidedly wicked trilled down her spine. She ought to say something. Anything. Deny him. Shoot to her feet and fly across the morning room, far from his tempting reach. But Georgiana did not move, did not say a word, did not do anything except wait until, at long last, the man she called husband laid his lips to hers for the first time. Chapter 10. Georgiana's soft mouth clung to Kit's, her hands going to his chest. The flattened palm searing him through his shirt seemed intended to repel him, but instead she offered no pressure, no resistance. Rather, her fingers curled into his flesh, her nails scoring him with enough painful pleasure to make his cock twitch. He had not intended to kiss her. Indeed, as he'd listened to her preposterous chatter about mice and herbal shampoos, he'd begun to fear he'd married a madwoman. Perhaps it was her insistence that she had not betrayed their vows with the not butler. Perhaps it was merely her intoxicating beauty, which rivaled her lunacy. He could not recall ever meeting a creature so odd. But seated near her, his thigh almost pressing against hers in those infernal and ridiculously scandalous trousers, he had not been able to look away from the berry-red fullness of her lips or the bewitching vibrancy of her green eyes. He found himself wondering what she would look like beneath him, how she would feel as he entered her, wondering if her nipples would be the same colour as her lips, or if they would be lighter. Once he began thinking about kissing her, every part of her body seemed to cry out for his attentions first. Even her throat, creamy and elegant, beckoned, calling for his lips, tongue and teeth. But then she'd said the most ridiculous thing of all. She'd named a family of mice the Lilliputians. And suddenly, trading barbs and wits with her no longer appealed. All that did was her mouth. Those luscious lips. He cradled her jaw, revelling in the satiny smoothness of her skin, and licked the seam of her lips. On a delicious sound of feminine surrender, she opened, and his tongue slipped into her hot, velvety depths. Merciful God! She tasted of strawberries and bergamot, and sweet like sugar. Nothing had ever tasted better, or more perfect and delicious than she did. A primitive surge of lust coursed through him with such violence that he almost ripped his mouth away. Almost. But he was incapable of stopping now that he'd begun. Not even his aching leg or his weakness could diminish the strength of the desire ravaging him. His entire being was aware of hers, from the way her upper body melted into his, to the increased pressure of her nails on his chest, to the breathy sound of want she made, to the desperate way she sucked his tongue deeper, her lips moulding to his. Everything he'd thought he'd known about himself, about her, about their particular situation when he'd stepped foot inside the morning salon, was now vanquished by their mutual passion. By the silken skeins of her hair as his fingers speared the lush strands at her nape, by her hungry kiss, by the thundering of his heart, the cockstand in his trousers. In his bloody invalid trousers, of all things. The thought served as a bitter reminder that he was in no form to make love to her, but he could no more wrest his mouth from hers than cease to breathe. This kiss, this woman, they defied logic and reason. They were everything he had ever expected and everything he'd ever known he wanted. Until now. Until this very moment. He dragged his mouth over her chin, across her jaw, kissing as he went. He wanted to investigate every last patch of her downy skin, from behind her ear to her elbow. He wanted to worship her with his lips and tongue, to taste her, touch her, take her. He wanted. With a strained growl of frustration, knowing he could not take her, not in his state, and not here in the morning room of all places, yet wishing he could, he kissed down her neck, inhaling there the heady scent of lavender, before licking and nipping a path to the hollow at the base of her throat, where her pulse slammed into his tongue. He absorbed the frantic beats, tasting the salt and sweetness of her skin, and knew she was every bit as affected by their unexpected, explosive chemistry as he. Yes, she wanted him as much as he wanted her. Against all sense, common or otherwise, certainly against his better judgment, above all, against his plans, an uninterrupted string of days in a sickbed had told him what he must do, and remaining at Leeds House, swallowing his ignominy and settling into life with a duchess who could not seem to stop collecting mammals, was not part of his plans. He needed to prove his innocence, to restore his name again to his fellow comrades, to his superiors, to the Home Office. This was temporary, he reminded himself, a fleeting respite from the hell of... All thoughts tumbling through his overloaded mind dispersed in the next instant, for a ball of fur hurtled into his lap and sank its claws into his thighs, narrowly missing his wound. He tore his mouth from Georgiana's, breath hissing through his tightened lips, hand sinking into a heavily rounded cat belly, and... Good, sweet God! Distended feline teats. Oh, Christ! Was the tip of his finger now wet? With cat milk? The breath abandoned his lungs in one swift rush. Disgusting! Horrible! Beyond the fucking pale! That was what this was. Saints preserve anyone who accepted animals as they were, with their lack of inhibitions and complete disregard for personal space. with their bodies and fur and claws and irrational disregard for anyone who crossed their paths. How dare they think they could trust any other creature, let alone a human? They most certainly could not trust him. Could they? No. He disliked animals. All of them. They were furry, smelly, rude irritants. Flea-bitten reminders of the childhood he'd never enjoyed. Disrespectful creatures who forced him to recall what he'd missed, what he'd lost, what he would never, ever know. He had been groomed to his cold, hard life, and even that had been ripped from him. What was he to make of himself now? Who could he be, sitting here, allowing a bloody, disgusting feline to make itself a bed of his cursed thighs? Why would it not cease rubbing itself upon him? He was sure its loathsome hair was everywhere by now. "Sweet Jesus, the thing is on me!" he managed, holding it lest it attempt to climb his chest or further maul him. The contrary creature continued purring, its soft body rumbling and vibrating, as if it was enjoying itself. His wife's mouth opened before she hastily pressed a hand over it. Her emerald gaze was wide, shocked, troubled. Confused unless he missed his guess. His kiss had flummoxed her, and the knowledge pleased him. She blinked once, twice, thrice. "The thing, Your Grace?" Something about her use of his title irritated him, though he knew she had done it before without him giving a proper damn. The way she used it now seemed almost like a weapon, a pointed verbal object intended to needle him. "The bloody creature that spawned," he elaborated. "The furred, roaring thing in my lap that is currently... Hell, that hurts, piercing my skin with its finely honed claws." Fuck, the beast was kneading his thighs, purring with delight, ramming its face into his stomach with unabashed gusto. He stiffened, hands going into the air. He didn't know whether he should push the beast to the floor, punt it into next year, throw it upon his wife, who loved the miserable thing and ought not to complain about it being launched at her, or pet it. Was that the course of action one took with such creatures? Egad, he could not pet the thing. Could he? "Lady Philomena Whiskers has taken a liking to you," his Duchess said in her rich, seductive alto. Approval underscored her words, and he tried and failed not to allow that endorsement to travel straight to his cock. "Pet her, Your Grace." Her command echoed his thoughts, and still he paused, his hand hovering over the fluffy white beast's back, wishing she spoke of herself instead, like the degenerate he no doubt was. "Pet it? Must I?" "She likes you," she repeated, her expression firm, almost rebuking in its stark honesty. "Here." She grasped his hand in hers, and he could not deny the jolt he felt when her fingers gripped his, with nothing but bare skin and bad intentions between them. The bad intentions were all on his part, naturally. He resisted when she would have dragged his hand over the white cat's back. "I do not like felines, Duchess." She stilled, a lone dark brow rising. "Why not?" He swallowed down his nausea. The past. They were strangers. He needn't reveal himself to her. Indeed, how dare she ask it of him? Need there be a particular reason? Her gaze, so bright and determined and intelligent, burned into his, searching, seeking, reading, unless he mistook his guess, that which he would prefer to keep hidden. No one looked at him with such scrutiny, aside from the Duke of Carlisle, and he was his superior, and a bloody spy at that. Some men swore Carlisle could read minds. Kit had other ideas. The man simply had a way of examining people, of knowing what dirt to dig into, and when to become stubborn, when to withdraw. A better, more matured gift than Kit possessed. But regardless of all that, he still didn't understand why the woman he'd married was attempting to plumb the depths of his soul with her vivid green gaze, was attempting to get him to fall beneath her spell, to win him over, woo him, make him her vassal. He would not do it. To hell with this. He opened his mouth. "You are correct, Your Grace," she said, halting any angry words he may have sputtered in her direction with her calm, cool understanding. "There need not be, as you said, a particular reason. Some people do not enjoy cats, and their refusal to behave. Others do not like dogs and their territorial, protective, curious natures. And yet, someone who cannot even afford a creature the common gesture of reassurance, a palm down the spine, for instance, strikes me as a man who has a particular reason." His lip curled into a sneer as he stared at her. It wasn't that he wanted to put her in her place, it was that he had to. She had overstepped her bounds, broaching topics that he never wished to revisit. "Get it off me," he demanded. "The thing is a scant inch from sinking its talons into my wound, and should that happen, I cannot make any promises in regards to the creature's continued well-being. In short, I will murder it without a moment of regret." "Truly?" She searched his expression for he knew not what, frowning. "You cannot mean to say that you would injure an innocent cat, the mother of 6 beautiful kittens?" He exhaled, glowering as the thing continued to make itself at home upon his lap, before he turned his glare back to her. "Of course I mean to say that. I am decidedly not this beast's home. Nor do I wish for it to continue to attempt to make itself comfortable upon my bloody person, all while piercing me with its dagger-like claws. I do not like felines. Are we clear?" "Perfectly." She regarded him with ill-concealed disgust. Had she not just been melting in his arms? What the devil had transpired to so turn her against him? Why had he chosen to reveal his deep-seated distrust and dislike of animals? His father, the reason for his loathing of creatures, had been dead some 15 years, and he was 33. He ought to have been beyond such leading strings nonsense. And yet he was not. He had exposed himself to the woman before him, and he rather wished he hadn't. "Perfectly," he repeated, disliking her dismissive tone. It was almost as if he was no longer worthy of her time, merely because he was not charmed by a hissing, teeth-and-claw-bearing bundle of fur. Lavender scented or no, he could not like the thing, and he would not be guilt-ridden into changing his mind, not even if his Duchess kissed like an angel and the most seasoned courtesan at a whorehouse merged into one beautiful, perfect, delicious amalgamation. "Surely you cannot expect everyone to possess your singular love of creatures, madam." "Not love," she agreed, tilting her head to consider him in a way he could not like. "But there can be no harm in appreciation, Duke." "I beg your pardon?" Her expression remained carefully neutral, quite as if he had not just kissed her senseless, as if they had not been both panting for more. It bothered him, hurt his pride far more than it should. But he could not help himself. If ever any man had possessed a weakness, his had swiftly become her. The seductress who refused his advances as soon as he didn't fawn over her cat. And said creature was currently engaged in using him as an alternative log as it honed its nails on his bloody trousers. As long as it did not make contact with his wound, he decided that he would allow this nonsense to continue. But, inevitably, the moment arrived. He let out a hiss of pain, attempting to deflect the she-devil's weapons from his sensitive, tentatively healing flesh. The thing didn't just sink its claws into his wound. It clawed him up like a scratching post, rubbed its face upon him, and then settled into a semblance of the letter U upon his thighs. Appreciate the beauty of an infinitely smaller, more fragile being entrusting herself to you, your grace, she said then, shaking him both with her tone, her earnest gaze, and the shocking simplicity of her words. Here is a creature that need not trust you. She is at her most vulnerable in your lap. You are easily 10 times her size, capable of inflicting great harm upon her, leaving her kittens motherless and without sustenance. And yet, here she is, believing in you, trusting you enough to curl up on your lap, reveal to you her vulnerable belly. Is that not a gift? Bloody fucking hell. He stared at the woman he had married, and in that moment he realized, quite for the first time, that she was not anything at all as he'd imagined her to be. No, indeed. She was wilier, smarter, and gentler, rather reminiscent of a blazing, warming fire. If he touched her, he would get burned. Yes, he agreed, feeling a lump in his throat that he did not like, that he could not swallow regardless of how he tried. And the next thing he knew, his hand was upon the feline, stroking its fur. Gently, slowly, tentative at first. But as the thing purred and arched into his touch, he did so with greater pressure, delivering a series of long, sure strokes to its back. Then its head. Devil take it. The thing was actually rather endearing, now that he bothered to look at it as something more than a nuisance. He rubbed the side of its face, and the thing rolled itself over in his lap once more, ecstatic. "Lady Philomena Whiskers has always liked you," his wife said, sounding puzzled. "I cannot fathom why. Even when you first arrived and were on your sick-bed, we could not convince her to remove herself from your person." Brief flashes of lucidity in the midst of his delirium returned to him. The creature on his chest, the sounds, the claws. It had been, of all things, the cat. Lady Philomena Whiskers. He refused to say the name aloud, but even he had to admit, privately and never to his ridiculous Duchess, of course, that a regal moniker seemed to fit the fluffy white feline. But the "we" his wife had uttered returned to him, and he frowned. He did not like Ludlow and his wife in the same sentence. As a team, as a "we," as anything, damn it. He frowned at her, absently scratching the cat in his lap. "You allowed the thing to maul an invalid." His Duchess firmed her soft, full lips into a compressed line of displeasure. "We did nothing of the sort. Lady Philomena took a fancy to you." Snippets of remembrance returned to him for the first time since he'd taken ill. A green-eyed angel with a lilting alto, a comforting presence, reassuring, soothing. I am here. Hush, I am here. He had been deep in the throes of fever, weakened, suffering, and he had been convinced he'd descended into hell. But she had been there at his side. She had been the calming, sweet angel at his bedside, the panacea to which he'd been drawn. Of course, she had not been alone. Her feline menace had been there, raking its nails upon his chest. And the not-butler. That last thought curdled his stomach. So many things clamoured to his mind, longing to be said. He wanted to thank her for taking care of him in his time of weakness, for he knew it was not something she had owed him. He had never treated, or even, truth be told, considered her as his wife. She had been a means to an end, the fortune he'd had to wed so that he could go about his days. He'd never wanted to be the Duke of bloody Leeds. He had been content in his role as the second son, throwing himself into his work with the League. Richard had changed everything with his abrupt death and his desperate straits. He had wagered and frittered away everything within his reach, leaving nothing but debt and turmoil in his wake, and leaving Kit to pay the price for his love of vice. Kit had been stationed abroad when news of Richard's accident reached him. He'd been in New York, making inroads with the Fenians. The League had, for as long as he could recall, been the driving force of his life, the most important part of his every moment, the only reason to wake in the morning with the hope of making his day mean something. "Duke?" His wife's hesitant voice interrupted the deep, troubled musings infecting his mind. He dispelled them, wishing them and the past gone for good, even if he knew it was an impossibility. "I remember you," he said instead. "When I was with fever. Your voice, your touch. You were there." For me, he wanted to add, but he did not. There was no use in seeming desperate for her attentions after all, and he most assuredly was not, would never be, that. Not desperate for anyone, and most especially not for her, even if she was so lovely that looking upon her made him ache, even if she was kinder and sweeter than he had ever imagined, with a heart as pure as the fresh-fallen snow for taking in not only her creatures, but him as well. It struck him then, the understanding that she had never judged him, had never found him lacking or at fault. She had simply been there for him when he had not done the same for her. He realized, as shock unfurled in his chest, that it was perhaps the first time in his existence that anyone had been there for him. Ever. "I was there," she agreed quietly, looking at him in a way that made him feel as if he were a puzzle she longed to piece together. He did not like the sensation. He was no one's puzzle, by God, and he had every expectation that no one, not even a feckless, perfect, humble, beautiful angel like her, could piece him back together into a semblance of anything worthwhile. "Why?" he asked, the question torn from him. It should not matter. She ought not to matter. And yet he could not escape her any more than he could escape the sun. She was everywhere, blindingly brilliant, warming, heated, necessary. Fuck. This was not what he wished, to embroil himself with any woman, and certainly not with the troublesome, maddening lover of creatures before him. Why, he scarcely knew her, did not even like her any more than he liked the feline in his lap, no matter how loudly the thing was currently purring its delight, and regardless of how firmly it butted its face into his abdomen. Yet here he was, in the charmed golden morning room, his wife within arm's reach, a feline snuggling against him with absolute trust, and bitter, abject confusion poisoning his lungs. He did not think he could breathe. She had not answered his question, and it irked him. He asked her again, forcing her eyes to meet his by gripping her chin between his thumb and forefinger. "Why, damn it?" He tried and failed abysmally to resist gawping at her mouth, so lush and inviting, so ready for his claiming. One kiss had not been enough. She was like an elixir, and he wanted to drown in her, drink her down to the last drop, hope that she would cure him, even though he knew she could not. Her brows rose, her expression turning guarded. "Because you needed me." Her confession, soft and earnest, made his heart thud in his chest, made his throat tight, made the back of his neck prickle with some foreign combination of unease and appreciation. Ridiculous. Stupid. He pushed any unwanted feeling skittering to the surface down, 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 into the depths of whatever remained in his soul. Not only did he dislike being beholden to anyone, he also could not bear the notion of anyone, especially her, thinking him weak. His upper lip curled into a snarl. "On the contrary, Duchess, I did not need you. I've spent my entire life taking great care to ensure that I need no one, and I'm not about to start with some juvenile American farm girl who cannot bear to turn away a stray mongrel." She stared at him, the lines of her face remaining impassive. Her lush lips tightened at the corners, the only sign that she was at all affected. He knew a moment of disappointment, followed by the swift spear of shame. What was it about her that brought out the beast in him? Why did he want to pierce her infallible armor of serenity and caring, to make her realize that she could not, no matter how many animals she took beneath her wing, save every aimless creature that found its way to her door? Most of all, she could not save him. The sooner the both of them realized that, the better off they'd be. "Is that all I am to you, Your Grace?" Though her sweet voice was calm, almost cool, a slight tremble gave her away. "An American knave, to be pitied and deplored?" In his lap, the ridiculous feline continued its antics. He looked down, avoiding the brilliance of her luminous emerald gaze, and noted that the thing had left a despicable trail of white fur in its wake. He steeled himself against any maudling sentiments within him, which had no doubt been caused by his weakness. He had never before been so grievously wounded, and he could only conclude that the blood loss he'd suffered had somehow rendered his mind corruptible. What had he been thinking to kiss her? To soften toward her even for an instant? To want her? To allow the fanciful notion that she could somehow care for him? At the thought, he shuddered. That she had remained at his bedside because she wished to see him well. His sole focus needed to be restoring his reputation and getting reinstated within the League. Sweet God, it had to be the injury. Perhaps he still suffered from infection. His head did feel a trifle hot. He stilled in the act of petting the banshee on his lap and attempted to scoop it up, hell-bent on removing it altogether. The thing dug in its claws and resisted. He spared another dismissive glance for his Duchess, still irked that he had acted with such uncharacteristic rashness toward her. He was a spy, damn it, and had been for many years. His training did not allow for such trivialities as emotions. He had believed himself fully incapable of frailties. His wife watched him expectantly, and he recalled that she had asked him something. Ah, yes, what was she to him? Christ, if he knew. But he'd be damned before he'd reveal even a speck of uncertainty where she was concerned. Something about the woman lowered his defences. He could not afford it, not now, when he needed to clear his name, when he needed to be ruthless. He clenched his jaw. "Do you imagine I have tender feelings for you, Duchess? If so, you are indeed the American naif to be pitied." She flinched, as if he had struck her, and the spear of shame within him doubled in size until he felt he'd been run through with a cannonball. "Of course not, Your Grace. I imagine you care for no one at all, yourself included." Kit inclined his head, for he could not argue the point. Giving his life to serving in the League had required him to put crown and country before himself and all others, and he had been married to that duty first. It had forced him to whittle away any lingering tender parts of him that his sire hadn't extinguished, to become hardened and callous. But it had also been the grace by which he had found himself. A second son that had never been spared so much as a kind word from the Duke, being necessary to the League, had given Kit a place to belong, a raison d'être. "I care for my duties," he bit out, trying once more to wrench the infernal creature from his lap. His patience snapped when the thing sank its claws deeper, lodging through the layers of trousers and sensitive skin. The breath hissed from him when it came perilously close to his wound once more. "Is this bloody thing's feet fashioned of thorns?" "I do believe the thing in question is a cat, Your Grace," she chided, rising from her seat and bending down to retrieve the beast. "Furthermore, I have it on good authority that cats do not, in fact, possess feet. Rather, they have paws." Yes, paws, just so. He gritted, watching her in spite of himself. Her head was bent so he could not see her features, and damn his hide, but even the part of her hair, straight, creamy, and fine down the middle of her head, was perfection. Had he ever found the top of a woman's head attractive before? Had he ever been so tempted to press his lips into the silken strands, to bury his nose and inhale the sweet scent of her crown? No, he had not. And to make matters worse, she took his surliness and his cruelty in stride, remaining calm and cheerful, whispering soothing words to the thing in his lap, delivering languorous strokes to its head and back, until it retracted its weapons and melted into her hands. Well, fuck me if this isn't a day of endless firsts. He was jealous of the bloody cat, of her hands upon it, caressing and calming and reassuring. Her fingers were fine-boned, small and pale. Her sole ornamentation was the betrothal and wedding rings he had given her. They had belonged to his mother, but he had to admit that they suited Georgiana. The deep red ruby offset with sapphires and diamonds, so that it resembled a flower blossom, looked as if it had been fashioned for her hand. Hers were not the hands of a duchess. They were not soft, unspoiled hands that had never known a day's work, aside from lifting a teacup or emptying pin money on Bond Street. Though he mocked her for the years she had lived upon her father's farm, that time of hard work showed in a way he could appreciate. It complemented her beauty, for it meant that she was unafraid of digging into the trenches and doing what life required of her. He thought for a brief moment that he understood some small fragment of her. The reason why she had tended his bedside with such stoic consistency within her hands, in her story. Her early life had not been kind to her, and she was not afraid of the ugly underbelly of the world. He swallowed, shaking by the realization that she was not just a burden he'd been saddled with, or a means to eliminate his wastrel brother's debts. She was a woman with a past that had marked her fingers and yet left her heart open for the creatures of the street. Open to tending him, the man who least deserved her consideration. He knew so little of her history, so little of her. The wild impulse to learn her struck him. Abruptly, she plucked the cat from his lap without struggle, almost as if she had sensed the tumultuous, unpredictable vein of his thoughts. "Thank Christ," he muttered, running a hand over his thigh to ascertain if the thing had wounded him. It was time, he knew, to garner some distance from her, to collect himself. Gripping his cane, he stood. "If you will excuse me, madam, I will leave you to your tenants. I am off to break my fast." "Tenants?" she echoed after him, and he swore he could discern a note of humour in her lovely voice. But he limp-stalked from the morning-room with as much dignity as he could muster, determined not to answer her, determined to never allow himself to crumble for her again. His duty was to the League and the Crown, to restoring his reputation and the respect of his peers, to becoming an agent once more. She was not his duty. She was a weakness he could not afford. Chapter 11. Georgiana clutched Lady Philomena Whiskers to her bosom and attempted not to hover as Dr. Gage conducted an examination of Leeds. Almost a fortnight had passed since her husband's unexpected visit to the morning-room. 13 days since he had kissed her. She could still feel the impression of his mouth upon hers, hot and firm and demanding. His tongue had slipped between her lips, teasing and tasting, and inciting a new, strange sort of hunger within her. It was all she had been able to think about, alone in the chamber that had once belonged to the kittens she'd rescued from an East End rookery with the help of Ludlow. Her husband's unexpected return had forced her to focus upon finding new homes for her strays, and in so doing, she had discovered that she rather had a talent for matching her rescues with humans. 3 of the kittens had found homes with Lady Brixton, the Countess of Aylesford, and Viscountess Linley, respectively, all kind-hearted animal lovers who were more than happy for some feline companionship. She had a possible home for a 4th in the Duchess of Notley, a fellow American, and, like Georgiana, not quite at home in London polite society. For the moment, the remaining felines remained in the library. But a rather unfortunate incident involving a volume of poetry, a naughty kitten's claws, and a great deal of shredded binding and paper meant that the arrangement could not last. There had also been the soiled carpets and the besmirched wing chair. She scratched Lady P's head with absent-minded strokes, casting a glance toward her husband and Dr. Gage. Her husband inhabited the bed. He was so large, so masculine, so attention-claiming. His face was symmetrical, all lines and hard angles. His nose was a perfect slash, his cheekbones high, his chin strong, jaw wide and rigid. Thick black lashes that any woman would have coveted fringed his bright blue eyes. And his mouth, saints preserve her. His lips were sensual, a bit too wide for a man, and yet nevertheless riveting. She did not think she could ever look upon them again without longing to feel them move against hers. Even curled in a sneer, they were unfairly compelling. How many times had she caught herself staring at his lips since his kiss? How many times had she imagined his mouth crushing hers? Georgiana's cheeks heated, and she buried her face in Lady P's fur. Thank heavens the kittens were blissfully sleeping in the morning room, giving Georgiana an ideal excuse for distraction by scooping up Lady P and bringing her to the Duke's chamber. It simply would not do to stare at her husband whilst Dr. Gage conducted his examination. To hope that each soft flutter of fabric might afford her a glimpse of bare chest or naked limb. She caught her lower lip between her teeth, wishing she hadn't had that thought. Her eyes strayed back toward the bed, her bed, and the sight of Leeds in it never failed to set her heart a-quiver since that horrible, wonderful kiss, to find him still clothed, his mouth a harsh line of disapproval. Always disapproval. Always for Georgiana. Of course he would be surly. It was his nature. Why did she find herself longing for his kiss, despite his thinly veiled animosity? Why was everything about him magnetic? She had done her best to keep her distance, restricting her visits with him to polite inquiries into the state of his recovery. 10-minute intervals, with an animal always accompanying her for distraction's sake, were all she could seem to manage. She did not trust herself, it was true, and the Duke of Leeds had too many secrets, not to mention that he was often not even pleasant or kind, that he referred to Lady P as a thing, that he had insulted Alice when the mastiff had slobbered upon his leg, that he was forever grumbling or growling or glaring daggers at Ludlow. She sighed. The list of reasons why she ought to keep him at bay was endless. But there remained the troubling fact that he was her husband after all, and she was bound to him until she could convince him to grant her the divorce she required. Convincing him of the necessity ought to be easy, for she sensed the restlessness in him the last few days. Unless she misread him, he was itching to return to his hunting expedition. All that remained was for her to take a lover to enable Leeds to sue for divorce on the grounds of adultery. Why the notion made her queasy, she could not say. "Bloody hell! You are not even a true physician!" Leeds snapped in his frostiest tone. Her husband's biting statement cut through her distracted musings, and she jerked her face from Lady P's fur to find him glowering at Dr. Gage, who had drawn the bedclothes aside to study the Duke's wound. To his credit, the doctor neither flinched nor paused in his work. "I am a true physician, of that I can assure you." He sounded amused rather than offended. "For animals," Leeds spat, as though the word itself was abhorrent, and he could not wait to fling it from his tongue. Oh dear, there she went, thinking about his tongue again. But it had felt so strange and delicious inside her mouth. She swallowed, forcing herself back to the moment and her husband's truculence. "Leeds," she cautioned lightly, "do stop being a bear. Dr. Gage is a pioneer in his field." "The man has just told me he is an animal doctor, madam." His gaze slammed into hers, and she could not deny the jolt it sent down her spine.
You dismissed my family physician in favour of a man who is doctor to cattle and sheep. Do I look like a bloody sheep to you?"
Her gaze trailed over his form, lingering on the bare slash of muscle-hewn thigh Dr. Gage had revealed to facilitate his examination. Her eyes next travelled to the V of his robe, parted over his chest to reveal strong, firm flesh beneath. She swallowed. "No, Your Grace, you do not resemble a sheep in the slightest, but you do rather remind one of a horse's behind." Georgiana bit the inside of her cheek to quell a sudden smile at the notion. His arrogance was a force of nature. His brows snapped together. "I fail to see anything humorous in the situation, madam." Perhaps she had not stifled the smile as successfully as she'd believed. "Dr. Gage is a veterinarian, Your Grace," she offered, sending an apologetic smile in the direction of the doctor. "A very fine one, who cured your wound of infection and saved your life." The Duke issued an inelegant snort and descended into silence, continuing to pin her with a heated glare that made warmth suffuse her cheeks. She stared back at him, not about to cower beneath the full force of his ducal ice. Georgiana, too, could be obdurate. "The wound is healing to my satisfaction," Dr. Gage pronounced, severing the battle of wills being waged between Georgiana and Leeds. "Your Grace, if you do not mind, would you approach the bedside? I wish to show you how to dress His Grace's injury." His request settled somewhere low in her belly, and not without both trepidation and thrill. When Dr. Gage had asked her upon his arrival if a servant would be attending His Grace, she had not thought of the ramifications her denial would have. Previously, the doctor had returned each day to perform the intimate task, which necessitated not only revealing her husband's bare leg, but touching him as well. She swallowed, uncertain about the wisdom of accepting such a task, and yet what could she do but heed Dr. Gage? Who else would tend to the Duke? A servant? No, she could not allow a domestic to care for him when she could. Perhaps most duchesses would do so, would be loath to sully their hands with work, but she was not most duchesses. "Of course." She lowered Lady P to the floor with as much grace as she could muster before joining Dr. Gage at her husband's bedside. The Duke's glare found her once more, piercing. His rigid jaw spoke volumes. "No need," Leeds gritted. "I shall do it for myself. I have 2 hands that are not, as yet, useless." Georgiana ignored him, returning her gaze to Dr. Gage. "Show me what I must do." "A duchess does not tend to her husband. This is quite beyond the pale." Leeds set his mouth in a hard, firm line of disapproval. "You are not my nursemaid." Was it her imagination, or did his high cheekbones bear the slightest tinge of red? She stared at him in wonderment. Surely he was not embarrassed. The insufferable Duke of Leeds, fearless spy and sneer devotee. Dr. Gage distracted her then by quickly imparting the necessary knowledge to her, showing her what she would need to do, all while Leeds sulked. It was silly of him to be concerned about propriety now, when she had tended to him during his fever and his surgery both. She had seen him nearly nude. The only reason he protested now was either pride or the fact that he did not wish for her to touch and see him so intimately. His kiss suggested that the former was the culprit rather than the latter, though his subsequent remoteness rather muddied the waters. "There now," Dr. Gage said abruptly, after the conclusion of his miniature lesson. "I regret that I must take my leave.
I received word before I left my office that the Earl of Sheffield's prized brood mare has gone into labour. Her past birthing was rife with trouble, and I do expect I shall need to offer aid once again. I trust you can finish bandaging the wound, Your Grace?"
Oh dear. In short order, she would be alone with her husband, touching his naked thigh. How intriguing. How alarming. She swallowed. "Yes, of course I shall."
"By all means go, Mr. Grey," Leeds barked with borderline savagery. "Birth Sheffield's bloody horse. I have no further need of you here, being a goddamn human."
Lord, the man had a wicked mouth on him, and all the charm of a thundercloud. She could have clouted him for his inexcusable rudeness, but she was also grateful in one sense. It distracted her from his long naked leg and the patch of silk just above his hip bone. The forbidden slash of flesh that was revealed by his parted robe and the withdrawn bedclothes, featuring a divot she could not seem to stop staring at, that she longed to press to her lips. No, this would not do. She shook the impure thoughts from her mind. Remember how awful he is, Georgiana. This is the man who mistook kittens for rats. He shudders when Lady P is near. Only a heartless boor would be incapable of loving a sweet, dependent animal who merely wanted to love and didn't even require it in return. She forced her attention back to the doctor. "Thank you for your time, Dr. Gage. I shall escort you out."
Two masculine voices rang out simultaneously, one polite and calm, the other snarling and irate. "There is no need, Your Grace. Like bloody hell you will, madam."
Dr. Gage washed and dried his hands in the basin alongside the bed before taking up his satchel and offering a half bow.
"I shall see myself out. Felicitations on your return to good health and good humour, Your Grace." And then he took his leave of the chamber, while Georgiana silently applauded him for his aplomb in the face of the Duke's gibes. When the door closed at his back, she whirled to face Leeds, skewering him with a pointed glare of her own.
"How dare you treat Dr. Gage so poorly?" she demanded. "His treatment alone is what saved you from certain death."
"He is an animal doctor, madam, and clearly so, for no true physician would dare to presume that a duchess would tend to her husband's bloody wound as if she were a nurse at a battlefield hospital. It is simply not done."
The expression of distaste on his regal face would have otherwise been cause for levity. Not now, however, when he had vexed her so with his intractability. "I do not care what is done, and neither does Dr. Gage." Shaking with irritation, she poured fresh water over her hands and cleansed them with soap as the doctor had shown her, before drying them on a clean strip of toweling and turning to face Leeds once more. "If you do not wish for infection to set in once again, you will cease being such an overbearing, priggish, arrogant, thoroughly wrong-headed ingrate." There, she huffed with satisfaction. While she did not ordinarily resort to the childish sport of name-calling, she could think of no better, no more fulfilling means of cracking the Duke's thick, stubborn shell and forcing him to see reason. Lady P chose that moment to land upon the bed, announcing herself with a satisfied mewl. She rubbed her face enthusiastically against the Duke's bedclothes shrouded feet. A strangled sound emerged from him. "What the devil is the thing doing in my bed? I must insist you remove it at once." "She likes you," Georgiana countered, just as she had to his previous blustering where Lady P was concerned. She turned her attention to the antiseptic solution she needed to apply to his healing wound. "Though one cannot fathom why."
"You said that aloud, madam." She began applying the solution, glancing up at him for only a beat before returning her gaze to the task before her.
"I am aware,"
just as she was aware of how very much of him was exposed to her. Now that Dr. Gage had gone from the chamber, seeing half of the lower portion of her husband's anatomy on full display could not fail but to have an effect upon her. If her hands trembled as she finished with the antiseptic and took up the clean linen, she'd need to bind the wound. It couldn't be helped. For all his growling, abysmal temperament and thorough lack of manners, he was still the most handsome man she had ever seen. He was still her husband, and he had still kissed her with such gentle seduction all those days ago. 13, her traitorous body reminded her. That every part of her yet throbbed with the want of more. Lady P crept her way up the bed, running her face along first the Duke's ankle, then his knee. Georgiana held her tongue, finding amusement in the fact that the feline had fallen in love with a man who abhorred not only cats, but seemingly all animals in general. Or did he? She thought back to how he had almost seemed to enjoy petting Lady P that day in the morning room. Though his attentions had initially been reluctant, awkward, tentative patting motions on the cat's back, he had relented, allowing his guard to fall. He had stroked Lady P, looking down upon her with an almost tender expression upon his face, or at least as close to tender as a man like the Duke of Leeds could comfortably get. But he called animals things and creatures. He loudly protested their presence, looked down his aristocratic nose at her for not being able to resist taking in every stray she could find. "Well, madam, if you insist upon playing nursemaid, the least you could do is make haste." His caustic voice shook her from her reveries, and with a jolt she realized she had been standing there like a fool, holding the clean bandage in her hands, staring at the floor. When she looked up, her cheeks flushed with a combination of embarrassment and pique at his abominable temperament. Resting her gaze from the floor would not have been a problem under ordinary circumstances. Circumstances, that was, which did not involve bedclothes that had been drawn askew by the movement of Lady P, who by now had shimmied her way up to the Duke's chest. Circumstances that did not involve the bearing of two fine, sturdy masculine calves, stippled with dark hair, in addition to the bared lone thigh. Circumstances that did not involve the Duke of Leeds half naked in her bed, a fluffy white cat curled against him. The sight was breathtaking and adorable all at once. She stared, unable to say a word, unable to meet his gaze, for she was ogling his form, and surely he knew it. Her heart beat a staccato, her palms went damp, and a strong, aching pulse started between her thighs and reverberated outward, claiming her entire body with a luscious sense of possibility. A wild thought occurred to her just then. What if the Duke did not dislike animals at all? What if he was made uncomfortable by the adoration of a cat or dog for other reasons entirely? What if no one had ever shown him kindness, and he hid himself behind a false wall of arrogant detachment? No, do not make excuses for his boorishness. You will only lose your heart along the way, and he will crush it beneath his boot heel without a second thought. Ruthlessly she clenched her fists, digging her nails into her tender palms to distract herself. Such thoughts about Leeds simply would not do.
He was her husband, but he was also a man she knew little of, who had led a secret life, who had lied to her, abandoned her, and returned a cold and angry stranger who needed her help but would never ask for it.
"Madam, the day goes to waste while we tarry here," he gritted. "If you are too squeamish to bandage the wound, hand me the linens, and I shall do it myself, as I have wished all along."
She stepped forward, jerking her gaze upward once more, to find that his hand had curled around Lady P, and he was delivering stroke after absent-minded stroke to her back, much to the cat's delight. Traitor! Of course I am not too squeamish.
"I will bear a large hideous scar for the rest of my life, and I may never walk unaided again. The wound is difficult to look upon, I know."
Something changed in his tone then. It didn't exactly soften, but it lowered somehow. The customary harshness and bite was missing, replaced instead by bitterness, and unless she was mistaken, a trace of disillusionment as well. Her heart, ever her weakness, gave in then, and she fell into his eyes, which were a blue unto their own, vivid and bright, yet pale and arresting, not grey and yet not a true dark blue. They were a shade that was altogether spellbinding. His wound shamed him, his limp as well. The knowledge settled in her heart like a physical ache. Whatever secret government mission he'd been about, she had to believe it was for the good of all people, and that the injury he'd suffered during his service would forever embarrass him seemed the greatest travesty of all, when he should have worn it with pride. "Leeds, your scar will be a badge of courage upon your skin, a reminder of your tenacity and ability to overcome all and survive. Wear it with pride. Do not be ashamed of your survival. Not ever." She would have said more, for her heart longed to assuage his fears, but she stilled her tongue. A strange, almost predatory look had settled upon his features. She couldn't be certain if he wished to devour her or castigate her, or something infinitely worse that her puerile mind could not even fathom.
"Have you finished your soliloquy, Duchess?"
His deep, dark voice was mocking, cutting.
"If so, perhaps you ought to carry on with bandaging the wound so that I can proceed with my day. I have business to attend to, and the visit from your animal quack, coupled with your inability to perform the task at hand, is quite cutting into the day."
The sharp edges had returned to his voice. She suppressed a jolt at his innate cruelty. Had she imagined his weakness? Was it merely that she wished to find the good in him, that she wished to save him? Perhaps, as he had suggested, she did see him as one of her strays, as someone to be rescued. But he clearly did not wish for redemption. She stiffened her spine, firming her mouth into a frown of her own. But she noted that he had not stopped stroking Lady P, and the feline had nestled herself into a purring, delighted mass of white fur atop his chest. Like her beloved mastiff, Alice, perhaps Leeds looked and sounded more vicious than he was. Regardless, there was no more time for dawdling or further rumination. She did have a task to perform, linen binding in her hands, and she could and would do this. She would show him that she was not bothered, not disgusted, and certainly not cowed by him in any fashion. She could resist her unfortunate, wicked urges where he was concerned. All she needed to do was conjure up an image of his scowl. "Your Grace, are you able to raise the limb slightly so that the bandage may pass underneath?"
"A bit."
His leg raised, bending at the knee, as he exhaled on a gust of air that bespoke the pain he experienced. "Excellent." She adopted a neutral tone, hoping that she could take a lesson from Dr. Gage and remain impervious to the vicious bear that was the Duke of Leeds. Gently attempting to copy what the doctor had told her to the letter, she wrapped the bandage around the Duke's thigh. His very large, delightfully well-muscled thigh. Oh, good heavens! Her cheeks went from pink to scarlet. She was certain of it. They felt as if the flames of 1,000 fires had come to lodge within them, burning her before Leeds's watchful gaze. Georgiana had never before imagined that a man's upper limb could be so very enticing, but she had no question of it now. It required all the self-restraint she had to refrain from skimming her fingers along his skin just to test the texture and absorb the heat of him. How would it feel to glide her palm over that warm male flesh, to follow the well-delineated line of his muscle all the way to the portion of him that remained enshrouded in bedclothes and his dressing robe? What would it be like to allow her hand to find the length of him? Having grown up on a farm, she was not ignorant of such matters, and a steadfast, pulsing ache took up residence deep within her as she contemplated Leeds as a man. Not just any man. As her husband. "You must not. Danger and destruction shall follow so reckless a path," her conscience warned, and rightly so. What could she be thinking to entertain such disastrous, shocking thoughts about the Duke of Leeds? He was the man who had left without eating a bite of their wedding breakfast, and just as he had not deserved her then, neither did he deserve her now. She wound the linen once, twice, and on to the third trek round his thigh. She was careful, as Dr. Gage had cautioned, not to leave the bandage either too loose or too tight. As she worked, she caught her lower lip between her teeth, concentrating on the twin desires to avoid causing him pain and to avoid touching him. Difficult indeed, for she could smell him, a heady combination of soap and musk, and nothing and no man had ever smelled as divine as he did to her in that moment. As she devoted herself to bandaging his wound, she was aware that he watched her with the same calm, predatory precision of the hawk that had lived on her father's farm where she'd grown up. Stalking, waiting, judging, determining its prey's weakness so that it knew the proper moment to strike. On more than one occasion she had seen that hawk carry off a baby rabbit in its beak. She could only hope that she would not become the same sacrifice for the Duke. "You have cat fur all over you, madam," he informed her with an inimitable august sound of disgust, once again disrupting her thoughts and shaking her concentration. She stilled in the act of looping the bandage around his thigh the final time and glanced up, certain she had misheard him. As she turned her attention to him, her fingers grazed hot, hard male flesh. Georgiana's gaze collided with vivid blue at the same moment the breath escaped her in a shocked exhalation. Leeds hissed, grinding his jaw. "Fucking hell, woman!" Perhaps in her discomfort at being in such close quarters with him, tending to him intimately without another's presence, she had inadvertently disturbed his wound, although she had been at his bedside for much of this time at Leeds House. Those occasions had not been cause for distraction. He had been ill, unconscious, burning with fever, and she had been terrified, worried for him, determined to see him through it all. There had been no time or place for admiring his body and its well-delineated muscles. No room for attraction. No space or place for anything but attempting to see him through his illness and recovery. But this was different, in every sense. Oh dear! She had never felt more gauche or inept in her life than she did now, with his eyes burning into hers, her fingers yet smouldering with the imprint of his skin. "Have I hurt you?" His eyes snapped closed.
"Covered in bloody cat fur,"
he muttered again, almost as if in reminder to himself.
"No, you have not hurt me. You could not possibly do so, madam. Just carry on, if you please."
She looked down to find that yes, indeed, the silk of her cornflower blue bodice featured a plethora of long white Lady P insignias, but she was so often covered in any number of furs on a daily basis that she had ceased to notice. It had rather become a part of her daily wardrobe, and she had never before found cause to feel ashamed of it. She loved her strays. Judging from the way that Lady P lolled in transfixed delight upon the Duke's chest, Georgiana was not the only one at Leeds House saturated in feline fur. She quirked a brow, pursing her lips. "And you are not, your Grace? It seems to me that Lady Philomena Whiskers has made herself more than at home upon you. I dare say the same amount of fur that was sacrificed upon my person shall also be left on yours."
"Touché."
His tone matched his expression. Glum, grim, searching.
"This thing of yours seems to suffer from the same affliction as you, madam."
"You do know that Lady Philomena Whiskers is not a thing, do you not?" She could not help but to ask him, having grown weary of his casual insistence upon treating her strays as though they were inconsequential and irritating. Because each one mattered. If not to anyone else, they mattered to her. They were hers, and she loved them.
"I refuse to refer to it by the ridiculous appellation you've selected."
His voice was still cold, but it had taken on a raspy quality. She turned her attention back to his bandage, winding it the final time and securing it at last. As she flipped the bed covering over him so that she would no longer be tempted to touch him, the rest of his words returned to her. "Lady Philomena and I suffer from the same affliction, Leeds?"
"Yes."
He stroked the purring Lady P, frowning at her.
"Both you and the thing are kind to me, when you ought not to be."
Chapter 12. Kit didn't know why in the bloody hell he'd said that. He wished that he hadn't, as it implied he knew he was a horse's arse. Which, of course, he did. His Duchess, however, had no need to be aware of that. If he was surly and rude and arrogant, it was because he had every reason to be. He was in pain. He didn't know who had betrayed him or whom he could trust. His wife had filled his home with animals, including the one that was kneading his chest through his dressing gown and purring like one of Satan's minions. His butler was an assassin who was in love with his wife. Even the damn animal doctor was suspect. The way the bastard had looked at Georgiana had not been lost upon Kit, and he didn't like it. He didn't like her taking up the cudgels for gauge or extolling his virtues. He was not certain which had enraged him more, the fact that she had allowed a quack who specialised in creatures to cut into his skin, or that she'd looked upon the man with a gaze that sparkled with luminous admiration. At the sight, he had known such a violent stab of jealousy he'd nearly doubled over with it. He wanted to be the recipient of that gaze, but he'd also be damned if he ever confessed to it. He'd said far more than he'd ever wished, but he could do nothing now. His words were alive, hovering in the heavy air between them, and he could not call them back. "Everyone deserves kindness," she said at last, breaking the silence that had fallen. "Even you, Leeds. Even you." As though he were somehow deficient or unworthy, someone deserving of her pity and charity. As if he were a beggar child she had tossed a penny. His lip curled, and he could not keep the ice from his voice. "Thank you for your benevolence in extending your care to a creature such as myself." "That is not what I meant to say." She turned from him, busying herself with washing her hands once more, so that he could only see her profile. Even from the side, her beauty sucked the breath from his lungs. He studied her, petting the creature that seemed so enthralled by him, taking care to avoid the belly with its alarming teats. Damn it all, if the thing wasn't actually growing on him. He wouldn't quite say that he was fond of it, but its undying devotion to him was beginning to wear down his opposition. "What did you mean to say?" he pressed his Duchess, unsure why. He had no wish to entangle himself with her. Day by day he was healing, and with that came the inevitable need to discover who had double-crossed him, to find out who had wanted him dead, to determine who the bastard was that had orchestrated his removal from the League. Retribution would be his, but it would not be found within a pair of glittering emerald eyes or between a lush pair of thighs. It wouldn't even be found in a sweet, soft mouth that was the pink of an English rose on an American beauty. There was no reason for him to continue to clash verbal swords with her. In fact, he had every reason to keep her at a distance, give his wound the requisite time to heal, and return to America so that he could restore his reputation and exact his revenge. They could continue living their separate lives on different continents, as was the civilized thing to do. He'd never wanted the burden of a wife, after all. And yet there was something about her, something he could not let go. "I meant to say that you do not seem to hold yourself in high regard," she said, turned back to him as she dried her hands once more. "Your actions and words have not been those of a happy man. But even a man who is more wounded on the inside than he is on the outside is deserving of kindness and concern." "I am not one of your creatures," he grumbled, and it was not the first time he'd made such a protestation. "Of course you're not." Her gaze was forthright, sizzling into his. "If you were, I would have had you eating out of my hand by now." For some inexplicable reason, the notion of eating out of her hand sent a new arrow of pure molten heat straight to his groin. His cock twitched at a mental image of Georgiana's delicate hand outstretched, his tongue running along the soft indentations of her palm. The urge to taste her everywhere overwhelmed. Good God! He had to stop this madness. "I will never eat out of your hand, madam," he bit out coolly. "Perhaps not." She tilted her head to the side, almost like a little bird, and searched his gaze. "But I do begin to believe you are more bluster than bite, your grace." He would have stopped petting the cat at that moment, but the thing was so soft, and bringing it delight somehow calmed him. Yes, that was what it did. Stroking the thing's long white fur and absorbing the rumbles of its euphoria somehow sucked some of the rancour from his soul. Bloody sodding hell. He liked the feline, and he was beginning to believe he liked his wife as well. "This will not goddamn do, not a bit of it. You are an elite spy. You've been trained to combat torture,
to survive violence, insurrection, betrayals, to withstand plucked fingernails and broken bones. You will not go weak for a cat and the mad woman you married."
He did not heed her. He did not want to. The complication she presented could sod off for all he cared. Except a strong, pervasive warmth had begun to tingle in his chest. A feeling when he had been quite certain he no longer owned the capacity for them. Kit opened his mouth to tell her to take her ridiculous bundle of fur and leave. But instead his tongue betrayed his mind and said something else entirely.
"This thing cannot be called Lady Philomena Whiskers," he announced.
His Duchess had shifted closer, so near that her skirts brushed the bed, and the intoxicating scent of her, lavender and freshness, hit him with full force. So near that she bent down, extended her arm, and gave the creature a thorough scratch on the back of its neck.
"Oh? And what would you call her, husband?"
"Husband."
When Georgiana's sweet voice spoke the word, she imbued it with a different sort of meaning. Yet he was that, was he not? He was the man who had exchanged vows with her, the man who had given her his name. She was his, and something primitive within him roared to the surface now, demanding that he do something about it. She stared at him expectantly, waiting for him to reveal what he would call the thing, if not its ridiculous moniker.
"I would call it—"
Oh, hell! What would he call the cursed thing? He searched his brain, but it was futile. He hadn't the capacity for naming furred beings.
"Lady."
Terribly original, you stupid sot. She pursed her lips, and the urge to catch that full, lush bottom lip in his teeth and nip overcame him. "You do realize you have only abbreviated her name, do you not, Leeds?" Well, yes, of course he did, and now he felt like a true fool. Was he actually sitting here in nothing but a dressing gown, with a feline mauling his chest, rebutting the name of the infernal creature, with the woman he had not wished to marry? A hasty survey of the situation confirmed that, yes, indeed, that was the case.
"Philomena is a horrid name," he informed his Duchess, as though it was a matter of the greatest import. "And Whiskers is, well, redundant. Anyone can see the thing is a cat after all. Lady suffices. The rest is womanly nonsense."
Her brows drew together.
"Womanly nonsense?"
Blast! The woman before him would have made an exceptional general. Her ability to rout her enemy and thwart him at every turn was unparalleled. He had no doubt she could have won a war armed with nothing more than a wagon-load of puppies and kittens. She exuded displeasure just now, and he knew he had chosen the wrong phrasing.
"Maudlin sentimentality," he corrected himself.
A lone dark brow arched.
"You may think yourself aloof and impervious, Leeds, but I see you.
If you were as cold and detached as you would have me believe, you would not be here now, allowing Lady to roost upon your chest, petting her in such a fashion." Yes, he was petting the damn cat. And the truth of it was, he could admit it to himself, if no one else. He did rather enjoy petting the thing. It was soft and so easily contented and, well, that was more than enough to win his favour. He need not go into a stupor internally cataloguing the thing's virtues. The fact of the matter was that the cat liked him. Who the hell knew why, but it did, and that pleased him. He clenched his jaw, not liking the faraway look that had entered his wife's eyes. You like her, she guessed softly. Correctly, blast her. Perhaps the woman's lunacy was infectious, and it had begun to rot his brain. That was the only explanation why he should be lying here in her chamber whilst his was overrun by dogs, so affected by the mere touch of his wife's fingertips upon his thigh that his cock had gone erect, almost springing free of the bedclothes and his robe. And that was not even broaching the troubling attachment he'd begun to entertain for a white feline with rapier-sharp claws and no concept of personal space. The devil of it was, that wasn't the only attachment he'd begun to entertain. The other, even more alarming attachment was fast becoming a problem. A big, bloody, awful problem that grew with each minute he spent in his Duchess's presence. "I do not like the infernal feline," he denied. A lie, but a necessary one. Far too much was at stake. His reputation, his future with the League, possibly even his life, and he could not afford the distraction she would inevitably bring. The desire he felt for her, at odds with the perpetual vexation she also inspired in him, was hot and strong and dangerous. He could not give in to it again. The only course he could take was to keep her at a distance. "You may take it with you when you go. The thing ought to return to its brats by now, I dare say, and I've pressing matters to attend to." He scooped up the purring cat and held it out to her, as Lady wriggled with protest, seeking to return to her lounging place upon him. But his Duchess made no move to accept the dubious gift of the squirming feline. Instead, she smiled, and it was a magnificent smile, the sort that lit her entire face, from sparkling eyes to her lush mouth. His heart pounded against his chest. He could not stay the reaction that coursed through him, lust and wonder. That was the only word to define the way he felt basking in her glow, the true force of her beauty hitting him in the gut. She wasn't just beautiful. Words did not do her justice. How had he ever walked away from her the morning of their wedding? The present Kit longed to revisit the Kit of 7 months ago and kick him in the arse. He had been so swept up in his mission, single-minded in his training and pursuit of infiltrating the Fenian menace. His identity for the mission had been that of an Irish-American who had lived abroad, and he had spent hours each night reading books aloud to himself with an American accent tinged with a slight brogue. He had spent the days fighting at the Devil's Pit, a subterranean club for League members only, honing his fistwork and his swordplay both. He certainly had not courted Georgiana properly. They had been in each other's presence on few occasions before he made an offer for her. He had seen her at a ball, danced with her once. She had been quite lovely, and she was the wealthiest heiress on the marriage mart. Her past had been colourful, to say the least, her lineage distasteful. But he had swallowed his pride and married her to save himself from the ruination Richard had left behind. What a callous bastard he was. Single-minded and self-serving. The memory struck him then of her cosseted in her ivory wedding gown, the longest train he'd ever seen on a dress trailing behind her, begging him to stay for the wedding breakfast. "I do not believe your protests, Leeds." Her sweet voice, with its lilting American accent, he couldn't help but find appealing, interrupted his tumultuous introspection. "You like lady. Admit it. I shall not think less of you, I promise." He opened his mouth to say he didn't give a damn what she thought of him. But he looked at the cat he held aloft like an offering, and then his gaze roamed hungrily back to her face, drinking in her radiance. She looked delighted by her discovery, and something unfamiliar moved inside him. Something changed, and where he had felt only hollowness before, he felt instead a brimming, blossoming warmth. "Very well, madam," he grated. "The thing is not as horrid as I initially supposed, but that does not mean its bloody rats are not downstairs crying for her milk at this very moment. Nor does it mean that I do not need to dress for the day and see to the matters awaiting me." She shook her head, making a chiding sound with her tongue, and the urge to kiss her barreled through him. He wanted to take that mouth, claim it with all the open-mouthed hunger burning inside him, to stroke his tongue against her disapproval, to turn it into the same all-consuming want coursing within his body. "That will not do, I'm afraid, Leeds." She pursed her lips in a gesture he found both maddening and alluring. "Lady does not have rats, for one thing, and for another, I will not take her until you admit that you like her. No shilly-shallying nonsense or attempts to disguise it." He gaped at her, certain he had misheard. "Madam, do you dare to order me about?" She blinked, then propped her fine-boned hands on her wasp waist and stared him down. "Yes, I do indeed dare. You married me and abandoned me for half a year, and when you finally deigned to reappear, you were about to succumb to infection from a wound you acquired in a manner which you still have not explained." Well, hell, she certainly had him there. He lowered the cat, who wasted no time in sashaying its way back to his chest and curling up. "Madam, I understand that the specifics of our union have not been easy." "Easy?" Her brows rose in twin, elegant arches that creased the smooth perfection of her forehead. "Can you not even say my name, sir? You would have me remain something as impersonal as a servant, and yet I have tended to you, washed you and bandaged you, and seen to it that you received the best care I could personally procure for you. Meanwhile, you have been nothing but angry, callous and rude. I do not owe you anything, Leeds. I paid my debt to you with my dowry and my freedom. If you expect me to bow and scrape to you and treat you as if you are my king, you may as well return to your hunting expedition on the next vessel bound for America." His goddess had turned into a gorgon before his eyes. Yet he could not look away. And somehow her rebellious fire did not diminish his attraction to her in any way, though it did turn him to stone, in one portion of his anatomy in particular. His mind whirled to dissect everything she had said. All her demands, questions, all her anger and determination. She overwhelmed him and invigorated him. And the strangest thing of all was that there was only one other time in his life when he felt so deliriously alive, his body vibrating with possibility and blood and vigour. That was when he was engaged in a mission for the League. Kit decided to answer her questions in the order in which they had been posed. He stroked the cat, who had begun purring wildly once more. "Georgiana." Colour tinged her cheekbones, the only sign that she had lost control of herself. Otherwise, her poise and expression remained unflappable and perfect. "Yes?" "Your name," he elaborated. "You wish to know if I could say it? I can." She swallowed, her gaze lowering and, unless he missed his guess, landing on his mouth. He felt that stare as viscerally as the brush of her soft lips over his. "And you like Lady Philomena? Lady. You like her, admit it." It had been many years, more than 25, since he had allowed himself to feel any emotion toward an animal. His father's intolerable cruelty had cured him of the need, and yet in 1 month his Duchess and her infernal feline had dismantled the old walls he'd erected within himself the day his father had instructed the head gardener to shoot his pet tabby for the offence of making a privy of his prized rose garden. He compressed his lips, disliking the effect Georgiana had upon him, disliking the bewildering softening of himself, which seemed as ruinous as it was impossible to stay. "When I was a lad, I had a cat named Whiskers," he startled himself by revealing. He had not spoken of the cat since the day he'd buried it himself. She stared. "Surely you jest?" "Not in the slightest." His tone turned grim. "The head gardener shot him at my father's behest." Georgiana gasped, her expressive eyes shining with a sheen of tears. How could he have been so heartless? It was his nature, though that was hardly an excuse. Kit had ceased all attempts at making sense of his father's ruthlessness many years ago. "You wish to know the reason I do not like creatures, and there you have it. Are you happy now, Georgiana?" She looked stricken. "No, I am not, Leeds." "Kit," he growled. He could not bear the sight of her naked compassion. It cut straight into his heart. What was it about her that drove him to distraction? He was in a perpetual state of half arousal, half irritation in her presence. Not even the aching wound in his thigh or the continued attempts of his rational mind to overrule the rest of him detracted from it. "Pardon?" She looked taken aback, hovering there at his bedside, and he... By God, he was tired of being a bloody invalid. He hoisted the cat from his chest, placed it gently upon the bed, and threw back the bedclothes. The time for a reckoning was at hand. "My name," he said grimly, "is Kit. Say it." And then he hauled himself from the bed, taking care to make certain his dressing gown did not gape to reveal his raging erection, even as he favoured his injured leg. She watched him, rooted to the carpet, emerald eyes huge, lips parted. "Leeds," she protested, as he pursued her without his cane. He didn't give a damn about the pain in his thigh, about his limp. Something had forever altered between them. It had begun the moment he had laid eyes on her again for the first time, and like an erupting volcano, it now flowed, molten and dangerous, determined to scorch everything in its path. He was not moving from this chamber until he kissed her, and until he heard his name in that bloody, beautiful voice of hers. "Kit," he repeated. "Not Leeds. Kit." 1 step, 2 steps, 3, 4, 5. He would drag his lame lower body across hot coals to reach her. She backed up halfway across the chamber. He followed, slowed by his wound, but determined. He had come a long way in the last fortnight, and though his injury still plagued him and required bandaging, he was strong enough to stalk her without his cane for this short distance. The cat meowed its discontent in the background, but he ignored it, intent upon his prey. He soaked up Georgiana's face with his gaze, imagined all the depraved things he could do to her body now that he was at last healing. She was his, after all, for the taking. Maybe that was what he should have been doing all along, instead of keeping her at a distance, pursuing her, wooing her, seducing her. Maybe, after he was sufficiently healed, bedding her would grant him the clarity he needed to find out the truth and restore his honour. 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way to 17. Her back was against the wall now, the damask paper a busy contrast to the stark, simple loveliness of her face. He slammed his palms to the wall alongside her head, leveraging his weight so that his good leg and his arms bore the brunt of it. Boxing her in, he lowered his face to hers until the tips of their noses almost brushed. Her breath was uneven, hot, a curtain of sweetness and desire over his mouth. "My name is Kit. I want to hear you say it," he demanded. Her eyes were wide pools of emerald, gold and cinnamon dancing in their luminous depths. "You will injure yourself if you do not take care." Stubborn to the last, was she? He was familiar with obstinacy, having spent his entire life plagued by his own. "I don't give a damn about my wound for the moment. All I do care about is my name on your lips." He settled his gaze upon her mouth, finding her lips parted. The sight of her full lower lip thrust out, as if begging him to claim it, sent another surge of lust directly to his groin. She was wearing a dress today, and he rather missed the delineation of her limbs in those ridiculous trousers of hers as he sank into the soft billow of her skirts. How he wished for his hands to be filled with the mouth-watering curves of her hips instead of flattened to the wall coverings. "Do you truly want to risk tearing open your wound, Leeds?" she asked, breaking through his lustful thoughts. "You are healing well. Now is not the time to take foolish chances, else you will find yourself bedridden for another fortnight." She was not wrong, but he didn't wish to hear protestations or exhortations toward rational thought. He wanted to be mindless, to press his body into hers, to take her lips in a crushing joining that left them both weak. Ever since his return, she had driven him to distraction. Everything about her entranced him. Even her quirks and her ridiculous affinity for creatures both large and small. The sliver of space between her front teeth, the beauty mark on her collarbone, the way her fine silk bodices never seemed to be without some sort of fur, her crooked smiles, her furrowed brow, every bloody thing that he would have once viewed as an imperfection only served to make him want her more. Perhaps it was the fact that there were so few barriers between them, as he was clad in only a dressing gown that could part at any moment. Perhaps it was that he had been so long without a woman, or maybe it was because he had never consummated their marriage, and that grievous omission would haunt him until he sank inside her. He didn't know the reason why he was hell-bent upon wringing his name from her supple pink lips, but he was, full stop. He couldn't resist touching her. Transferring his weight to one arm, he removed his free hand and traced her lips. Soft and warm and so damn inviting. His index finger ran across the seam of her lips once more, before dipping to trace that succulent lower lip. Her mouth opened. Wetness kissed his fingertip, and he could not help but think how it would feel to run his fingers over her far more intimately, to lift her skirts, find the slit in her drawers, and tease her hot, slick flesh. He groaned, dropped his forehead to hers, their noses brushing. His fingers remained on her lips, the only barrier that prevented him from kissing her again, as every part of him cried out for him to do. But he would not. Until she capitulated, he would not exercise every last remaining shred of his restraint. She would say his name before he would take her mouth again. Of that he was certain. "Kit," he reminded her as he inhaled her sweet, shocked exhalation, tucked it into his lungs along with her delicate feminine scent. Lavender, woman, delicious. "Say it." "What will you do if I don't, Duke?" She raised a brow, challenging him. But she was breathless, and beneath his questing finger, her lip remained pliable. His thumb slipped inside her mouth, catching her lower lip and dragging it down. "What do you want me to do, Duchess? You do know you are mine, do you not? What will happen between us is inevitable." She nipped him with her teeth, employing just enough bite to get his attention, to make him sting. "What will happen between us is you returning to your hunting expedition, Your Grace." She didn't trust him. He reeled back on his heel, studying her as the truth hit him smack in the chest. And he could not blame her, could he? He saw their union as she must see it, a bloodless transaction after which she had been abandoned. She could not know the true motives behind his abrupt departure, even if she suspected them. The timing had been wrong for them, the danger of the outside world all too real. "Whatever happens, one thing will not alter," he assured her, for it was the only promise he could make. "I will always be your husband, and you shall always be my wife. Now, call me by my name, damn you. Kit, say it. I can use your name. Why cannot you utter mine?" She inhaled sharply at his suggestion that she didn't trust herself with such an intimacy. "Kit," she said suddenly. Her hands, which had been free at her sides until that instant, were in his hair, kneading, tugging. She pulled his face down to hers, opening her mouth, and he groaned, accepting her onslaught, welcoming it. "Kit." "Yes." Their lips clashed, hungry, starving, open-mouthed, tongues seeking and lashing, teeth gnashing together. It was the least polished and most arousing joining of lips and tongue he had ever experienced. He had to have her, needed to be inside her, but thanks to the Fenian bullet that had almost claimed his life, that would have to wait. Instead, he allowed the driving desire he could compensate to rule his mind. He yearned to taste her, to sink his tongue into her mouth, so he did. His tongue lapped at hers, and he sucked her nectar into his mouth, ate at her lips, nibbled and licked. Their kisses vacillated between voracious, open-mouthed and hungry, and slow, languorous, worshipful. It was a decadent dichotomy of vicious onslaught and slow seduction. He groaned, she moaned, and he allowed his body to sink into hers, pressing her against the wall. His cock ground into her lower belly, the friction torturous after so many weeks of illness and being unable to feel even a bloody shred of enthusiasm for shagging. His enthusiasm had returned, and if he thrust into her now like a young lad, giddy with the knowledge he was about to touch his first quim, it couldn't be helped. Damn, she was so soft, and she smelled so sweet, and her mouth was fucking delicious. He could savor her like the finest dessert, kissing her until his lips went numb. He could kiss her all bloody day. But he was greedy, starving for her, and he hungered for more. His fingers found the buttons running down the front of her bodice, stylishly placed off-centre, and worked them free. He wanted her skin, wanted to dispense with any and all impediments to his mouth on her nipples. The bodice gaped. He parted it, shoved the sleeves down her arms, tore his lips from hers to kiss down her throat, burying his face in the seduction of her silken skin. With one hand he undid the knot on the back of her corset, plucking at her laces to loosen them. With the other he opened the first few closures on the front of the undergarment. "Kit," she said, his name on a breathy sigh, and then her hands, those hands that had seen so much work, that bore calluses not even time and a life of ease would remove, moved down his back. The clever glide of those hands, tentative at first, and then with greater urgency, did powerful things to him. And when her nails bit through the fabric of his robe, he almost came into her bloody skirts right then and there. Stifling a groan, he opened his mouth on her neck, sucking. Here she tasted every bit as sweet as she did elsewhere. "Touch me, darling." His lips moved against her skin as he licked and sucked and bit gently. His mouth worked in concert with his hands as they slid inside her parted corset to cup her full, heavy breasts through the thin barrier of her chemise. Her nipples, hard as diamonds, prodded his palms. What he longed for the most was those work-roughened hands of hers gripping his cock, milking him until he came. Or her mouth. Fucking hell. The idea of her supple lips wrapped around his erection, swallowing him down her throat, sucking him dry. He had to stop thinking of it, or he would spend here and now, emptying his bollocks into the silk veil of her skirts. His thumbs rubbed lazy circles over her nipples, teasing them, and the pounding of her pulse against his mouth, coupled with the swift intake of her breath, told him all he needed to know. She wanted him every bit as much as he wanted her. "Georgiana," he murmured into the mesmerizing dip where her throat and shoulder met. How had he failed to notice how utterly enthralling that sacred space was on a woman before now? Or was it just her that made it so? He dragged his mouth along her collarbone, inhaling the decadent fragrance of her. Lavender and rose and Georgiana. So good. So bloody, bloody good. Her hands travelled the expanse of his back, her nails raking up and down on either side of his spine, as if she were a feline and he was her scratching post. He damn well loved it. She possessed an inner carnal nature, his angel, and he meant to explore it to the fullest. When he was healed enough to bed her without fear of re-injury, he would lock them both in a chamber and fuck her for days. On her back, on her knees, bent over a chair, on the floor, astride him. Devil take it. He nibbled her collarbone once more before kissing a new path to the fullness of her breast. She was larger than he had imagined, and it was a glorious discovery to make. Her tight-laced corset and perfectly fitted bodices concealed the fact that she had high, lush breasts that would have been the envy of any courtesan. Almost disproportionately large in comparison to her waist, though not the delicious ripeness of her hips, which she had noticed the day she'd been dressed in her ridiculous garb of men's trousers. The woman had a body made for sin, made for him, and he intended to acquaint himself with it as often as possible.
"Kit, Her words trailed off as his lips found and closed over one pointed nipple through the fine fabric of her undergarment. He sucked. "Ah!" bit. "Oh!" One hand caught the ribbon and lace-trimmed décolletage of her chemise, tugging it down until her breasts were bared to his feverish gaze. He drank in the sight of her. Full, glorious breasts and pointed rose-pink nipples transfixed him. Fuck, she was beautiful. More beautiful than he deserved. He wanted to say something polished, to whisper sweet nothings to her, to woo her. But in that moment, nothing would come from him save a curse. "Damn it, woman, you are a goddess." "I am no goddess," she whispered, her cheeks going scarlet, hands leaving his back to flutter over her breasts in a peak of shyness, shielding herself from him. "I am all too mortal, all too fallible." He shook his head. "I don't believe it." To him, she was a sort of Proserpina. Only he could never give her up for half the year. He could never give her up, ever, not even for a day. The realization was sobering, jarring. Kit could not focus upon it for a moment more. "Do not hide yourself from me, love." "This cannot be wise." She kept her hands where they were, shields of sorts. "We do not even like one another."
"I like you, wife." Grimly he pressed his rigid cock against her once more. "Can you doubt it?"
"That is not like," she argued. "That is rudimentary, as base as—" Kit kissed her, swallowing any further arguments to the contrary of his purpose. He took her mouth, and it was long and slow and burning, that kiss, a promise of all that was yet to come between them. When she was once more clinging to him, all her frets effectively forgotten, he took her hands in his and removed them from her breasts. "You are the most glorious, gorgeous, perfect woman I have ever seen, and your beauty glows from the inside out. There is nothing base or rudimentary about what I feel for you." As the words flowed from Kit, they surprised him. He was not given to sentiment, but he could not deny the way he felt for her, the way she made him feel. It was rare and all-consuming, and in this moment of stark need and desperate truth, he could acknowledge nothing in his life, no other woman, no other mission, no manner of torture or internment, no injury. Nothing could have prepared him for this. For her. Georgiana's expression softened, and he sensed her determination wavering. "Kit." "Do you want me?" he asked. It was all he needed to know. "Say yes. Say desperately. Say you cannot go another bloody moment without succumbing to this mad fire burning between us." She bit her lip for a moment, searching his eyes. "You know I do." "Thank fuck." He kissed her again, swift and hard. One hand caught her skirts, bunching them, raising them, and the other found her breast, cupping it, toying with her nipple. He sank his tongue into her mouth as he lifted her skirts the rest of the way, to her waist. With his good hip, he pinned the hem of the skirts in place, leaving nothing but flimsy stocking and drawers-clad legs on display for him. He was going to make her spend. Regrettably, it would be with his fingers alone,
for his wound would not allow him to sink to his knees and worship her as he wished, and neither would it allow him to pound into her body against the wall as his aching cock longed to do. This would have to suffice. Kit kissed her everywhere. Lips, chin, jaw, ear, throat. She was sweet. Her every breathy exclamation spurred him on. So responsive, so glorious. He kissed down the bare curve of her breast, his fingers slowly travelling along her inner thigh. He took her nipple in his mouth, worked his tongue over the tip, licked and sucked and abraded the tender bud with his teeth until she cried out, writhing against him. He had her precisely where he wanted her. Higher still his touch wandered, over eyelet and frill, into heat and sweet feminine warmth. She was so damn hot. His fingers found the slit of her drawers, slipped inside to swipe her seam. Once, twice. Her wetness coated him, trickling onto his thumb. Soft feminine sighs guided him as he circled her pearl. Her hips bucked. Heaven, she felt so bloody good. He could happily spend eternity right here in this moment, the musk of her arousal perfuming the air, his fingers working her slick pussy, her nipple in his mouth, the decadent sounds of her cries filling his ears. It was too perfect. She was too perfect. He half expected this moment to shatter, for him to wake alone in his bed in the darkness, to find it had all been a dream. But no, it was real. She was real. And nothing had ever felt so right or so good. He increased his pressure to the sound of her breathy gasps as they grew more desperate. Her body tensed, and he knew she was close to finding her release. "Kit, please." "Oh!" Her husky voice almost undid him. He took her other breast in his mouth, sucking hard on the tight bud of her nipple, his fingers playing her clitoris. Her breathing came in uneven bursts, her heart thumping a wild staccato he felt against his lips as he released her nipple to kiss his way back to her mouth. Her nails dug into his back. She was at the precipice. "Come for me," he ordered against her mouth before claiming it once more in a long, drugging kiss. And she did, thrusting into his hand, shaking and quivering as the ripples of her pleasure undulated through her body. He swallowed her cries, fed her his tongue the way he longed to give her his cock, taking his time to draw out her release for as long as possible. When her last shudder subsided, he broke the kiss. Her pupils were dilated wide, the cinnamon flecks in her eyes brighter than ever, her lips